At the top of the mirror mountain, countless eyes looked at Yifutian, watching as he raised his arm once again. The 9 battle drums had sounded at once, shaking the skies and earth. What was he doing now? This time, Yifutian's heart was as calm as still water. Powerful strength swept from the drums, rushing into his body. The intent power was terrifying. He could cultivate with this. Yuxing's noble intent had changed here, turning into mid-level noble fate. Yifutian raised his arm again. Purple lightning cracked terrifyingly above and melded into the intent fate. A dragon's roar streamed faintly from his arm. Under everyone's eyes, Yifutian's arm went to the drum. The drum sounded again. Boom! With that thunderous crack, the battle drum became one with the intent. In the sky, a dragon roared and lightning danced. It turned into a horrible thunderstorm that swept through the sky. The sky turned into a world of lightning and thunder dragons danced. Under this terrifying phenomenon, frightening lightning charged into Yifutian's body. It bathed him, turning him into a god of thunder. The drums had sounded 10 times. Thunder and lightning had appeared. On the steps, those that were descending stopped. They looked up and saw a crack of lightning flash in the sky. Tang Yi stopped again. Seeing the phenomenon, he finally lost his cool. Who could make the drums beat 10 times? In addition to Tang Yi, many people stopped, trembling inwardly. Even Xiao Wuji was shocked by this scene. The 10th boom was louder than the previous 9. The lightning faded slowly, but the drum's boom still resounded throughout. At the mountaintop, everyone's expressions grew heavy. They gazed in the direction of the battle drums, staring at the white-clothed figure. Lightning washed over him, and he seemed to be withstanding horrible pressure. His body was about to explode, his consciousness extinguishing. But he stood up straight as if he would never fall down. The drums quieted. But once the sound dissipated, it would begin again. Under everyone's eyes, Yifutian raised his arm once again. This was the 11th time. Many hearts trembled at this moment. There was no longer lightning on Yifutian's arms. Instead, it glowed brilliantly with golden light. He seemed to transform into a golden rock. Horrible intent rushed in, and then his arm went to the battle drum. Boom! The 9 sides sounded at once. It was like a tidal wave crashing. Golden light shot up into the clouds. Another phenomenon was created. There seemed to be a golden rock spiral up. This sound beat directly in the hearts of many. The 11th time, Princess Lu Qinyu and Gu Biyue stared at the proud figure standing there. At that moment, he seemed to have become someone else. Just like when he played his guqin, he was like a powerful emperor. Which was the true him, the him right now or the flirtatious one? Lu Qinyu thought of what Yi Wuchen had said and had a strange feeling. Mayhap, she still couldn't believe it, but the battle drums had really been beaten before her eyes. Lin Yueyao gazed at Yifutian. Was this guy finally starting? As expected, those who had looked down on him would finally see what he was truly like. In the Fuyun crowd, Li Daoyun's eyes instantly sharpened. What was Yifutian doing? Was he copying Xiao Wuji to join a top force? On the steps, Tang Yi looked to Xiao Wuji, who looked back at him. Go look, Tang Yu asked. Xiao Wuji nodded. They turned and strode upwards quickly. Not only them, many others also returned to the mountaintop. When they reached the top and stood at the edge of the mirror mountain, they saw the figure clearly. He was bathed in endless golden light, and his body was about to be ripped apart and drowned in the windstorm. However, they could see who he was. It was Yifutian, the one who didn't value the opportunity Hua Qiqi gave him. The one Tang Yi had said was a fanatic and idiot. Hua Qiqi and Tang Yi were both shocked. How could it be him? The people from the Qin dynasty and Royal Shen Temple were shocked and stunned as well. They'd vaguely heard about this person before. He'd robbed the Fuyun Sword Clan cultivators of their fates and defeated Gu Biyue in musical sorcery, taking her in as a servant. His talent was stronger than expected. Could they have an unexpected result? At that time, they saw Yifutian raise his arm again. He was going to hit the drum again. Even with the horrible attack earlier, he still didn't give up. At that time, Yifutian clearly felt the terrifying feeling of his intent pouring out. At the same time, he realized how frightening it was to be bathed in this intent power. The 9 drums could sound 9 times, but after that was the true essence. At the peak of the Mirror Mountain, very few people could beat the battle drums 9 times. Those were the rare talents. Those who can hit more were extreme talents who had to endure unimaginable pressure. including Yushang. Everyone also believed that 9 strikes were perfection. With this misunderstanding, who would continue with the 10th strike? Who could complete the 10th strike? As strong as he was, he could clearly feel the ripping feeling. He had to bear unbelievable pressure with the 10th strike. The 11th strike was about to destroy his intent. However, he still didn't give up. He couldn't give up. He had felt the great benefit and felt his intent transform. After the 9th strike, each boom was a storm of spiritual chi. Thus, he beat it a 12th time. There was another boom of thunder. The skies and earth shook as one. Everyone's hearts trembled with the drums. This time, it was the flame intent. Thunder, gold, and fire. Everyone was shocked at how Yu Futian had already displayed so many elements. With each strike, he released a different element. Xiao Wuji was a full attribute sorcerer. Was Yu Futian one too? The raging flame intent charged into Yi Futian's body, trying to burn him. He protected himself with the Emperor's intent but was still under extreme pain. However, he remained standing. This was not only for cultivation. Why had he come to the ancient barren world? It was because his plane had been too low and he'd been too weak. Emperor Luo made him despair with just a command. He went to the Kangyi Kingdom and was number 1 on the Fenghua rank. Afterward, he performed brilliantly in the Tingfeng banquet, but Emperor Luo still wanted to kill him. Luo Junlin entered the royal Shen temple and became so powerful. Coincidentally, the ancient barren world opened at that time. Thus he came. He couldn't wait. He stepped into the ancient barren world and kept advancing until he finally came to the barren city and to the top of the Mirror Mountain. He wanted to prove himself here. He wanted to choose a top force to join. Only this way would Emperor Luo lose all qualifications to be arrogant. Luo Junlin would never be able to act proudly before him. At the mountaintop, he was absolutely confident in himself. He was only waiting for the right time. And now, with all the top forces present, was the right time. However, Hua Qingqi had told him that he would not have another chance after that. Tang Yi of the college had called him an idiot who didn't know his place. In contrast, Xiao Wuji had shown and all the top forces had waited for him to choose a clan. He could choose any of the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since that was the case, Yi Futian would tell them all who he was. He wanted them to see his brilliance. Who could break Xiao Wuji's records? He could. He knew that everyone was watching him at this moment. Right now, his white robes fluttered and his long hair flew, complimenting him. He raised his arm again and uttered, "Those who know me understand my arrogance." As soon as the words were spoken, the drums began to beat. The skies and earth shuddered and his sound waves swept through the heavens. "Those who know me understand my arrogance." His voice swept through, reverberating in everyone's ears, almost ingrained in their minds with the drumbeats. But this was still not the end. Yi Futian raised his arm again. "It is not a waste to abandon those who do not." Boom! The atrium shook and a horrible windstorm blew on everyone's bodies. It was so aggressive. Their clothes flapped while their hearts shook. That voice was too impressive. "Those who know me understand my arrogance. It is not a waste to abandon those who do not." He was so arrogant and powerful. He was Yi Futian. Was it over? No. Under his raised arm, the drumbeats filled the sky. The entire world shook and the figure seemed to be eternal. Finally, as the 16th drumbeat sounded, a horrifying intent storm charged at Yi Futian. The 9 drums trembled at the same time and some horrible intent poured into Yi Futian's mind. Boom! With a huge sound, the first drum shattered. Boom! 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 There were continuous explosions. Under their shocked gazes, the 9 drums shattered one after another. Each explosion was heart-stopping. Finally, they shattered and turned to dust. Only that powerful figure remained standing. Light enveloped his body. At that moment, even Yi Futian's backside was so magnificent. The drums were cracked, but the drumbeats continued reverberating throughout the air. Yi Futian's crazy sound still echoed through the minds of many. At the top of Mirror Mountain, Xiao Wuji had chosen his clan. He stepped onto the mountain for the first time today and revealed unsurpassable talent. He could easily communicate with statues of various elements, leave an image on the wall, beat the 9 drums, and make the noble images appear. Yi Futian beat the drums after Xiao Wuji. To many, he was overestimating his own ability. With Xiao Wuji's example, everyone would seem nondescript. They all thought that no one in the ancient barren world could have Xiao Wuji's talent. The glory he created could not be broken in a long while. Was it true? Before Xiao Wuji even left, Yifutian used his actions to tell everyone that Xiao Wuji was not unmatchable. He had beaten the drums 16 times and created an abnormal phenomenon, causing the drum's intent to pour out and explode. The drums were now broken, but the record was for eternity. This was a true record. Xiao Wuji's record was able to be broken. Countless eyes looked at the silhouette. Yifutian seemed to still be feeling the intent power pouring into him. His white robe fluttered without wind. Lu Qinyu had a strange look in her eyes. Servant? She glanced at Yi Wuqian beside her. He looked calm, as if he didn't find anything strange. As if this should happen. He must be completely confident, Lu Qinyu thought. Yi Wuqian believed that Yifutian and Yushang's talent was above the top talent of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yifutian seemed to have proved Yi Wuqian's words from before. At least now he definitely surpassed Xiao Wuji. Lu Qinyu looked over slowly towards where Tang Yi and Xiao Wuji were at. Tang Yi, the wild student of the college, had a strange look in his eyes. Hua Qianxia was the same. Those who understand me will understand my arrogance. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? Was this the reply to them? It was indeed wild enough. You can continue after 9 drumbeats. If you knew this, I'm sure you would do the same, Tang Yi said to Xiao Wuji beside him. Xiao Wuji glanced at the shattered battle drums. This was his first time to the Mirror Mountain and first time beating the drums. After the 9th sound, the drums on the 9 sides sounded together. The intent poured out and everything seemed complete. He didn't know one could continue. If he knew, he would have done so. How could he not do what the others could do? Of course. Xiao Wuji nodded. This was confidence in his own abilities, but the drums were broken so he couldn't prove it. Everyone heard him and nodded. Yifutian had impressed them, but with Xiao Wuji's talent, he could probably do it too. Finally, Yifutian moved. He rose slowly and walked in another direction. Seeing him, many eyes flashed. He was walking towards the image on the wall. Xiao Wuji had broken the record here. Was he? Many people felt strange. Was this guy repeating Xiao Wuji's steps? Was he serious? Did Yifutian want to challenge Xiao Wuji? But that wasn't his intention. He'd come to Mirror Mountain to choose a clan. Xiao Wuji had set the precedent, so the easiest way for Yifutian to reach his goal was to break Xiao Wuji's records. If he did so, no one could doubt him. Of course, perhaps this was just Yifutian's excuse. His true reason was that he was pissed. He was pissed at Tang Ye's attitude as well as Hua Qianxia. Earlier, he didn't refute the other. A vocal refutation meant nothing. What was stronger and simpler than actions? The Donghua clan and college had ignored him because they were fighting for Xiao Wuji. If that was the case, then he had something to show them. The image on the wall shone faintly. The stone was like a mirror. At this moment, Yifutian stood before a huge boulder. At the mountaintop, everyone stared at him. He became the sole focal point. In reality, he'd taken the witch as a servant, so many people came for him. However, Xiao Wuji came to choose a clan and instantly stole the spotlight. In everyone's eyes, only Xiao Wuji existed. There was no room for anyone else. But now, Yifutian once again was the center of attention. Could he break Xiao Wuji's record at the image on the wall? The stone glowed dimly and enveloped Yifutian's body. At that moment, Yifutian felt his intent get swallowed by the stone. That instant, Yifutian felt countless intent, all from different strong cultivators. He picked up his feet and walked over. Instantly, countless intent flooded at him. He couldn't endure the extreme pressure for a moment. 1 inch for the image on the wall. Outside, many people saw Yifutian's image appear, branded onto the stone. Yifutian continued walking. Soon, the figure sank in 2 inches, 3 inches. At that moment, Yifutian seemed to understand something. With every step forward, the pressure grew stronger. Not only did the pressure come from the stone's own intent, it also included the intent from people before. The stone tablet was very strange. If you wanted to leave an inch, you needed to face the intent of those who left an inch before. The further you went, the stronger the pressure. If you wanted to break the record, you had to overcome the intent everyone left in the image on the wall. That was why everyone who said that the deeper one's image was, the more terrifying the talent. Breaking the record was like surpassing the power of everyone's intent before him. Not too long later, Yifutian's image was 7 inches. Many people's hearts trembled and grew nervous involuntarily. The Witchgu Bus stared at Yifutian without blinking. 7 inches was the record before Xiaowuji. Now, Yifutian had reached this step. How could he be so talented? It seemed that it wasn't embarrassing to lose to him. This guy was indeed terrifying. 7 inches. One more step and he'll be tied to Xiaowuji. Everyone stared at Yifutian. At this moment, he took another step. The stone tablet shone with frightening light as if endless intent flew violently at Yifutian. But he didn't budge at all. Gradually, his image on the wall was 8 inches. He tied the record. He had once again done what Xiaowuji had done. Tang Yi earlier said that Xiaowuji was unparalleled in the ancient barren world. Was he really? Then what was the Yifutian that he had embarrassed? Yifutian didn't show any sign of leaving either. He lifted his foot again and stepped forward. He was about to carve his body into the stone. Yifutian's image became 9 inches. Xiaowuji's record was broken by Yifutian within 2 hours. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what to say. Even Xiaowuji's eyes changed. He hadn't tried his hardest with the image on the wall, but Yifutian had broken his record twice. It was already extremely frightening. Yifutian was qualified to be seen at the same level as Xiaowuji. He didn't think that someone else could be so powerful and not belong to any top force. Who is he? Xiaowuji asked Tang Yi. He rarely cared about others, but he was interested in Yifutian. Yifutian, Tang Yi replied. After the 9 inches, Yifutian stopped. It was enough to break the record. The stone tablet couldn't help him gain anything substantial. So this was enough. Yifutian walked away from the stone tablet. He returned to the statue's area he'd been cultivating at. At this time, strands of sharp intent descended. The Fuyun sword clan walked over with Li Daoyun amongst them. They couldn't let Yifutian continue. He'd already broken 2 records. The other forces were all interested. However, the only force that Yifutian wouldn't join was the Fuyun sword clan. Li Daoyun had chopped off Yi Wuchen's arm. How could this hatred be dissolved? Seeing Li Daoyun walk over, Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui walked before Yifutian, blocking the Fuyun sword clan's path. Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyong also stepped forward, stopping the clan. Seeing that the Fuyun sword clan was about to act, the various forces all walked over, approaching the statue's area. Tang Yi and Xiaowuji walked closer too. Seeing Yifutian stand before a flame statue, Tang Yi said Xiaowuji already reached the limit in this area. It's meaningless to communicate further. If you really want to compete, go prove yourself at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Tang Yi was clearly interested as well. He didn't feel disdain like before. Yifutian looked over with a strange expression. Earlier, you said you don't like how I act, he said. But that's your business. Now, I really don't like you, so please shut up about my business. Everyone's eyes hardened. Yifutian was replying to Tang Ye's aggressive words from before. Tang Ye's gaze hardened. He stared at Yifutian and replied with a sneer, even if you're truly talented, the college is still the most suitable place for cultivation. What is the point of cutting off your own path because of your personal feelings? As a second-plane Dharma, you made enemies with the Fuyun sword clan and took Gu Bue in as a servant. Have you ever thought of the consequences? Is this not stupidity? He still didn't think he had said anything wrong. If Yifutian didn't enter the college, it was his own loss. It had nothing to do with Tang Yi. Stupidity? Yifutian ignored Tang Yi. He looked at the huge flame statue. Then powerful firelight came from the statue, quickly engulfing him. Then, just like Xiaowuji earlier, Yifutian melded into the flame statue's body to feel the sentiment inside the statue. He seemed to be proving that he could do what Xiaowuji could do. But was that all? The flame statue grew wilder. The spiritual qi in the surrounding environment rushed violently into the statue. Yifutian's body was completely melded into the statue as if he was part of it. A shocking flame aura flowed. The next moment, a pair of huge eyes flew open. Firelight shot out from those eyes. They were the statue's eyes. That moment, the statue's eyes were filled with vitality. They turned slowly to Xiaowuji. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge statue actually moved. The enormous flame statue turned around and moved before Tang Yi. Then an extremely overbearing voice came out of the statue. "You are not qualified to understand my world." A domineering yet impressive voice came out of the statue. It was Yi Futian's voice. At that moment, Tang Yi's expression grew uglier. He'd said that Xiao Wuji had gone to the limit and it was meaningless for Yi Futian to continue. However, had Xiao Wuji really gone to the limit? Then what was Yi Futian doing now? Xiao Wuji could comprehend the statue, but Yi Futian could control it. Tang Yi had called Yi Futian an idiot twice, but why? Yi Futian was in the second-level Dharma plane but had done things outside of his ability. He couldn't handle the Fuyun Sword Clan and couldn't anger the Witch Clan. These two forces could both kill him in the ancient barren world. So in his opinion, Yi Futian was an idiot. No one could refute him. Even though Yi Futian had displayed absolute brilliance, he still didn't think he said anything wrong. Yi Futian was an idiot. But now, Yi Futian had controlled the statue. Who could say that the Fuyun Sword Clan and Witch Clan could definitely kill him? Yi Futian's "you are not qualified to understand my world" was a slap to his face. Was Yi Futian an idiot or was he ignorant? Lu Chenyu and Gu Biyue were shocked, their hearts beating madly. Earlier, Xiao Wuji had quickly comprehended 3 statues consecutively and entered the statues to cultivate. They'd naturally thought that Xiao Wuji was better than Yi Futian. It was because Yi Futian had stayed longer in the area but didn't reach Xiao Wuji's level. Now, they finally understood why Yi Futian stayed in that area, studying each statue. He'd already tried quietly to control the statues, doing something no one had ever done without anyone realizing. They doubted his talent, but he already had ideas. He'd struck the battle drums 16 times and then they exploded. He'd left a 9-inch image on the wall, breaking the record. He could control the statues. Yi Futian had completely defeated Xiao Wuji in the 3 relics. Earlier, everyone was still shaken by Xiao Wuji's talent and thought that no one could surpass him. But after such a short period, someone walked out and was even more brilliant. The battle drums had shattered. His record was for eternity. He could directly control the statues. Who could surpass that? This was a true record, an unbeatable record. Countless eyes stared at the giant body of flames, their hearts shaking. Had someone more talented than Xiao Wuji truly appeared? And it was someone who'd been overlooked all this time, humiliated by Tang Yi. It was so ironic. The statue was still facing Tang Yi. It uttered, "Do not use your scale to measure me. You do not qualify." Tang Yi's expression grew uglier. He couldn't refute it. The things he'd said earlier were truly based off of his own mindset and level. It shouldn't be a problem, but the man before him now was an outlier. Also, you said I had cut off my own path. Are you sure you can represent the college? Yi Futian continued. Tang Yi paled considerably. Yi Futian's words had gone straight into his gut. His talent had surpassed Tang Yi and even Xiao Wuji. At this time, could Tang Yi really represent the college? Obviously not. If Yi Futian's performance at the Mirror Mountain Stone Wall was as impressive as in these 3 relics, if he would beat Xiao Wuji's record again, all the top forces would fight for him. What did it matter if Tang Yi disliked him at that time? Could Tang Yi represent the college? He had no right to choose Yi Futian. At that time, Yi Futian would be the one choosing, just like Xiao Wuji. In addition to Tang Yi, Li Daoyun also looked aghast. Back then, in the ancient Lulan relic, he'd been so arrogant. He'd been so powerful and looked down at Yi Futian. But now, he saw the true Yi Futian. He definitely did not imagine that Yi Futian would be so powerful. None of the 4 strong cultivators at the Lulan relic had expected this. However, the other 3 forces only wanted to fight over the treasures and didn't have any deep rivalries. Li Daoyun, on the other hand, had taken Yi Wuchen's arm. With Yi Futian's talent, once he joined a top force, Li Daoyun would become his mortal enemy. Plus, Lu Chenyu had already sided with Yi Futian against him. He had pursued Lu Chenyu before. Even though she didn't answer him, there was still hope. Now, when he wanted to fight Yi Futian, Lu Chenyu had walked up and was full of cold animosity. Looking at that beautiful face, he sighed inwardly. When he gazed at Yi Futian, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Let him come," Yi Futian said. Lu Chenyu and Lulan Shui glanced at the statue and moved aside. Li Daoyun's gaze shot towards the statue and stepped forward. With one step he shot into the air and landed before Yi Futian. "You told me you're waiting for me. So it seems that this is your confidence," Li Daoyun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't speak. The flame intent was to the extreme on the statue. "In the lower ancient barren world, the Dharma plane is the limit," Li Daoyun said. "Even if you can control the statue, your actual cultivation will only be the Dharma plane, but the power of the will isn't restricted. I have noble intent. I fought against a true noble in the ancient Lulon relic. I'd like to see what you can do with this statue." "Enough," Yi Futian said. He understood what Li Daoyun was doing. There was a limit to the lower ancient barren world. No matter how powerful the statue was, it was the flame intent that was actually powerful. His statue's body could swallow the flame spiritual chi in the world, but would still be restricted to the Dharma plane. But wasn't it enough for him to be at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane? Li Daoyun stood atop his sword in the air. The sword chi filled the air. He was holding the ritual implement sword that he'd received in the Lulon relic. His sword started dancing and the skies changed. Powerful sword intent burst in his body. All the spiritual chi in the world converged, transforming into sword chi. Li Daoyun was very serious. His personality was wild, but seeing Yi Futian's talent, he didn't dare underestimate him. He used all his power. If he could, he would kill Yi Futian on the spot. He hadn't joined any force yet. If Yi Futian was killed, no one would be able to say anything. Various afterimages formed. Countless images of Li Daoyun appeared in the sword chi. It was like his Dharma's ability. The countless figures all wielded their swords at once, and the sword chi strengthened. The windstorm was about to destroy everything. It seemed that only swords remained in that sky. Yi Futian's statue burst with horrible fire. It clenched its fists and its body burned furiously. It was like a furnace, able to melt the entire world. Li Daoyun finally moved. The countless afterimages moved together. At that moment, there seemed to be rivers of swords in the sky, flowing to Yi Futian. Li Daoyun guided the sword river forward. He floated lightly like a cloud but left behind the fatal swords. Boom! In the sky, horrible flames exploded and wind blew through the sky. Countless flaming maple leaves appeared. They danced with the wind and swept towards Li Daoyun. With rustles, the horrible flaming maple leaves glowed with golden light. Like inextinguishable fire, they burned away Li Daoyun's afterimages to nothing. In the distance, the sky actually burned with golden fire. The world of fire created by the maple leaves engulfed the sword river, destroying it all. The statue's sorcery. Xiao Wuji's eyes flashed as he looked at the maple leaves. Many afterimages were burned, but one was able to slice apart the sky. The maple leaves all died away under his sword. That was the true Li Daoyun fighting his way over to Yi Futian's statue. A swordsman's close combat ability was honestly terrifying. But just then, Yi Futian closed his palms. The giant hands of his statues were extremely quick, as if predicting the path of Li Daoyun's sword. The statue's hands closed around the sword. "You're gonna die," Li Daoyun uttered coldly. His sword was a ritual implement. How could Yi Futian capture it with his hands? Sword chi erupted, destroying everything. The furnace-like hands were about to shatter as well. His sword was the sharpest weapon in the world, and it stabbed towards the statue. The palm crumbled bit by bit. At the same time, horrible fire crept onto Li Daoyun's arm. Kept going, about to seep into Li Daoyun's body. "Break!" Li Daoyun roared. The sword chi shattered the statue's arms and then angled up to the head. But almost simultaneously, his body suddenly lit up with countless fire prints. They were like holy fire, and pain arrived. His body was about to burn up. His sword-wielding hand trembled and his arm shone with golden flames. His face paled. Instead of continuing the attack, he chose to retreat decisively. In this battle, he would kill if he could. If he couldn't, he would retreat. There was no reason to fight to the death. "Give me an arm," Yi Futian said coldly. The statue's eyes were just like his own. Horrible fire intent shot out from those strange fiery pupils. Then Li Daoyun's arm seemed to set on fire. An ancient fire rune appeared. "Ah!" There was a horrible pained cry. The sword in Li Daoyun's hands fell shakily. He stared at his right arm. It was burning without stop. The arm burned to nothing in the fire. Li Daoyun screamed endlessly. If it was a sword, it would only be an instant of pain, but his arm was burning down bit by bit. The pain was unimaginable. When the flame extinguished, Li Daoyun's sword intent went wild. His eyes were crazed. The people of the Fuyun Sword clan all came up to him. Sword intent swept over, crushing towards Yi Futian. The spectators were all shocked, their hearts trembling. No wonder Yi Futian was reckless. After melding into the statue, he'd already possessed the top ability of the Dharma plane. Li Daoyun wasn't the strongest of the Fuyun Sword clan, but he was still reputable. Only a few clan members of the same age could surpass him. His talent was undeniable, but he was forced to burn his arm. The statue's eyes seemed to be Yi Futian's. It glanced at Li Daoyun and said coldly, "You are so weak. How do you act so manic?" Li Daoyun looked up. Sword intent shot out from his eyes. He glared at the figure before him. Back then in the Lulan relic, he'd been so domineering and would never have thought of this scene. The Fuyun Sword clan's disciples went forward. Sword intent filled the sky. Yi Futian's gaze swept past everyone and he said coldly, "Li Daoyun damaged my brother's arm in the ancient barren world, so I took my revenge. If you want to kill me, then try. If you can't, don't blame me." As soon as he finished, terrifying fire spiritual chi converged on that arm. The statue's hands that had been chopped off by the sword aura were reborn, created by pure fire spiritual chi. Feeling the terrifying flame intent, the Fuyun Sword clan all looked uncomfortable. Amongst those who had come, Li Daoyun was the strongest, but his arm was burned easily. The others were even weaker than Yi Futian. "Let's go," Li Daoyun uttered. He lifted the sword with his right and turned to leave. The other clansmen stared deeply at Yi Futian and then left with Li Daoyun. Li Daoqing looked the worse. He'd definitely never imagined that the one he called a slave would humiliate the Fuyun clan and burn his brother's arm. If Yi Futian chose to join a strong force, this revenge would be difficult. Seeing the Fuyun Sword clan leave, Yi Futian returned to the statue. Then he walked out. Everyone looked at his handsome features and extraordinary temperament a bit differently now. Before, Yi Futian was an extremely talented but overconfident genius. Now he was a top genius equal to Xiao Wuji. After a few years, he would enter a higher plane and could compete with the top geniuses of all the top forces. No one spoke. Yi Futian had gone through Xiao Wuji's 3 main relics and had surpassed him in all. Now only the Mirror Mountain stone wall remained. Everyone waited quietly. They wanted to see just how many noble figures Yi Futian could display at the wall. At this time, all the important figures of the various forces could witness his talent. However, after a while, they discovered that Yi Futian actually sat down before another figure and started cultivating. There was no sign of him going to the stone wall. Everyone had a strange expression. All of the people on the mountain were waiting for him to display his talent, but now he was cultivating. Gu Biue blinked and gaped at Yi Futian. Yu Shang was embarrassed. This guy was doing it again. Even Yu Shang couldn't stand it. He was too shameless. Everyone waited, but Yi Futian continued his cultivation as if he didn't know. Many grew impatient. This guy was breaking Xiao Wuji's record. Halfway through, only the stone wall, the most important part, was left, but he stopped to cultivate. What did this mean? What's going on? Lu Feiyang, prince of the Lu kingdom, asked his sister. Lu Qinyu's eyes flashed. "I don't know." With that, she glanced at Yi Wuchen in confusion. "Don't look at me," Yi Wuchen said, walking forward. "Just get used to it." The Lu siblings blanched. Lu Qinyu glanced at Yu Futian and Yu Sheng. Now, she was wondering if Yi Wuchen's words from before were true. "Qinyu," Lu Feiyang whispered. "How's your relationship with them?" A strange look flashed past Lu Qinyu's eyes. "Actually, we've just met, but the impression is good." Thinking of the talent Yi Futian had displayed, she said, "But what you're thinking might be difficult. We can at least be friends." She naturally understood Lu Feiyang. He wanted to bring Yi Futian into the kingdom. With Yi Futian's current talent, even if he couldn't surpass Xiao Wuji on the stone wall, it would be enough if he could make 3 figures appear. It was highly possible he could make 4 appear. After that, he could choose any of the forces. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan and Tang Yi of the college had all looked down on him. But just as what Yi Futian had told Tang Yi, if he was talented enough, Hua Qingqi and Tang Yi wouldn't be able to represent the two forces. Didn't you say one of them can become the princess's bride? Lu Qinyu's servant muttered. Lu Feiyang gaped at his sister. Lu Cheney glared at her servant, making the girl retreat in fear. Don't overthink. Lu Qinyu stared at her brother. What was he thinking? I think we can consider it. Lu Feiyang laughed. Which one do you like? Lu Qinyu blushed and glared at Lu Feiyang. Won't you try the stone wall? Is it fun to make everyone wait for you? Xiao Wuji suddenly said. He'd been waiting for a long while now, but Yi Futian hadn't done anything. Yi Futian had beaten him on all 3 relic areas. He wanted to see just what Yi Futian could do at the stone wall. However, Yi Futian had started cultivating without showing any sign of wanting to go to the wall. Everyone gazed towards Yi Futian. They'd been asking this too. Yi Futian glanced over at Xiao Wuji a bit strangely. Did I tell you to wait? Xiao Wuji blanched. He stared at Yi Futian but couldn't reply. Many people looked between them. They all had an arrogant tone. The simple phrase felt like a challenge. But Yi Futian's actions were clearly obvious. How come his words were irrefutable? He really didn't make anyone wait. In fact, he didn't even say he was going to the Mirror Mountain stone wall. But after beating Xiao Wuji's records at the 3 relics, everyone thought he would naturally go to the stone wall. But now it seemed that Yi Futian didn't think that way. Did he not want to challenge Xiao Wuji? Or was he not confident enough to beat Xiao Wuji at the stone wall, so he wanted to cultivate and improve first? Let's go, Xiao Wuji said indifferently. He turned to leave. He had no interest in playing with Yi Futian. Tang Yi stared deeply at Yi Futian and left too. Everyone's eyes flashed. All geniuses were proud, and Xiao Wuji obviously didn't feel like being used to make Yi Futian look better in comparison. What right did Yi Futian have to make him wait? It seems that I've underestimated you. Are you interested in joining the Donghua clan? Hua Qingqi invited. Even if Yi Futian didn't pass the stone wall test, the talent he displayed was enough. I haven't thought about it, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Okay. Hua Qingqi nodded without saying more. Everyone thought that Yi Futian hadn't decided to choose a clan today. They started cultivating throughout the relic and stopped looking at Yi Futian. Some people left, but people from each force remained. As for Yi Futian's group, they cultivated without distractions. There were so many relics on the mountaintop. It was enough for them to cultivate for a while and improve themselves. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen were able to improve too. The days passed. Yi Futian's group improved bit by bit. Countless months later, they'd all risen in stage. Yi Wuchen had crossed into the 6th level Dharma plane. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had entered the 3rd level. The mountaintop was always busy during these days. People kept coming to see the legendary figures who endlessly broke records. You've studied all the relics here. Are you still not planning on going to the stone wall? Gu Biyue asked Yu Futian now. What are you in a hurry for? Yu Futian asked, looking at her. The witch had been very obedient these past days and always stayed by his side. When people from the witch clan came, she would make them leave. I want to bring you into the witch clan, Gu Biyue said, smiling. Her eyes were mesmerizing. What's so good about the witch clan? Yu Futian asked. Both the Donghua clan and college were better than the witch clan. In fact, even the Lu kingdom was more promising. Me. Gu Biyue smiled gorgeously and said, if you join, I'll serve you forever. How about that? Yi Futian looked at her mesmerizing eyes and said indifferently, fulfill your duties as a servant and don't overthink. Beauty traps weren't effective on him. Gu Biyue looked at him with resentment. She looked hurt and pitiful. At that time, a group came to the Mirror Mountain from the barren city. The people in the front weren't too powerful but had an extraordinary temperament. One of the girls especially covered her face, but everyone could tell from her aura and figure that she was definitely a beauty. There was a small smile in her eyes. She'd finally found information on that guy. He'd made such a big commotion in the barren city. This group of newcomers consisted of Hua Jieyu and others from the Kangi kingdom. After setting foot into the ancient barren world from the 100 Lands, they had experienced quite a lot on their journey. Sometimes they asked around for information on Yi Futian, sometimes they cultivated. They had come across many relic sites on their way and had managed to keep a low profile while becoming enlightened. After all, they were in a place like the ancient barren world, and though their group wasn't small, They couldn't be too confident when being compared to the prodigies from all over the Eastern Barren territory. However, Yi Futian was as high profile as ever, causing a commotion everywhere he went. He had even made quite a name for himself in a place like the heart of the ancient barren world, the Barren City. Yi Futian sure is a remarkable fellow. Barren City is where all the powerful cultivators from the central district of the Eastern Barren territory are gathered, and he actually managed to stir up a storm on Mirror Mountain. His talents are wasted in a place like the 100 Lands, Xianxia said as he smiled, bitterly thinking of the information they acquired earlier. They knew Yi Futian was powerful, but they had no idea he was this freakishly powerful. Jiayu, your worries have been for nothing. He's doing just fine. Xianxia smiled. Hua Jiayu nodded her head lightly with smiling eyes. I heard he took in the witch as his servant, so of course he's doing good. Everyone says she's extremely beautiful. She's just a servant. Don't think too much about it, Jiayu. Xianxia felt something was off, like Hua Jiayu had a deeper meaning behind her words. At this time, Xianxia kept his mouth shut and silently prayed for Yi Futian. There's no helping him. Who told him to have so much fun out there? I'm not thinking too much, Hua Jiayu replied with a smile. Xianxia's eyes flickered and she thought to herself, this is the best I can do. Yi Futian better wish for the best. The group continued forward, getting closer to Mirror Mountain. They could already faintly see the ancient mountain in the barren city. Meanwhile, Yi Futian had absolutely no idea. He was still cultivating quietly with beautiful girls around him. Lulan Shui was also cultivating. Lin Wuxia would look over at him every now and then. And then, there was the witch who stuck to him, flirting from time to time. Yi Futian was not tempted by her at all. A person as pure as Yi Futian would definitely not be thinking about other girls. Although he did enjoy the special treatment. After all, it was part of her job as his servant. At the top of Mirror Mountain, many people would turn their attention over to Yi Futian occasionally. It had been days and still nothing from him. Was he really not planning on heading over to the mountain stone wall to show off his powers? What on earth could be going on inside this guy's head? Presently, there were disciples of many top powers who had decided to stay and cultivate with him. All of them were inwardly cursing Yi Futian for being a jerk. Just then, a figure arrived beside Yi Futian. It was Lulan Shui. Gu Biue looked at the silver-haired ice beauty. She already knew that she was the virgin of ancient Lulan. Despite her identity, Lulan Shui was still willing to follow beside Yi Futian. Do you need something? Yi Futian asked when he noticed the girl next to him. Lulan Shui nodded. I've been observing that water elemental statue over there for the past days but can never manage to control it. How did you do it? Yi Futian was surprised by her question. How you're to learn? If it's an inconvenience to you, then forget it, said Lulan Shui. Have you tried to guide and control the will within? Asked Yi Futian. What he was talking about was not an easy task. Aside from himself, there may not have been anyone else in the ancient barren world who could do so. Lulan Shui looked stunned. Of course, she had tried, but how was it actually possible? The will contained within every statue was incredibly powerful. They were all pure noble wills. Although she had also acquired noble will through enlightenment, to suppress and even control the statue's own will was close to impossible. You can control the statue's will? Gu Biue walked closer to join their conversation. Aren't you being a little nosy? Glared Yi Futian. This servant was such a headache. Can't you learn to be nicer to women? Asked Gu Biue, looking oh so pitiful. She made it look as if she had been wronged, but Yi Futian simply ignored her. He was used to her antics. Just then, a group of people made their way up the steps of Mirror Mountain. They immediately attracted tons of attention. The ones in the front of the group had a special aura around them. Could they be from a great power? Over there, a young man in the front of the group said after his attention fell on a certain location. The entire group turned in that direction, Yi Futian's direction. Right now, Yi Futian had two beautiful girls on either side of him. Lulan Shui was cold like ice and the witch, Gu Biue, was passionate and warm. Two completely different auras, but both equally beautiful. Yi Futian had yet to see the situation on the stairs. There were always people coming up Mirror Mountain. He did not pay it any attention. Xianxia noticed the scene ahead and a look crossed her face. She snuck a peek at the veiled female beside her. Trouble's coming, thought Xianxia as he prayed for Yi Futian. Big trouble. Hua Jiayu lifted her feet and headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi exchanged glances and scurried after her. Seeing that the group was headed in Yi Futian's direction, many people went into discussion. Had they come for Yi Futian? The female leading the group had a veil hiding her face. Her eyes were beautiful and her body was curvaceous. Could they have been sent by some great power to recruit Yi Futian? Yuxing's eyes drifted in their direction and noticed the group. He saw Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi, then Hua Jiyu. He took huge steps to arrive next to Yi Futian and stood. He cleared his throat. Yi Futian looked over at Yushang and asked, "What's wrong?" Yushang tried to send him a signal through his eyes. Yi Futian looked confused. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Who could have arrived to make him act like this? What was the big deal? His eyes drifted over slowly and finally saw the group coming their way. He shivered and then jumped up in surprise. On the inside, he was cursing at Yuxing. That jerk. Couldn't he have given him a heads up? He then turned to Ai Lulan Shui and the witch, Gu Biue. They were still standing next to him. He was screwed. Was this really his fault, though? It was purely a coincidence. The witch was a smart girl, so she picked up on Yi Futian and Yuxing's odd reactions immediately. Something was up. If these were people from some great power, there was no way Yi Futian would react like this. He had actually jumped. Really quickly, too. Everyone thought that this was abnormal. Who were these people? Whether it had been Xiao Wuji or Tang Yi of the college, the arrogant Yi Futian never cared. He even burned one of Li Daoyun's arms. What kind of person would scare him so much that he would jump up in the air like that? Hua Jiyu finally stopped at a spot not too far from Yi Futian. Her beautiful eyes glanced over at Lulan Shui and Gu Biyue. There seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her eyes, which then landed on Yi Futian. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi stood behind Hua Jiyu. They stood quietly and looked over at Yi Futian. They thought, "We can't help you now." The way Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiyu was like a criminal waiting for judgment. However, he stopped and thought a little more. It didn't seem like he had done anything wrong. Shouldn't he be happy to see Fox again? Why was he feeling guilty? "What brings you here?" Yi Futian asked in a gentle tone and a smile after giving the situation some thought. She had traveled so far to enter the ancient barren world and stand here in front of him. It could not have been easy. Hua Jiyu continued to stare at him without a word. Yi Futian immediately felt guilty again. "Sis-in-law, this is a misunderstanding. They were the ones who wanted to follow Futian," said Yushang. Everyone at the top of the mountain was silent. They finally understood why the atmosphere had gotten so weird. So this was why. Caught red-handed. Many people looked happy to see Yi Futian like this. Wasn't he an arrogant guy? So, even knows what fear is. But what did Yushang mean? They wanted to follow Yi Futian? He was completely throwing Lulan Shui and Gu Biyue under the bus. Who would have thought the witch of the witch clan would end up in such a sad situation? To throw herself at a man. Both Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui had strange looks in their eyes. Back in ancient Lulan Shui's mother had tried to give Yi Futian her hand in marriage, and he said there was someone he was in love with. Was this her? Lin Yueyao was standing in the back. So she was okay. But Yushang's words had her feeling like a mess. He didn't count her into the equation, did he? So pitiful. "So, you already have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" Right at that moment, the witch Gu Biyue opened her mouth. She looked at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes, making her look like an innocent young girl who had been deceived. Hearing Gu Biyue's words, Yi Futian really had the urge to punch her. Everyone around was already praying for Yi Futian. A beauty like Gu Biyue had revealed such an expression. It had everyone wrapped around her finger. They couldn't withstand her charm. How was Yi Futian going to explain himself? Hua Jiyu glanced at Gu Biyue and then lifted her hand to remove the veil, revealing the perfection that was her face. As soon as everyone saw that face, they were dazed. Beautiful. Unspeakable beauty. A priceless jade with no flaws. Around Yi Futian, whether it was Gu Biyue or Lulan Shui, even Lin Yueyao, were all top-level beauties. But the moment Hua Jiyu unveiled her face, she became the one and only female lead. After seeing that face, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian with envy. Not only did he have all these beautiful girls around him, he had a girl whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation waiting for him back home. What a monster! Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui were also dazed. Was this the reason why it never worked to use their beauty against him? Hua Jieyu's eyes looked so delicate. She looked at Yu Futian and stepped toward him. Arriving by his side, she continued to look him in the eyes. There was no storm like everyone had anticipated. She spoke to him with a soft, gentle voice. I missed you. This one sentence trumped all the words in the world. Her voice was so gentle, it could break the hearts of all men. She was plucking at everyone's heartstrings. Hearing her gentle voice and seeing those love-filled eyes so close, Yi Futian's heart had already melted. He actually began to feel ashamed, despite not doing anything bad. I missed you. This simple phrase was more lethal than all the words in the world. At the mountaintop, countless eyes looked to that horribly beautiful figure. That gentle voice even softened their hearts. How could Yi Futian get with other girls when he had someone like her? Everyone looked at Yi Futian in jealousy and envy. But seeing Yi Futian's handsome face and his talent, they actually seemed to fit each other. It was as if they were born to be together. When Lulan Xue saw this, she lowered her head slightly. Her mother had said that the feelings would develop over time. Men were disloyal and she was so amazing. Yi Futian would quickly forget about the girl he loved. She didn't think anything at the time but vaguely felt that her mother was right. But now Lulan Xue realized her mother was wrong. The girl that he loved was much, much better than her mother had imagined. No wonder he refused no matter how she forced him to marry Lulan Xue. Behind Hua Jieyu, Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan exchanged glances. The scene they'd imagined didn't happen. Instead, Hua Jieyu's gentle voice melted everyone. Yi Lingxi smiled faintly. Perhaps only someone like Hua Jieyu could control Yi Futian. Yi Futian gazed at the pretty eyes right before him. His heart had melted. Reaching out, he cupped Hua Jieyu's face in his hands. I missed you too. He was speaking the truth. He'd prepared to finish everything before the end of the year and return to Kangyi, but didn't expect that Jieyu would take the risk and come to find him in the ancient barren world. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly and glowed brilliantly. She looked to the side at Gu Biue and Lulan Xue. Then she lowered her head as if feeling bad. Did I do something wrong? She raised her head slowly and gazed imploringly. No, Yi Futian felt tenderness from the bottom of his heart at Hua Jieyu's appearance. Oh. Hua Jieyu seemed to get over it. Smiling brightly, she said, Then tell me whatever you want to do and I'll agree. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Gu Biue. She's Gu Biue. She lost to me in a challenge and agreed to be my servant, but she's not obedient. Don't mind what she just said. She did it on purpose. Oh, you don't have to explain. I trust you, Hua Jieyu said gently. Gu Biue looked at Hua Jieyu. She suddenly understood why her beauty trap always failed. It wasn't that she wasn't attractive enough, but that someone else was too foxy. You're not needed anymore. Forget about the challenge. You may leave, Yi Futian said to her. Gu Biue looked at him pitifully. You're going to abandon me just like this? Get out. Yi Futian's face darkened. Was she causing trouble purposefully? Gu Biue smirked and said to him, Fine. You win. Then she walked away, but not before glancing at Hua Jieyu. I met Lulan Xue at Lulan City. We partnered up while in the Relic. I met Lin Yueyao long ago at the Chenmeng City and trained together in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian explained everything honestly. Okay. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and said, I heard that there are a lot of noble relics here. I saw many on the road these days and improved a bit. Teach me. All right. Yi Futian nodded and said, These statues contain intent of various elements. Each one represents a different element. Do you have noble fate yet? If not, we can go somewhere else to take it. Almost. I went through the noble grotto in the Chenmeng area. I heard you three caused quite a stir there. Hua Jieyu grinned. Did you go on to the corridor? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded. My fox is so talented. Yi Futian chuckled. Let's go somewhere else to get the fate and then return here. Whatever you say, Hua Jieyu replied. They held hands and walked away to cultivate at another relic. Everyone stared at them, speechless. Were they in their own world? Yushang looked at all of them. He was quite calm since he was used to it. Lu Chenyu had an odd look. Was this one thing against another? Yu Futian and Hua Jieyu really went to cultivate somewhere. Yi Futian guided and helped Hua Jieyu comprehend. Gu Biyue and Lin Yuyao watched this with resentment. The difference was so big. No one had ever been treated like this before. Did he see us? Yi Danshan asked Yi Lingxi. Of course, Yi Lingxi said, chuckling. But he doesn't have time to talk to us. Yi Danshan was annoyed. They'd come so far. It wasn't easy. But then he was overlooked. Yi Futian didn't even greet them. Yi Danshan was so sad. Ugh, let's go cultivate too. There are many relics here, he said, sighing. He couldn't expect to be treated like Hua Jieyu. He could only cultivate alone. Many people had been watching Yi Futian cultivate alone and waited quietly. In the following days, they started watching him cultivate with Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu's life spirit had evolved and become stronger with the Imperial Advisor's help. Her talent had upgraded as well. As a full attribute mandate sorcerer that focused on spiritual sorcery, she could comprehend all sorts of relics. With Yi Futian's help, she quickly created noble fate. Of course, this was because she also accumulated much fate before. But to Yi Futian, this wasn't enough. He continued to help Hua Jieyu, bringing her to various statues. She could comprehend all types of intent and improved every day. In addition, Yi Futian, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, and everyone else were all improving and getting stronger. Time continued to pass by. The commotion created by Yi Futian and Xiao Wuji gradually calmed down. Fewer and fewer people mentioned it. Yi Futian was busy with his girlfriend and didn't think about the Mirror Mountain stone wall. When did he plan on choosing a clan? The majestic royal Shen temple in the Eastern Barren Territory seemed to be in the clouds. At the moment, a young man stood at the edge of a pavilion with his hands behind his back. He watched the rolling clouds. One could see far if one stood up high. Standing in the royal Shen temple and looking down, one's heart would feel more open. One would feel mighty. Junlin, what are you doing? A gentle voice said. The young man looked over and saw a beautiful girl walk towards him. She looked at the man gently. Thinking of something, the man said. You've just come out of seclusion and broke into a new plane. What's there to be worried about? The girl smiled tenderly. The young man was Luo Julin, Crown Prince of the Nanda Nation. After coming to cultivate at the Royal Xian Temple, he grew uninterested in his position as prince. Even though the position belonged to him and everyone in Nanda knew he could give it away. The outside world was so incredible. In this mighty era, all forces in the Eastern Barren Territory were fighting each other. Talents were everywhere. Being the emperor didn't satisfy him anymore. As an emperor, he would be in a high position and could do whatever he wanted. However, it was meaningless to enjoy that authority and glory. He didn't want it. Now he'd already entered the Arcana plane and would soon enter the Noble plane. The Nanda Nation was nothing to him. Luo Junlin embraced the girl while still looking at the sea of clouds. He murmured, I wish to return at the end of the year. I can't be assured unless some things are taken care of. Is it still that matter? The girl gazed at him and said, What about someone in the glory plane can worry you? Just kill him. He's quite talented. Now that the ancient barren world is open, he may possibly cultivate and snatch the noble fate. He'll be taken in by some top force, Luo Junlin said. This was why he came to the Royal Shen Temple. No matter how talented he is, you don't have to worry even if he's lucky to enter a top force. The girl smiled. If you really are worried, I can ask my father to let me bring some men with me on a trip. How can a small country's emperor stop me? Don't disturb him because of my personal matters. I'll go back myself this time, Luo Junlin said. Then I'll tell my father that I'll go with and have a senior go too. We can help you, she said gently. Will master agree? Luo Junlin was unsure. Father loves you. He'll definitely agree. When you enter the noble plane, we'll be married. I'll go see your family this time. Father won't refuse. The girl grinned and Luo Junlin nodded. Thank you, but if he doesn't agree, then just forget it. He won't. The girl leaned into Luo Junlin's arms. He continued staring at the clouds, sharpness flashing past his eyes. He thought of the arrogant figures at the Tingfeng banquet. How were they now? Were they in the ancient barren world now? With their talents, they could become powerful after cultivating a bit more. Sadly, they wouldn't have the chance to mature. This time, he would end this matter before anything could happen. He would kill the threat before it could be born. Ever since he entered the royal Xian temple, he moved forward furiously. He cultivated madly and even won over his master's daughter. There were too many powerful cultivators at the royal Xian temple. If he wanted to climb higher than the others, he must work harder. After countless months of secluded cultivation, he'd entered the Arcana plane. He was one step closer to becoming a noble. It was only natural that Yi Futian had no clue about Luo Junlin's murderous intent all the way at the royal Xian temple. But then again, taking care of him was the main reason why Yi Futian wanted to join a powerful force in the ancient barren world. Having Luo Junlin in the royal Xian palace was a threat, after all. Especially to the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Futian owed Emperor Yi so much, he would not allow the kingdom to fall into danger. On the top of Mirror Mountain were many relics. These past days were spent accompanying Hua Jieyu. With Yi Futian guiding her enlightenment by the relic statues, her fate strengthened tremendously. Then again, she was highly gifted to begin with. She was also a full attribute sorcerer and could comprehend all the different elemental statues. Otherwise, she would not have had any improvements even with Yi Futian helping her. During these past days, more people had left. They could not keep waiting. They thought Yi Futian would probably do what Xiao Wuji did and make an announcement before choosing a force. That way, at least the different powers could prepare and head for Mirror Mountain. Presently, things were quiet on the mountain. The wind blew and the sunlight was warm. Many people cultivated by themselves. Just then, a figure headed for the stone wall quietly. Someone noticed the figure and widened their eyes in surprise. It's him? Did he want to try the Mirror Mountain stone wall again? Lu Qinyu had a glint in her eyes as they followed the figure. It was Yi Wuchen. Others had not taken notice, but just a while ago, she saw Yi Futian, Yu Xing, and Yi Wuchen speaking. And right after that, Yi Wuchen headed for the stone wall. What did it mean? Lu Qinyu's eyes were trained in the direction of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. She watched as Yi Wuchen sat down on the ground in front of the wall and released his fate. Why does his sword will feel so different from that of others? So terrifying. At this point, everyone was dazed by Yi Wuchen as the area around his released fate seemingly filled with a force of formless swords, giving off a dangerous feel. Yi Futian was not surprised by this. Yi Wuchen was not only a swordsman, he was also a spiritual sorcerer. His life spirit was a small silver sword, a natural-born swordsman. Cultivating with comprehended will was associated with the element of spirit. Yi Wuchen was enlightened with sword will and was able to combine his will, fate, and spiritual energy. The noble will which he possessed was different from that of others. It was more powerful. Even his formless spiritual sword intent had extreme attack powers. If his opponent did not have noble will, Yi Wuchen would easily be able to destroy them even if they were in higher levels. Although Yi Wuchen only had mid-level noble will, he was definitely no weaker than a cultivator with upper-level noble will. After Yi Wuchen acquired the fate of the noble from his ritual implement, he also absorbed the fates of multiple powerful cultivators from the Fuyun Sword clan. Right now, the Mirror Mountain stone wall looked almost transparent once again. A formless force encapsulated Yi Wuchen's body. Gradually, more and more people took notice and turned their attention to him. Yi Wuchen was going to challenge the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yi Danchen and Yi Lingxi were also looking over. This cousin of theirs had been cultivating alongside Yi Futian in the ancient barren world, and they had no idea what level he was at now. Slowly, one noble figure appeared on the stone wall. Nobody was surprised by this. When Yi Wuchen had come in front of the stone wall months ago, two noble figures had already appeared. And then, just as everyone expected, the second noble figure appeared. Can he challenge three? Everyone's eyes sparkled as they watched on. Lu Qinyu's eyes were glued in Yi Wuchen's direction, full of anticipation. Although it seemed like the chances for a third figure to appear were slim, Yi Wuchen had already improved greatly since his last attempt. He was in a higher level of cultivation, so it would not be completely impossible. The force field remained over Yi Wuchen. The stone wall released a bright shining light. There was a faint figure of another noble, which caused all spectators to become extremely nervous. Their eyes were stuck on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. A crazy force of will erupted from Yi Wuchen and filled the entire area with sword qi. The figure on the wall became clearer and clearer until it was completely opaque. so real that it was as if the figure was imprinted on the stone wall. The third noble figure had appeared, so powerful. The onlookers stared at Yi Wuqian. Everyone had previously focused solely on Yi Futian and seemed to have neglected those around him. This one-armed swordsman was terrifyingly gifted. In the ancient barren world, only those who were freakishly powerful had been able to make 4 noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. However, there were also very few people who were able to make 3 figures appear, so to do so was already an impressive feat. And now Yi Wuqian had done it. An invisible force was emitted from the wall and entered into Yi Wuqian. He remained unmoved, still wanting to challenge the 4th noble figure. As all the spectators focused on the wall, the faint image of the 4th figure came and went. Finally, Yi Wuqian sighed when that faint image of the noble figure never showed itself completely. But that did not change the looks of amazement people had when they looked at Yi Wuqian. "Qinyu, it seems like you two have a pretty good relationship." Lu Feiyang teased his sister beside him. "Don't think too much of it." Lu Qinyu did not feel like humoring her brother. He just made it to the 6th level Dharma plane. "There's still so much potential," said Lu Fengyang. "Plus, his looks and the aura around him are also outstanding." Lu Qinyu was speechless. Were there really older brothers like him? What was the meaning behind his words? The light still shone on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yi Wuqian stood there looking at it. A little while later, he spoke. "The 100 Lands, Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Wuqian." After introducing himself, he turned and left the stone wall. The Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Wuqian. Everyone committed this information to memory. He actually came from that place on the border of the Eastern Barren Territory. The 100 Lands was a place that people from the Eastern Barren Territory did not head for often. It was too out of the way for them. What was Yi Wuqian's purpose for making his information known? Those from great powers stepped forward, seeming to want to extend an invitation to Yi Wuqian. But just then, they saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walk toward the stone wall. "Go," Yi Futian said softly. Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped in front of the wall. By this time, everyone was already looking over at her. Deep down, they felt as if the thing they had long anticipated was about to come true. In front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Hua Jieyu released her fate. Noble fate of all elements rushed out and climbed high into the sky. Hearts pounded and everyone looked dumbstruck at the scene ahead. The multi-elemental noble fate that radiated off of Hua Jieyu's beautiful figure was upper-level fate. The witch Gu Biyue never left Mirror Mountain. Also watching Hua Jieyu was Lulan Shui. This was when both females realized that Hua Jieyu's beauty was not the only reason Yi Futian was wrapped around her fingers. This powerful female was the reason Yi Futian never paid other women any attention. Lin Yueyao was dazed. Was the gap between her and Hua Jieyu really that big? If that jerk, Yi Futian, would have helped her like he did with Hua Jieyu, Lin Yueyao could very likely have acquired noble fate already. Very quickly, the first noble figure appeared. Then the second. Everyone could feel the heavy pounding of their hearts. They felt it deep down. Something big was about to happen. Hurry and notified the people of the clan, ordered someone from a great power. Many of his fellow clan members scurried. Their status was not enough to persuade Yi Futian and the others to join their clan. "It's too late," said someone else. Nobody expected Yi Futian's group to make their move so suddenly. There was no hint, and they definitely did not give out a specific time beforehand as Xiao Wuji did. The Mirror Mountain stone wall glowed with a bright light. The light grew brighter and brighter until the third noble appeared, sending a shiver down everyone's back. Another genius cultivator who was able to make 3 nobles appear. She also possessed upper-level fate. On top of that, she also seemed to be a full attribute sorcerer. Hua Jieyu challenged a 4th figure, but just like Yi Wuqian, she failed in the end. Looking up at the stone wall, she spoke softly, "Kangyi Kingdom, Hua Jieyu." Another one from the Kangyi Kingdom. Everyone was shocked. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi felt a squeeze in their hearts. The siblings exchanged a glance filled with shock. They shared a realization: the Kangyi Kingdom was about to become famous. Hua Jieyu returned beside Yi Futian and was met with a bright smile. Then, Yu Shang stepped out from Yi Futian's side. He also stopped in front of the stone wall. Do they plan to keep going? Spectators had their gazes frozen on the large figure. Yuxing released his fate, the will of strength, metal, and wind were released. All of the noble level. Another person with upper-level fate. The people were now desensitized to this. Both Yuxing and Hua Jieyu were only in the third-level noble plane but were both in possession of upper-level noble fate. When had it become so easy to acquire noble fate? The mirror mountain stone wall glowed again, its light blanketing over Yuxing. Mere moments later, the first noble figure appeared. Will he also make 3 figures appear? Everyone's thoughts were running wild. Was there going to be 4 freakishly powerful people from one batch of visitors who were able to make 3 noble figures appear? Not too long after, a second figure appeared. Bystanders took a deep breath. He should have no problem with a third figure. Just as they expected, a third figure appeared on the Mirror Mountain stone wall a while after. Yuxing basked in the strong, bright light emitted off the wall. What's going on today? All the people on the mountaintop were rendered speechless. Gu Biue's eyes sparkled in amazement, while Lu Qinyu's heart pounded loudly. This whole group of people was freakishly gifted. On the stone wall, the faint image of the fourth figure flickered. But nobody cared too much this time around, seeing that Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu had been able to do the same before and had both ended in failure. It was most likely going to end the same for this person. Even so, everything these 3 people had accomplished had already shocked everyone around. Slowly, the fourth noble figure's image became clearer. The flickering of the image became shorter, seemingly stabilizing. "Look," shouted a spectator. "This is not possible." Everyone stared at the stone wall. The image of the fourth figure was becoming more and more opaque. And just like that, in front of their very eyes, the fourth noble figure appeared, imprinted on the stone wall. Many people were extremely surprised. Making 4 noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall was something only top-level geniuses could do. And now Yuxing had also accomplished this. Furthermore, he was only at the third-level Dharma plane. "Kangyi Kingdom, Yuxing!" he shouted loudly. Everyone jumped at his volume. "Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Wuchen. Kangyi Kingdom, Hua Jieyu. Kangyi Kingdom, Yuxing. In the name of Kangyi." With Yuxing's roar, everyone's heart shuddered too. What exactly was the Kangyi Kingdom like? The top 3 prides had tested their talents at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They were all extremely brilliant, equal to the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yuxing especially had made 4 noble figures appear. Xiao Wuji had stopped at that point. His was a record, and Yuxing had tied with him as a third-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, and Yuxing were all from the Kangyi Kingdom, then what about Yi Futian? The 100 Lands was a barbaric land, but how did such a small country nurture such talented people? Were they doing this for the name and dignity of the Kangyi Kingdom? At that time, countless eyes looked somewhere, obviously in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, and Yuxing had all displayed their talents. Now, the one they'd all been waiting for should go now. Yuxing walked over. He stood to the side and also looked at Yi Futian. Under everyone's scrutiny, he stepped forward and walked to the stone wall. This guy, countless eyes stared at him. After waiting for so long, was he finally going to do it? Since Yuxing could make 4 noble figures appear, he must be able to do it too. Yi Futian made his way to the stone wall. Facing it, he released his fate. At that moment, dazzling noble fates of all elements rose up. They wove together beautifully. He's full attribute. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian surpassed Xiao Wuji in aspect of fate. All that remained was the test of the stone wall. If he could tie with Xiao Wuji's record and make 4 noble figures appear, and judging from his full attribute talent and his other performance at the mountaintop, he could surpass Xiao Wuji. That moment, everyone felt that they were witnessing the birth of another top talent of the ancient barren world. Yi Futian's fate charged into the stone wall. The wall flashed instantly. Like a mirror, it enveloped Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian felt his mind enter the wall. It was a void like inside the Mirror Mountain stone wall. A terrible will pressed down on him. It was noble intent. Then it transformed into a figure and came down on Yi Futian. But Yi Futian's own will was so powerful now. Fiery noble intent burst forth and danced, branding onto the noble intent, destroying it. A noble figure instantly appeared on the stone wall. So fast, the people muttered, seeing the figure that appeared instantaneously. He was too fast. The first noble figure seemed to pose no threat to him. In the void, the second noble figure appeared. It was made from pure flame intent and burned towards Yifutian. Yifutian's figure, also created by intent, was extremely cold. Icy intent was released, sealing everything. The flame intent was covered by frost. Then thunder intent exploded and destroyed everything. The flame intent disappeared. On the stone wall, a second noble figure appeared. Many advanced cultivators in the Eastern Barren territory could do that. But the third noble figure was a huge challenge. Many were defeated here. Those that could succeed were all the top figures of each force. The third noble figure appeared before Yifutian. It was created by flame intent and was very pure. It felt like the Emperor Noble he'd met at the Lulon relic. Yifutian had to use his Emperor's intent to defeat him. Yiwuchen had lost to the third figure on his first try. This figure was covered in horrible fire that flowed across him like lava. He was like a demon ruling over hellfire. He walked towards Yifutian's intent. The powerful heat rushed over to burn Yifutian to nothing. His will transformed into a furnace. It also bathed in endless fire and seemed to shine like a sun. He was like a sun god. Ancient runes of fire flashed around him like godly flames. The limit of noble fire intent? He wanted to see if his own could defeat the extreme. The two flame bodies walked towards each other with shocking firelight. The body of the Demon King and the body of the Sun Furnace crashed. Fire flowed wildly. At that moment, Yifutian understood something. The first intent he'd released after entering was flame intent, so the flame intent here grew stronger. Now such a terrifying king appeared. It contained noble-level flame techniques and clashed against his intent. Now Wonder Yiwuchen had been defeated the first time. The second time he'd clearly surpassed his limits with his sword and made the third figure appear on the stone wall. Since Yiwuchen could do it, Yifutian wouldn't use his Emperor's intent either. He used his own abilities to battle against the flame intent. He didn't even use other elements. He knew that having noble intents of various elements would give him an advantage here. Various flame runes gradually appeared on the Demon King. They stacked atop each other and glowed faintly. They gradually began burning on his body and grew even brighter. They were dazzling. Gradually, the entire Demon King burned. The huge body transformed into 3 ancient runes. Finally, it turned into formless power and rushed into Yifutian's body. That moment, the third figure appeared on the stone wall outside. At the same time, the formless power surged into his body. Starting from the third figure, he could gain something from each one that appeared. It's the third one. Countless eyes stared at the one standing before the stone wall. With only one more figure, he'd be tied with Xiao Wuji, the record holder. That step was difficult, but once he did so, everything would be different. Yushang had done so, but he wasn't more brilliant than Xiao Wuji before. Thus, the people just thought that Yushang was talented but wasn't as powerful as Xiao Wuji. However, they'd all seen Yifutian's performance at the other 3 relics. If he could tie with Xiao Wuji's record here, it would mean something more. At this moment, another figure transformed by intent appeared before Yifutian in the void. It shattered immediately, and then various flame figures appeared around him. Each one contained extreme noble intent. Yifutian trembled inwardly. No wonder so many prides were stuck here, unable to go on. If he could succeed, he could be the best of the best. These figures attacked directly at once. In an instant, the entire world turned into a world of fire. It destroyed everything and drowned the void. Yifutian saw this and felt his will drown into nothingness. Yifutian looked up. His eyes flashed sharply, and in an instant, a strong ice seal bloomed. It turned everything into a world of ice and fought against the fire. The terrifying fire broke apart the ice and continued towards Yifutian. A cold moon appeared behind Yifutian. It emanated shocking, eerie coldness. All fire in its path was extinguished. A horrible icy storm was swept up. Everything froze where the moon shone down on. But the fire nobles were so terrifying. The fire transformed into rivers of lava that flowed on the ice, continuing to sweep towards Yifutian. More terrifying flame figures charged into the ice world, slapping down on Yifutian with palms of fire. Boom! Yifutian strode through the world of ice. A staff of ice and snow appeared in his hands. It shone with gold light. Not only did it contain ice intent, it also had the strength of metal and earth. He waved his hands and the staff twirled. created a windstorm that swept through. He stepped forward. Like a demon ape, he swept his staff and instantly shattered the noble intent, destroying it. An even more terrifying power burst from him. He charged forward, waving his staff. The 9 heavenly attacks swept past everything, continuing to strengthen. Booms sounded endlessly. Soon, the flame figures all shattered and finally turned into nothing. The world returned to peace. Another gust of formless power surged into Yi Futian from the stone wall as if giving him some benefits. At the same time, a 4th noble figure flickered onto the stone wall. The 4th figure appeared. At that moment, countless hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had done it. With his full attribute talent, he'd made 4 noble figures appear on the stone wall, and he'd surpassed Xiao Wuji in 3 areas. Another future top figure of the Eastern Barren Territory was born in the ancient Barren world. Is it too late? People from the top forces trembled inwardly. They didn't have people from their clan here. Yi Futian had acted suddenly and no one was prepared. Could they make Yi Futian choose them now? What they didn't know was that some noble figures from each top force were also watching this, feeling shaken. What was with today? 4 strong cultivators had come to the Mirror Mountain stone wall today, one after another. 2 had made 3 noble figures appear. 2 had made 4. They'd all come from the Kangyi kingdom. At this moment, everyone in the top level was asking what was with these people from the Kangyi kingdom. They were wondering, can they join us? Everything would have been fine if one genius showed up at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, but now there were 4. It was pretty hard for something like this to go unnoticed by seniors in the noble plane. Furthermore, all of these people had come from the same place, the Kangyi kingdom. Based on the gifts they displayed, it would be difficult to find 4 people like them even in the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make 4 noble figures appear of the stone wall. Not to mention 2 people who were able to do so appeared at the same time. The seniors had already prepared to send people into the ancient barren world with invitations to join their own clans. Of course, the people at the Mirror Mountain stone wall had no idea of this. What they did know was that these 4 people would the talk of the town for quite a while after what happened today. Many of the great powers in the Eastern Barren Territory will know of their existence. And also the name of the Kangyi kingdom. He's still going. Just then, the people noticed that Yi Futian remained in his spot in front of the stone wall. Just like Xiao Wuji, Yi Futian was going to keep trying even after the appearance of the 4th noble figure. But this was a record that no one had ever broken. Not even Yi Futian was likely to do so. All throughout history, the Mirror Mountain stone wall was a place to test the gifts of cultivators. All the geniuses from great powers in the Eastern Barren Territory had come here, and even the top-level geniuses were only ever able to make 4 figures appear of this stone wall. No one had ever reached 5. Supposedly, one of these top-level geniuses had said that it was impossible because they were still only in the Dharma plane. They had yet to truly enter the noble plane. Even Xiao Wuji had said that day after he gave it a try that he was afraid the 5th noble figure may never appear. For someone like him to think so, it was obviously an extremely difficult task to accomplish. Perhaps this was a record that would truly never be broken. Just then, another figure formed by Will appeared in front of Yi Futian at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Standing there, the figure looked like a majestic king and strong energy radiated off from head to toe. Yi Futian could feel a threatening force from him, a very strong threat. All that anyone could see following that was the release of a terrifying force of will from Yi Futian. With a long rod in his hand, he looked as if he could wipe out the heavens. He made his way forward one step at a time. His aura was strong. Yi Futian struck out with his rod with enough power to split the skies. The figure exploded with a ferocious force of willpower. A blinding ray of golden light radiated from him and formed in golden rings of light. The rings then gathered to form an enormous ancient bell. A loud noise rang throughout the air. The ancient bell cracked but had not been split open completely. It was obvious that this golden bell was another powerful defense spell. After the strike, the powerful noble figure reached out one hand. This hand kept extending until it was outside of the ancient bell and morphed into a long vine that unraveled at Yi Futian wildly. Yi Futian backed up quickly. However, his opponent moved as fluid as the wind and as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The vines wanted to take over Yi Futian's body. Are they formed by absolute noble will of all elements? Yifutian thought to himself. He finally understood why Xiao Wuji failed at the fifth figure and why no one had ever broken the record of 4 noble figures. After all, those in the Dharma plane were not true nobles. When encountering anything formed by an absolute noble will of all elements, it was almost impossible to challenge its power. If so, then 5 noble figures could be the limit. It was entirely possible that 5 noble figures was the maximum at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yifutian also had the wind of will around his body. He could move around very quickly. At the same time, in the skies behind him, the sun and the moon hung high. The flames and the ice alternated. A terrifying force of flame will was released, forming ancient characters that floated in the air. A golden divine flame attacked and met the incoming vines, burning them to a crisp. Yifutian's opponent was formed from full attributed noble will, and he was the same. The moonlight shined down and cooled the temperature down to the point of freezing, wanted to seal the approaching figure in ice. The cold and the heat alternated. The flames and the ice were like yin and yang, working together to strangle the opponent. Boom! The figure took a step forward. A frightening force of spiritual will exploded, and a terrifying force could be felt pushing down onto Yifutian. All he knew was that his body felt extremely heavy. Above the figure, there seemed to be a flow of water. The running sounds of the water were endless. The powerful spell that Yifutian targeted at the figure followed the flow of the water back to himself. The look in his opponent's eyes became terrifying. A spiritual spell descended upon Yifutian, and at that moment, he felt as if his body was trapped in a cage of spiritual energy. Just then, the same terrifying look was seen in Yifutian's eyes. A horrifying spiritual storm seemed to have washed over his opponent's spiritual will and absorbed all the spiritual energy. The entire area filled with an endless golden light. The rays of light were like fragments of gold. With the wind, these fragments shot towards the figure. The golden light was like a metal storm that wanted to crush Yifutian's opponent into pieces. Just like maple flames, this was a spell he got from enlightenment by the statues. Another loud thump was heard when the figure took another step forward. An even scarier force of power erupted, and the world seemed to have been put on pause. The metal storm that circled wildly actually stopped moving in the air. Yifutian also seemed to be frozen in place. Had the figure perfectly merged noble will and sorcery? It was no wonder why no one was able to beat the record of 4 noble figures. To make a 5th figure appear was an obstacle set by the heavens. These were the true limits, a boundary not to be passed. But Yifutian refused to believe so. There were no limits. Limits were meant to be broken. Behind him, golden rock wings appeared. His body was fluid and majestic like a dragon. He grew big and tall like a divine ape, ready to amaze the world. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky, destroying what was below. Yifutian's spiritual will exploded, and he was like a young emperor. With the long rod in hand, he struck directly in the air ahead. A dull noise sounded and a force gathered in the surrounding area. He continued to step forward, looking fiercer than ever before. He must break through the gravity spell weighing down on him. Witnessing the scene, the figure released the light of lightning which spread throughout the sky. The lightning attacked right away, striking down on Yifutian. Infused with noble will, the lightning wanted to destroy Yifutian's will. However, his will was firm right now. He allowed the lightning to strike down on him. In his hand, the long rod danced, and the power of the lightning was attracted onto the rod. When he swung his weapon again, the air around him seemed to have split. The sun and the moon, yin and yang, descended on the figure. Yifutian continued to advance. Another attack. He was making a path for himself by cutting through the air. The force of power from the figure grew even more horrifying. It was as if it was ready to eliminate everything on Earth and wipe out the universe. Boom! With a loud noise, Yifutian lifted into the air. In the air, he looked like a god. The long rod struck downward. The roar of the divine ape, the growl of the divine dragon, and the arrival of the divine rock. The figure lifted his head and then transformed into a ray of light. All types of will revolved around him like he was the ultimate noble. Up him went, headed straight for Yifutian. When the two bodies collided, a blinding light shined over the world. Away from this scene, Countless pairs of eyes were focused on the mirror mountain stone wall and the figure in front of it. They saw a terrifying force release from Yifutian. His noble fate rushed crazily into the stone wall, and his mental state seemed to be pushed to the limits. He was still challenging the mirror mountain stone wall's fifth noble figure. However, it seemed like the figure would never make an appearance. The faint image of it came and went and showed no signs of stabilizing. He's still fighting. He hasn't given up, someone murmured. Looks like he's not willing to admit defeat. He wants the challenge. Xiao Wuji had done the same before, but in the end, he thought it was impossible for a fifth noble figure to ever appear. Everyone was in discussion. Some were even trying to determine which clan Yifutian would choose to join. The Donghua clan? The college? Or was it going to the Qin dynasty or the Lu kingdom? Just as they were deep in discussion, the world around suddenly grew brighter. There was actually an extremely bright light coming from the mirror mountain stone wall. What's going on? Everyone looked over to the stone wall in surprise. They then watched as the stone wall emitted a never-before-seen light that glowed over Yifutian's body. A fifth noble figure had not appeared on the wall. However, the four original figures had actually moved. They circled on the stone wall and moved in four directions. Then, they all headed toward the faint image of the fifth figure in the center, and at the very end, they formed a single noble. A bright light exploded from this new figure. The stone seemed to be taking shape. Following that, the light gathered into a single ray that shined out of the stone wall. A small stone figure floated in front of Yifutian. Within this small stone figure seemed to be the purest noble will. Everyone was surprised and then shocked when they realized that the mirror mountain stone wall had dulled and its shine was no more. It was not just because the noble figures had disappeared. It was more like the entire stone wall was different. It could not go back to the way it used to be. The stone wall no longer contained powerful noble will. What did he do? Everyone stared dead at Yifutian. Indeed, the fifth noble figure had not appeared, but Yifutian somehow managed to dull the mirror mountain stone wall. Just then, nobles from the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory suddenly lost their view of the ancient barren world's mirror mountain. Their spell seemed to have diminished. Many people shared the same question. What is happening? Yifutian froze for a moment before taking the stone figure into his hands. He turned around and walked over to Hua Jieyu. Countless pairs of eyes were glued on him, watching like he was some kind of freak. Who could tell them exactly what was going on? Had this guy swallowed up the stone wall's will? Looking at the dull stone wall, it just looked like any ordinary stone wall. Many people felt a squeeze in their hearts. Did this guy come to challenge the relics or to ruin them? What was the small stone figure in his hands? Was it formed by the will from the mirror mountain stone wall? What are you looking at? Yusheng shouted at the people when he noticed all of them giving Yifutian strange looks. Did they still have a problem with him now? Many people looked at Yusheng, speechless. They then looked at Yifutian, feeling unsettled. They didn't know why the mirror mountain stone wall was like this, but one fact was undeniable. Yifutian had done something no one from the Eastern Barren Territory had ever done before. All these years, countless talents had come to the stone wall to undergo the test, but no one had done what Yifutian did today. They remembered how Tangyi had come and arrogantly humiliated Yifutian. Xiao Wuji had wanted to comprehend the statue, so Tangyi told Yifutian to move. Hua Qiqi of the Donghua clan had told Yifutian that he'd have no more chances if he missed this. He told Yifutian to take this chance to join the Donghua clan as if it was charity. Everyone was competing for Xiao Wuji. Looking at Yifutian now, no one could compose themselves. Lu Qinyu was the same. She stared at that handsome figure. That day, he'd become furious, beating the drums 16 times and shattering them. Then he'd left an 8-inch image on the wall and controlled the flame statue to burn off Li Daoyun's arm. He was impossibly wild, but just as everyone was expecting him to go to the mirror mountain stone wall, he stopped. Many thought he'd lost confidence, but what about now? No one knew what he was thinking. She then looked at Yusheng, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Wuchen. These four had shaken the ancient barren world in the name of Kangyi. Their names would appear in all the forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps Yi Wuchen really didn't underestimate the Eastern Barren Territory, but he was confident that Yifutian and Yusheng could sweep through with their talent. No one could surpass them. And everything that Yifutian had done seemed to prove this. What will these people from the Kangi kingdom accomplish in the future? Lu Qinyu thought, looking at them. Gu Biue also looked at the group. She felt regret. Yi Futian's group was more talented than she'd imagined. If she'd known this, she would have used a different method. With her tactics, she could at least be equal with Lu Qinyu. We've completed our goal here. We should head back, Yi Futian suddenly said. Everyone's eyes constricted. Head back? Was he not going to choose a clan? Yu Xin and the others understood what Yi Futian meant. Are you going back to Kangi? Lu Qinyu came up and asked. Yeah, Yi Futian said, smiling. The year is ending. I must go back to see the elders. Why don't you come to the Lu kingdom? I can send strong cultivators to help you back, Lu Feiyang said, walking up. He didn't ask Yu Futian to join his kingdom. Since Yu Futian said he would return to Kangi, it meant that he didn't want to choose a clan. If he hounded Yu Futian to choose, it would be worse. I can't take rewards without doing anything. Smirking, Yu Futian said to Lu Qinyu. Of course, if you want to find a husband, we can be a family. Lu Qinyu was speechless. She glanced at Yi Wuchen, who was also looking embarrassed. I'm fine with that. Lu Feiyang smiled at Yi Futian, and the two men exchanged glances, eyes shining. Lu Qinyu was even more speechless. They were fine, but did they ever ask her opinion? Wuchen, decide if we should leave from the Lu kingdom. Yi Futian grinned at Yi Wuchen while Lu Qinyu glared at him. He was doing it on purpose. Yi Wuchen, Lu Feiyang said. Since you all have decided to return even if you don't go from the Lu kingdom, we also wish to see what Kangi is like. It's just on the way. There are no feelings in it. His words intrigued many. He seemed to be hinting at something. Okay, we'll go from the Lu kingdom. Yi Wuchen nodded. After shocking the Eastern Barren territory with the name of Kangi and Yi Futian wanted to go back, Yi Wuchen obviously knew what he was planning. He wanted to get rid of Kangi's potential threat. After this, no one in the 100 Lands would dare to provoke Kangi. But they weren't entirely safe on the road before choosing a clan. Considering this, they could depart from the Lu kingdom with a convoy from them. Whether people from the ancient barren world or Emperor Luo wanted to attack them, it would be meaningless. Even if they owed the Lu kingdom and didn't choose them, it was still good to have a friend. Judging from Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu's attitudes, they'd be happy if they could join. If not, they could still be friends. Hearing Yi Wuchen's answer, Yi Futian smiled and said to Lu Qinyu, Princess, our Wuchen agreed. Lu Qinyu didn't know what to say. Agreed could also be interpreted in terms of becoming her husband. Of course, she knew that Yi Wuchen didn't think that way. He only agreed to depart from the Lu kingdom. Glancing at Yi Wuchen, a tinge of shyness appeared in Lu Qinyu's beautiful features. Yushang looked at Yi Futian in reverence. It had been like this before him and Xianxia, right? If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's depart immediately, Lu Feiyang said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded. The black winged eagle flapped its wings and flew into the air. It had had fun in the ancient barren world, and it didn't really want to leave. Virgin, what are your plans? Yi Futian asked Lulan Shui. I'll remain here, Lulan Shui said. Her mother only told her to train with Yi Futian in the ancient barren world, not following him home. Since his lover was here, she naturally wouldn't follow. All right, let's meet again if fate allows it. Yi Futian nodded and the group embarked. In the air, Yi Futian looked at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. How is the Kangi kingdom? Yi Lingxi rolled her eyes. So this guy still recognized them? Of course, they weren't angry. That was just how he was. Everything that had happened moved them as well. They could feel that the Kangi kingdom was about to change. Back then, Luo Junlin had returned to the Nanda nation and strong cultivators of the royal Xian temple had come to tell him to go. Now, Kangi had shocked the ancient barren world at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. What was awaiting the Kangi kingdom if they returned now? Both Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan were excited. When we came, everything was all right, but Nandu really seems ready for an all-out war. Of course, we aren't afraid, Yi Danshan said. Ah, Yi Futian nodded. After going back, Kangi's position would be stabilized in the 100 Lands. No one would go up against them anymore. The Lu Kingdom had an independent exit from the ancient barren world situated in a region of the barren city. After exiting from it, Yi Futian's group appeared in the Lu Kingdom's imperial city. Many strong cultivators were positioned there. The royal family controlled it directly and was close to the palace. All the top forces of the Eastern Barren territory had their own passageways. The group went straight to the palace. Seeing the majestic building up ahead, Yi Futian smiled and said, "It'll definitely be nice to be the husband of the Lu Kingdom's princess." Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu were used to it now. "Are you regretting it now?" Hua Jiu asked Yi Futian with a smile. "Regret what?" Yi Futian blinked. "Regretting not marrying a princess." Hua Jiu smiled meaningfully. "No way. There's only one person in my heart," Yi Futian said earnestly. Hua Jiu was satisfied. Lu Qinyu looked at Yi Futian. This guy was arrogant, but he had someone above him too. Before, he was surrounded by beauties, including the virgin and witch. Now, what are you looking at me for? I'm not interested in becoming the princess's husband. Yi Futian gave Lu Qinyu a look. What was she looking at? Has she never seen a handsome guy? Yeah, I know you like servants more. After all, they'll serve you and massage your shoulders, Lu Qinyu said. Yi Futian was shook. Seeing Hua Jiu look at him, he said, "Jiu, how are master and mistress? I miss them." Hua Jiu smiled but didn't reply. "The weather's nice today." Yi Futian looked up at the sky. Everyone smiled. They'd never seen someone so shameless. They soon arrived outside the palace and Yi Futian told them to stop. "Let's just wait here. Won't you like to see our father?" Lu Feiyang asked. "There'll be a chance in the future. We must hurry now," Yi Futian said, shaking his head. If they met with the king and he invited them to join, what should he do? "I see. You all stay here, Qinyu as well." Then Lu Feiyang entered the palace. After a while, a group came out. The leader was an extremely powerful noble figure with natural mightiness. "This is my uncle," Lu Feiyang explained from the side. Lord Yi Futian greeted, bowing. "No need." The newcomer waved his hand and studied them. "As expected, you are all cream of the crop. Even I want to see what the Kangi Kingdom is like, but unfortunately, I have other matters. You can come visit any time." He didn't invite them to join either. Lu Feiyang clearly said something to him. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded. "Feiyang and Qinyu will accompany you all there and bring some of the good stuff from Kangi," the Lord joked. Other than Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu, he also had many noble figures behind him. They would escort Yi Futian's group back to the Kangi Kingdom. Clouds rolled in the sky and a demon appeared, rushing down. It was huge and looked both like a fish and rock. The feathery wings unfurled like a huge cloud. It was a Kuanping, a whale rock demon. "Thank you, Brother Kuan," the Lord said to the demon. "It is fine," the Kuanping said in the human tongue. It then landed in the empty space beside Yi Futian's group. A noble-level demon. Yi Futian's group all focused on it. "Let's go," Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian nodded and they all climbed onto the Kuanping. The wind whistled and the Kuanping spread its wings. It charged up and instantly entered the clouds and disappeared. While Yi Futian was on his way back to the Kangi Kingdom from the Lu Kingdom, many nobles listened as the younger generation members of their clans told them about what happened that day in the ancient barren world. One person in the 6th level noble plane and 3 in the 3rd. Out of the 4 youths, 2 were able to draw out 3 noble figures, 1 made 4, and the last person actually took the light of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They came from the Kangi Kingdom in the 100 Lands and may very well be heading back there from the Lu Kingdom. The Fuyun Sword clan of the Eastern Barren Territory was located on a mountain range consisting of 7 summits that reached above the clouds. These were the 7 summits the Fuyun Sword clan were famous for. Just then, at the cliff of the 7th summit stood an elder with his hands behind his back. He stood there and looked out at the clouds as they floated by. Light reflected off the blades of swords flashed by as some people descended behind the elder. "Go to the Kangi Kingdom and invite Yi Wuchen," said the elder. The people bowed and answered, "Yes." Then, they became a blade of light and disappeared. Moments later, another figure descended. He looked at the elder and shouted, "Senior brother, you want Yi Wuchen to join the 7th summit? I'm afraid the 1st summit would have thoughts about that. Li Daoyun was of the Fuyun Sword clan's 1st summit. What can they say if he was the one that lacked the skill to defeat his opponent?" The elder said nonchalantly. "He was able to cut off the arm of another person." It is obvious others would be able to do the same to him. So, what if the first summit has an opinion about it? The newly arrived man shook his head with a bitter smile. But Yi Wuqian has something against the Fuyun Sword Clan. I'm afraid he won't trust the clan. He's a swordsman. The Fuyun Sword Clan is the best suited place for his cultivation. If he thinks the clan will come up with schemes against him simply because of his rivalry with a younger generation clan member, then he is not suited to be a swordsman. The elder said slowly. Central District of the Eastern Baron Territory, Eastern Baron College. This was the most ancient college in all of the Eastern Baron Territory. All of its 3,000 students were extraordinary cultivators. Presently, many of the students were discussing something in the college. Months ago, Xiao Wuji had entered the college and that caused a huge ruckus. But now, there was a genius cultivator who could be even more outstanding than Xiao Wuji. Rumors had it that the college was contemplating whether or not to send people to the Kangyi Kingdom. Tang Yi was also among the crowd. From time to time, someone else in the crowd around would look over at him, causing his expression to become unnatural. What happened in the ancient barren world all those months ago was a stain on his record. He never in a million years would have imagined that Yu Futian would be able to surpass Xiao Wuji's performance at the 3 big relics. He even broke the record at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. And because of this, he was the joke of the entire school. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Their eyes were trained somewhere ahead. In that very direction stood a young man. One step at a time, he approached the crowd. Tang Ye's eyes widened as someone in the front of the group asked, "Senior brother, has the college made a decision?" The young man who had just joined the crowd nodded, yes. His reply got everyone's attention immediately. They all looked at the young man intently. The young man lifted his head to look at the crowd and smiled. "Stop worrying about things outside the college and focus on cultivation." The college decided not to go. Hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. That person from the Kangyi Kingdom had beat a record in the ancient barren world. He even caused the Mirror Mountain stone wall to dim and dull. Had the college really decided not to pursue such a genius? But then, they thought in the college's perspective, and many began to understand the reasoning behind this decision. The college was a school, not a great, powerful clan. It had always been others who came begging to study at the college. When had they ever begged others to come to cultivate at the school? The college was a place to pass on knowledge. After many of the students became strong and powerful, they left the college. The college has never forced anyone to do anything against their will. It was because of this it did not really matter to the college whether or not an individual was extremely gifted. If someone came to the college, then they would be taught. If they didn't, it wouldn't be thought of as a pity. Back when Xiao Wuji announced that he would be choosing a clan in the ancient barren world, an elder from the college who valued talent asked Tang Yi to head over and ask Xiao Wuji if he would be willing to cultivate at the school. However, there were no conditions brought up to purposely lure him in. When Tang Yi met Xiao Wuji, only a few words were spoken. "I come from the college and would like to invite you to join." Without hesitation, Xiao Wuji chose the college. This was the charm of the college. Yu Futian did not choose a clan. If he had stayed after breaking the record at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he would have been welcome to cultivate at the college if he wanted to. But he didn't. He chose to leave the ancient barren world and headed back to the Kangyi Kingdom. Yi Futian wanted the clans of the Eastern Barren Territory to go all the way to the Kangyi Kingdom to invite him to join them. For a younger generation low-level Dharma plane cultivator to do something like that showed just how untamed and arrogant he was. Then again, he had the right to be. He broke many records and even accomplished what had never been done before. Therefore, it was definite that the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory would go to him. But the college was different from the other great powers. The college was a school and had its own reputation and honor to uphold. A glow reached Tang Ye's eyes, and he thought to himself, even though you're really gifted, you've missed the chance to enter the college. Yi Futian was too arrogant, and arrogance came with a price. Just then, not too far away from the crowd, a figure approached. This figure was clad in a long scholarly robe. It was simple and clean, untouched by all that is unclean. He wore a headpiece and looked like a scholar. This figure seemed to have lacked presence and went unnoticed. Very quietly, he walked closer to the group. The young man who brought the news that the college wouldn't be heading for the Kangyi Kingdom was surprised after taking one look at the figure. What is he doing here? Those who understand me will understand my arrogance, murmured the scholar. Tang Yi froze and sharpened his gaze as he turned over to look at the scholar. He spoke again. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? All the student disciples around turned to look at him strangely. What was this guy doing muttering the words Yi Futian left in the ancient barren world? The scholar smiled and shook his head. Then he continued on his way, leaving the crowd. The young man in front of the group froze and seemed to have gotten something from the words the scholar repeated. Those who understand me will understand my arrogance. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? So, Yi Futian had already stated his attitude through his words. Those who understood his arrogance would naturally go to him. Was the scholar going for Yi Futian? At the thought of this, the young man shivered before turning to leave. The end of the year was nearing and year 1000, of the divine prefecture calendar, was about to pass. In the Kangyi kingdom, there was not a hint of celebratory air. On the contrary, great trouble was headed their way. Some time ago, Crown Prince Luo Junlin of the Nandu nation returned to his country. With him came a noble from the royal Xian temple, along with many of the temple's disciples. In the group of disciples was a girl. She was of superior status at the royal Xian temple, and now, she was Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was also the daughter of his master. From the top power of the Eastern Barren Territory, these powerful cultivators of the royal Xian temple had arrived in the Nandu nation. Emperors from kingdoms all around came to pay their respects. At the same time, they were wishing deep down that this might pave the way for the young cultivators to enter the royal Xian temple in the future. Even if they didn't become core disciples, simply getting in was going to be an important first step. Big countries such as the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom had sent their prodigies into the ancient barren world for trials, and many had already returned. But none of them yielded any positive results. None of them were able to acquire noble fate. So now they had to come up with a different way for them to succeed. It was said that Luo Junlin's girlfriend promised some things to them. At the same time, Emperor Luo claimed the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom went against rules and harbored fugitives of the Nanda nation. Now, Emperor Luo had started a war with them and hoped that the emperors of these other countries would team up with him to force the Kangyi kingdom to hand over the fugitives. Rumor had it that the Yunchu nation, the Yan kingdom, and many other countries had already agreed. They were going to head to the Kangyi kingdom together under the leadership of Emperor Luo of the Nandu nation to get these people back. Chu Kuangren of the Yunchu nation personally witnessed what Yi Futian and his friends accomplished at the Noble Grotto and hypothesized that he would be able to acquire noble fate and become a member of a great noble power. However, now that Luo Junlin was back and had the royal Xian temple backing him, it didn't seem like he was going to give Yi Futian the slightest chance. He wanted to get rid of him once and for all. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian was destined for death upon his return. Neither Emperor Luo or Crown Prince Luo Junlin of the Nanda nation was going to give Yi Futian the chance to mature his powers. It was the end of the year, and it was very possible that Yi Futian might return. This journey back home was going to be his very last. Finally, on this day, all the emperors set off and arrived at the Kangyi kingdom's imperial city. Emperor Luo even brought many of his country's most powerful cultivators. An entire army arrived in the city and surrounded the Kangyi kingdom's imperial palace. Just like that, the Kangyi kingdom was in big trouble. Many people gathered around the imperial palace and watched these newly arrived figures in fear. Emperor Luo had actually gathered the emperors of other countries and led them here. Were they planning on destroying the Kangyi kingdom? On top of the palace door, Emperor Luo stood with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked domineering as he overlooked the Kangyi kingdom's imperial palace. Emperor Yi came from inside the palace, then looked at Emperor Luo. With a cold demeanor, he asked, "What is the meaning of this, Emperor Luo? You are harboring fugitives of my country, and you want to ask me what I mean?" Emperor Luo's tone was cold as ice. "Hand over the traitors of Nandu nation immediately. They are now citizens of my Kangyi kingdom," replied Emperor Yi. "Emperor Yi, we all heard the story of what happened. You're protecting the Nandu nation's traitors. It is only right that you hand them over," said Emperor Chu. "Emperor Yi, you're in the wrong in this situation. If you hand them over, perhaps Brother Luo will be generous enough to spare you," said another emperor. Now that they wanted something from either Emperor Luo or Luo Junlin, the emperors were all on their side. It could only be said that Emperor Yi was unlucky. Luo Junlin came back too quickly. The ancient barren world was now open and he did not want to give Yi Futian a chance to prepare to fight back. Are you all going to gang up on me like that? Emperor Yi asked coldly. I'm already being very nice. Do you really want war? Emperor Luo asked slightly threateningly. Emperor Luo knew that his abilities were similar to that of Emperor Yi, and if a war started, Emperor Yi might be able to get away. Otherwise, he would have saved his breath and just killed his way into the palace. He wouldn't be here negotiating. If Emperor Yi escaped, there would be other troubles. First, they had to capture Yi Futian's family and friends who were in the Kangyi Palace. This way, they would have leverage against Yi Futian no matter when he returned. As long as they got rid of Yi Futian's threat, Emperor Luo's rivalry with Emperor Yi could be taken care of slowly. There was no rush for that. His son, Luo Junlin, was now doing well at the Royal Shen Temple, and his girlfriend was the daughter of a high official at the temple. Sooner or later, little old Emperor Yi would be taken care of. Far from the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, a group of figures sat at the top level of a restaurant, enjoying a feast. The restaurant was in a good position. Eating and chatting at the top level, they could see the Kangyi Palace. Luo Junlin was here at the moment. He sat across from a girl and was in a good mood. Will they hand them over? The girl asked. They should. They wouldn't risk their lives just for some outsiders. Luo Junlin replied calmly. With the current situation, it was impossible for Emperor Yi to refuse. Oh, the girl smiled. If they refuse, I'll send the message. Thank you, Shiro, Luo Junlin said gently. He knew that even though he was in the Arcana plane, he still didn't have the ability to make the nobles of the Royal Shen Temple work for him. Nobles were proud and would never help a disciple take care of a small country's matters. Thus, he could only rely on the situation. He wouldn't act so early if the ancient barren world didn't open. He'd entered it and he'd witnessed Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's talent. Once they reached the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, it was highly possible they would be accepted by a top force. By that time, it would be very difficult to kill them. He slowly looked over at the palace in the distance. A cold sneer appeared on his face. So what if Yu Futian had ministers was prediction? Even if Luo Junlin didn't want to be Nanda Nation's emperor, the position belonged to the Luo family. No one else could take it. Once he became a noble and truly entered the upper level of the Royal Shen Temple, he would have the Luo family rule over the 100 lands. All other countries would bow before him. At that time, he wouldn't be so kind to the Kangyi Kingdom. When he had enough power, he could naturally be able to destroy them without the Royal Shen Temple's help. At the Kangyi Kingdom, Emperor Yi was currently staring at Emperor Luo and the other emperors coldly. Emperor Luo had asked him if he was preparing to declare war if he didn't hand them over. If war began now, he could escape, but the others in the Kangyi Palace would meet tragedy. Before, he only faced Emperor Luo and guessed that the man wouldn't really declare war. Otherwise, they would both be destroyed in the process. It was different now. He'd come with other emperors to pressure him. Emperor Yi scanned the others and said coldly, You're doing this because Luo Junlin entered the Royal Shen Temple and want to ally with him. But have you thought about Yi Futian's talent? He will definitely join a force in the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, would you be able to withstand his revenge? Emperor Chu and the others frowned slightly. They'd considered this before, but right now, Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin wouldn't let Yi Futian live. After capturing his relatives in Kangyi and surrounding the palace, they would have people guard the entrances from the ancient barren world. They would capture Yi Futian as soon as he came out. This way, it would be impossible for Yi Futian to escape. He would die unless he stayed in the ancient barren world for decades without returning to Kangyi. But there was a low possibility of this happening. After all, a youth who was not even 18 yet wouldn't have that much patience. Furthermore, there were so many strong cultivators in the ancient barren world. It was possible for Yi Futian to die there, but not for him to enter a top talent. To them, the opportunity before their eyes was more important. You're still fantasizing that Yi Futian can live? Emperor Luo said coldly. The day he leaves the ancient barren world is the day of his death. Emperor Yi looked up. Staring at the other, he laughed. An emperor, someone of the noble plane, fears a youth to this extent. This is laughable. If you knew this, why would you send that letter in the first place? Emperor Luo frowned. There was a reason why he sent that order to the Donghai city. He'd ordered Minister Hua to personally capture Yi Futian, but who would have guessed that he could escape? His talent was beyond expectation too. But Emperor Luo didn't regret anything. All of this was fated. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were destined to become his enemy. He was just overly confident back then. He didn't think that he could send out an order as an emperor but still have Yi Futian escape. Thankfully, that was impossible now. Ignoring Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo strode forward coldly, walking to the palace. Presumptuous. Sword intent flowed. The palace was instantly enveloped by an extremely strong sword aura. Emperor Yi shot into the air and blocked Emperor Luo's path. They were at a stalemate with swords unsheathed. At that moment, someone walked over from the distance. It was a young man in the Arcana plane. When he appeared, there was faint arrogance in his eyes, even when faced with people of the noble plane. They were only kings of small lands, and he looked down on them. The royal Xian temple orders the Kangyi kingdom to immediately hand them over. Otherwise, you will pay for your actions, the man said arrogantly to Emperor Yi. The other emperor's eyes immediately hardened. With support from the royal Xian temple, there was nothing to fear. The young man gazed at them coolly and turned to leave. He didn't care about these things. If not for his junior sister, he wouldn't even come to such a barbaric place. His words might seem arrogant and almighty, but he didn't feel that great. There was nothing to be proud of for the royal Xian temple to threaten a small country. Did you hear clearly? Emperor Luo threatened coldly. I don't care if you're hiding Nandu's traitors. But now, I personally came to your palace to take them away. If you still stop me, you are treating all of us as enemies. Think clearly. With that, Emperor Luo walked out. The other emperors followed behind Emperor Luo. One said, Emperor Yi, why do you do this for outsiders? If we go to war, this palace will be the first to be destroyed. Is it worth it? Can you fight against the royal Xian temple's order? Another emperor said as they all stepped into the palace. Emperor Yi's expression was uncomfortable. At the Tingfeng banquet last time, he only faced Emperor Luo by himself. If Emperor Luo didn't care, then he didn't care either. But now, he faced pressure from all the emperors and even the royal Xian temple. He either had to give in or declare war. If war was declared, the first to be destroyed was the palace and the people inside. It was unclear if even he could survive. Halt! A group came from the distance. Everyone turned to see the group. Yishao was at the front and he was the one who spoke. Behind him were some strong cultivators of the palace. Hua Folu, Yixiang, and the others were there too. We'll hand them over, Yishao said to Emperor Luo. Emperor Yi looked over, his eyes sharp. What did you do? He demanded. Father, they followed me voluntarily, Yishao said. In his opinion, it was unavoidable. They had to hand Yu Futian over, but his father was too benevolent. Since he couldn't do it, Yishao would. He said some things while going to the palace, and these people cooperated, coming voluntarily with him. Your Majesty, we will go with them, Yixiang said. Emperor Yi had already been kind enough to them. Now, he was faced with the royal Xian temple's pressure and couldn't fight back. Since that was so, Yixiang couldn't let him take risks. Since the end couldn't be chanced, they could only accept it. He just wished Yi Futian wouldn't come back. No. Emperor Yi looked at Yixiang. Your Majesty, Hua Fenglu said, looking at him. No need to try and dissuade us. At the same time, Hua Fenglu used spiritual sorcery to tell Emperor Yi, Futian and Jieyu are in the ancient barren world. Emperor Luo will put guards around the entrance. There are many things you must do still. Emperor Yi heard Hua Fenglu's words and sighed inwardly. He knew that Hua Fenglu was right. Since Emperor Luo had come, they would definitely be guarding the ancient barren world's exit too. He had to stay alive to help Yu Futian. At the same time, a huge demon descended from the clouds outside the Kangyi kingdom's imperial city. The Kuanping spread its wings, covering the sky and sun. The people below all looked up. Seeing the huge demon, their hearts shuddered. The Kuanping. It's the legendary Kuanping. Someone yelled in shock. It was their first time seeing a real Kuanping. Who's coming now? They thought as the Kuanping landed. Many emperors had arrived in the imperial city today and went directly to the palace. Apparently, the top force royal Xian temple had come too to make the Kangi kingdom hand over the family of Yi Futian, the first on the Fenghua rank. But now a huge Kuanping came from the clouds. There seemed to be many figures on its back but were blocked. Who were these people? Why did they come? The Kangi kingdom had suddenly become so lively. We're finally here, Yi Futian said, smiling at the palace. It had been almost 1 year. He missed his master and the others. This is the imperial city? Lu Feiyong looked down and joked. It's the birthplace of so many geniuses. Can I stay a few days? It was indeed rare for one country to have 4 prides. Yi Futian chuckled. In reality, he wasn't from Kangi Kingdom. He was from Nandu. Brother Lu, you can stay as long as you wish. I'm just afraid you won't feel used to things, Yi Danshan said, smiling. The Kuanping continued forward at an extreme speed. Everyone under it looked up at the huge beast, their hearts trembling. Was it another strong cultivator from the royal Xian temple? After a while, the palace was close. Yi Futian looked over and vaguely saw some figures in the air. It seemed to be a confrontation. The Kuanping zipped through the air and was now even closer to the palace. Yi Futian's eyebrows furrowed. What's going on? It's a confrontation. Looks like the beginning of a fight, said a noble from the side. Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan also furrowed their brows in confusion. A fight at the Kangi palace? If it had to do with the palace, then it had to be something big. At this time, both sides had already pulled swords at the palace. Emperor Yi had also been persuaded by Yi Xiang and Huafolu. In their current situation, resistance would only get them all killed. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, and the others were in the ancient barren world and would end up without anyone to help them. Many people from various great powers of the Kangi kingdom were also gathered around the palace. Powers like the Kangi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans, stood witness to everything that happened. They were flooded with emotion as they never thought their country would end up in such a situation. Yi Futian was indeed a rare genius in the 100 lands, but what had he brought to the Kangi kingdom? Was his arrival a blessing or a curse? At the moment, it was a curse in the eyes of many. Yi Futian himself was in a lot of trouble. Students of the Kangi College, such as Wu Qianfan and Yu Jiang, as well as Bai Qiu and others from the Qin clan, were all participants of the Fenghua banquet alongside Yi Futian. Not only them, but many others had personally witnessed Yi Futian's performance at the banquet. He was a glory plane cultivator who defeated those in the Dharma plane. He was powerful. But Luo Junlin was able to enter the royal Xian temple. How domineering! No matter how gifted Yi Futian was, this seemed to be the end for him. There was no chance for him to keep growing. Yi Xiang, Huafolu, and the others walked forward. Beside Huafolu was Nanda Wenin and Tang Lan. He looked over at them and smiled. I'm sorry that both of you have suffered by being with me. We went through tough times like this all those years ago. It doesn't bother me anymore. As long as Jiayu and Futian are well, I am content, Nanda Wenin said as she held Hua Fenglio's hand. I'm jealous, Tang Lan said with a teasing smile. Hua Fenglu smiled and held her with his other hand. Tang Lan resisted a little but quickly gave up and allowed Hua Fenglu to hold her hand. They didn't bring any of their juniors, as this was basically giving their lives away. Just them was sufficient. Emperor Luo and his people smiled coldly at this sight. In the end, they had complied. A chilling breeze blew over from afar. What is that? Asked one of the emperors as he lifted his head to look into the sky. His utterance caused many people to look in the same direction. The wind was blowing stronger and more intensely. However, the winds were not due to a change in the weather. It was a large demon beast, flying over in their direction. The weird winds blew over the people. Even Emperor Yi looked over at the large beast in the sky. The beast was enormous. It was a top-level demon beast, the Kuanping. Yi Xiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others stopped in their tracks. When they noticed that everyone else was focused on the skies above, they turned their attention in that direction as well. Above the imperial palace was the Kuanping. With every flap of its giant wings, the sea of clouds seemed to part, making way for the ferocious beast. The aura of this beast was also extremely terrifying. A noble beast. Everyone felt a shiver down their backs. A noble Kuanping had appeared in the Kangi kingdom. Who else had arrived? Far away at the top floor of a restaurant, Luo Junlin and Shiro were drinking wine happily. However, their expressions changed as soon as they took notice of the Kunping's appearance in the distance. Does the Royal Xian Temple have a Kunping? Luo Junlin asked Shiro. No. She shook her head in response. That isn't a beast from the Royal Xian Temple. She frowned and her eyebrows knit together. The Kunping was an incredibly powerful demon beast. A noble-level Kunping would most definitely only belong to a great power and was definitely not from a place like the Hundred Lands. Anyway, she did not care too much about it. Even if it was from a great power, the Royal Xian Temple was also one of the top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. How many top powers out there could pique the interest of the Royal Xian Temple? Which one of those top powers was bored enough to come to this aboriginal land? Very quickly, they realized that the Kunping had stopped. It seemed to have come in relation to what was going on at the palace. Luo Junlin stood and Shiro followed. I'm a little worried, he said. Then let's go check it out, she answered. Luo Junlin nodded and led their group in the direction of the Imperial Palace. The Kunping stopped in the air above the palace. Its gargantuan body blocked everyone's view as it descended slowly. Who is it? Emperor Luo and everyone else stared at the Kunping, specifically at its back as its body lowered. At the front, a couple of people stepped into view. Their eyes sharp and their auras stood out. They seemed to be nobles. Emperor Yi watched these people. Had the powerful cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple arrived? If so, he feared that Emperor Luo would come after him as well. Naturally, he understood that Emperor Luo would take this opportunity to get rid of himself and tie up loose ends. As the Kunping continued to lower itself, the view became clearer and they were able to see the people on its back. Just then, the figure of a young man came into view. A handsome face with an ice-cold expression. The coldness reached his eyes as well. As soon as he saw this figure, Emperor Luo's heart squeezed as if it had been struck by something, and his expression changed immediately. How is this possible? How is it him? The emperors of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom also saw the figure and felt the same sensation as Emperor Luo. A bad feeling brewed in the pits of their stomachs. Just a while ago, they were feeling extremely relaxed. Now, their hearts felt like it was crushed by a boulder in the blink of an eye. A breeze blew by and the young man's white clothes moved with the wind. At first, Emperor Yi froze in shock at the sight of the young man's face. Then his eyes lit up and his fists tightened. Right now, his thoughts ran wild and were filled with a hint of excitement. The Kunping continued to descend and the figures on its back were now clear. Spectators were met with the faces of the youths and the entire palace went silent. Tension was in the air. From afar, the cultivators from the Kangyi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans saw the faces of the newly arrived. Their hearts skipped a beat, especially those who knew Yi Futian from their time together at the Fenghua banquet. Their breathing became uneven. He's back. Not only did he come back safe and sound, he came back on a top-level beast, a Kunping. People thought he would be killed as soon as he exited the ancient barren world, but he wasn't. He wasn't the only one who came back. Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Yi Danshan, Yi Lingxi, and the others were also back. Beside them seemed to be some very powerful people. They had escorted the group back to Kangyi. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely cold. Previously, the people couldn't see him, but he could see everything from up above. His eyes swept over to Emperor Luo, then to Emperor Chu and Emperor Yan. Yi Futian had entered the ancient barren world in hopes of taking care of Emperor Luo's threat, but he did not think it would happen so fast. The results would have been unimaginable had he arrived even a little later. Emperor Luo was actually making a move. Was it because of the Royal Xian Temple? Father, Mother, Hua Jieyu called out as she looked at Hua Fenglu below. Master Yuxing also called out. Yi Futian averted his gaze slowly. Their group descended on the ground and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the others. He greeted, Master, Masteress. You're back, Nandu Wanin said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were now a bit red. She did not think that Yi Futian would come back at a time like this, and on a Kunping at that. It was obvious to her, Yi Futian must have had some interesting encounters in the ancient barren world. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to resolve the issue at hand. Yes, Masteress. Everything is okay now, Yi Futian said softly. Can it be resolved? Xiang stepped up and asked Yi Futian. This was his personality, simple and direct. Yifutian lifted his head and looked at Xiang. That depends on how it's taken care of. Seeing the look in his eyes, Xiang knew that things would be okay. He couldn't help but turn to Yushang and ask, "How is the ancient barren world?" "Master, I'm fine and in the third-level Dharma plane now," Yushang replied. "Not bad," said Xiang, nodding his head. He had improved very quickly. They had entered the ancient barren world in the glory plane. Yifutian then turned to Emperor Yi. "Your Majesty, you were almost put in harm's way because of me. You came back right on time," smiled Emperor Yi. "If you had come a little later, I wouldn't have been able to save your teacher and the others." "We'll talk about this a little later," said Yifutian. He then turned his attention over to Emperor Luo and his people. Emperor Luo gave the nobles who had come back with Yifutian a once-over. He didn't dare to be rash. The identities of these people were still unknown. Had Yifutian also joined a great power during his trial in the ancient barren world? Hopefully, it wasn't one of the top powers from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yifutian moved his gaze away from Emperor Luo. Looking at Emperor Chu and the others, he said, "How do you guys plan to settle this?" The emperors of Yunchu, Yen, and other countries froze. They were confused by this situation. Yifutian was actually speaking to them like this. Where did he get the confidence? They looked over at Emperor Luo, not knowing how to answer Yifutian. He had arrived on the Kunping with nobles as escorts. This was power they didn't dare go against. "We'll settle this with your life." Just then, another group had arrived. Emperor Luo's people parted to make way. Luo Junlin and Shiro had arrived. The person who had just spoken was Hishiro. She already knew that Yifutian was the one Luo Junlin wanted dead. He was the very reason for their trip here to the 100 Lands. Yifutian looked over. He didn't know this woman, but seeing how she arrived with Luo Junlin, Yifutian knew exactly where she came from. She obviously came from the Royal Shen Temple. Only people from there would speak so rashly even at the sight of nobles. It was their confidence as part of the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. The emperors of Yunchu and Yen relaxed a bit when they saw Hishiro step in. What was there to be afraid of when they had the Royal Shen Temple backing them up? One word from Hishiro could end Yifutian's life. At that moment, Hishiro lifted her head and saw the nobles of the Lu Kingdom. She then introduced herself, "Royal Shen Temple, Hishiro." There was no way to say for sure that these people were from the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. Even if they were, they would have to retreat with her status. Her family name was He and she came from the Royal Shen Temple. If they were from the Eastern Barren Territory, they would definitely know what this meant. Lu Feiyang looked at Hishiro with confusion and surprise. "You're the daughter of the Royal Shen Temple's 5th Lord? If you know this, then you should hand him over and leave," Hishiro said proudly after seeing the look in Lu Feiyang's eyes. Behind her, the looks in the eyes of Emperor Luo and his people became heated and sharp. "Of course, I know," nodded Lu Feiyang. "But does your father know that you're this arrogant?" With Lu Feiyang's words, Shiro's confident smile froze. Other than her, the emperors of Yun and Yen suddenly grew nervous again. They looked up in shock at the speaker. Then they saw the mockery in Lu Feiyang's eyes. He seemed to know Shiro but didn't care. If he knew that Shiro was the daughter of the Royal Shen Temple's 5th Lord and could still say such humiliating mockery, this meant something. He didn't care at all. Things were a bit troublesome now. Yifutian had returned on the Kunping with nobles accompanying him. However, the one in charge was not those nobles. It was this young man. This complicated things. What did it mean if a youth's status was above the nobles? It meant that his background was far stronger than what they could see. It was just like how Shiro had come with those nobles. Shiro's eyes turned cold as she stared at Lu Feiyang. "Who are you?" The Royal Shen Temple had 5 lords. Each one was in charge of a temple. Her father was last place in 5th, but he was still a lord. And yet someone dared to speak to her like this, provocative and with disdain. Was he from a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Feiyang from the Lu Kingdom. Shiro's eyes instantly sharpened. The Lu Kingdom was a top force. He was the prince of the Lu Kingdom. They were both from top forces, but his father was the king of the Lu Kingdom while Shiro's father was only the 5th lord. Luo Junlin's expression turned ugly too. Was he that fast? He'd been hurrying to get rid of Yi Futian, worried that he would get the noble fate after entering the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. He worried Yi Futian would be accepted by a top force, so he borrowed the Royal Xian Temple's power and came to Kangyi. It hadn't even been a year, but Yi Futian was back. He seemed to have joined a top force and was escorted back by the Lu Kingdom's prince. This treatment was so much better than what Luo Junlin's when he first joined the Royal Xian Temple. The other emperors all paled. Being in the noble plane, they'd naturally heard of the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. The two strongest kingdoms were the Qin dynasty in the center and the Lu Kingdom in the east. His surname was Lu and he was from the Lu Kingdom. His identity went without saying. They seemed to have gotten involved in a battle between the top forces. Luo Junlin had joined the Royal Xian Temple and returned to the Nandu nation with the daughter of the temple's big figure. He made such a scene. Because of this, they wanted to use the Royal Xian Temple's relationship and came to Kangyi with Emperor Luo. But now it seemed that Yi Futian had joined the Lu Kingdom, another top force. Emperor Luo was distraught. He'd tried many times to kill Yi Futian and had failed each time. Now, he thought his plan was again seamless, but Yi Futian had returned with a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since when did the Royal Xian Temple become so powerful and decide to come to the 100 Lands to show off? Lu Feiyang scoffed at Shiro. Does your dad know? You? Shiro glared at him. Don't look at me like that. Your dad will know soon. Lu Feiyang suddenly smiled. Yi Futian's group had made such a big commotion at the Mirror Mountain. Someone from the Royal Xian Temple must have been present. The Royal Xian Temple had come, but Shiro wanted to kill Yi Futian. This was quite interesting. You did this. Yi Futian gazed at Shiro now, faint murderous intent in his eyes. He'd come too late. He didn't know whether his master and the others were alive or not. Yes. What can you do about it? Shiro looked down at Yi Futian. Lu Feiyang speaking disrespectfully to her was one thing. But who was Yi Futian? He was from the barbaric Kangyi Kingdom. No matter how talented he was, he'd only joined the Lu Kingdom. He didn't qualify to talk to her like that. Even though Lu Feiyang was a prince, she didn't fear him. They were both from top forces. The Lu Kingdom wouldn't declare war on the Royal Xian Temple for an outsider. Yi Futian looked at Shiro and then at Luo Junlin beside her. In Donghai, you were the prince and told me to cultivate with you. But after returning to the palace, you still tried to kill. Now that you've joined the Royal Xian Temple, you still think about me. Do you fear me that much? Luo Junlin's face darkened. Fear? He truly did have some fears. Otherwise, he wouldn't join the Royal Xian Temple and use their power to kill Yi Futian. And you even take advantage of a woman to use their power? Yi Futian scoffed. And that woman is just as egotistical as you once were. You two really do match. Take advantage? Shiro's heart trembled. She thought back to the moments with Luo Junlin. Even when Luo Junlin wanted her to do something, she would do it voluntarily. Just like coming here, she'd brought it up first. Yi Futian didn't look at them. Instead, he looked up at the other emperors and sneered. Are you really not going to settle this today? The emperors all stiffened. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Xian Temple were at the same level. Emperor Luo had the Royal Xian Temple behind him, so Yi Futian couldn't mess with him. But what about them? If Yi Futian used the Lu Kingdom to fight them, what would be the consequence? Shiro looked at Yi Futian. He may be talented enough to join the Lu Kingdom, but as a junior, was he able to be so arrogant? He even looked down on the Royal Xian Temple. She said coldly, from now on, you will all be protected by the Royal Xian Temple. Each one can choose someone to cultivate there. When Shiro said that, she looked directly at Yi Futian. There were many talents in Eastern Barren Territory, but none dared to overlook her like that. Lu Feiyang could, but who did Yi Futian think he was? Thank you, miss. The emperors bowed in reply. They were reassured now. They were worried that they would be abandoned. Since the Royal Xian Temple would protect them, Yi Futian wouldn't do too much even with the Lu Kingdom's help. So you don't plan on settling this? Yi Futian didn't look at Shiro. He still gazed at the emperors. They fell silent. If they settled it, they didn't know what kind of consequence they would suffer. Now that the Royal Xian Temple would protect them, they'd obviously follow the temple. I see. Yi Futian smirked and turned towards Shiro. I hope you can represent the Royal Xian Temple. With that, he turned around the Hua Fenglu and the others. Master, let's go back first. All right. Everyone nodded. They gazed at Emperor Luo's group and turned to leave. Yifutian had now joined a top force. Emperor Luo couldn't do anything to him. This crisis was dissolved just like that. Everyone returned to the palace. Lu Feiyang smiled at Shiro and said, I hope you ask your dad before you make any decisions in the future. Lu Chenyu also looked coolly at Shiro. The group left as if nothing had happened. Earlier, they'd been about to fight, but now everything was calm again. Shiro's features were twisted. Lu Feiyang mocked her multiple times. He didn't take her seriously at all. As the daughter of the Royal Shen Temple's fifth lord, why would she ask her father about something like this? Would there be problems? Luo Junlin asked quietly. Don't worry. I'm here. Shiro gazed at Luo Junlin. The intimidating girl suddenly seemed so gentle. Thank you. Luo Junlin's eyes were apologetic as he took her hand. The other emperors saw this and their eyes brightened. Shiro and Luo Junlin's relationship was better than they'd expected. Now that they'd wronged Yifutian, they had no choice but to follow Luo Junlin. Let's go back, Luo Junlin murmured. No, go back to the hotel, Shiro said. I'd like to see what the Lu Kingdom can do for them. Luo Junlin's eyes flashed and he nodded. They would live in the hotel and see whether the Lu Kingdom would leave. Since Yifutian joined the Lu Kingdom, Shiro wouldn't do anything to the Kangyi Kingdom. Otherwise, they might do the same to the Nanda Nation. She couldn't do that, but she could at least give some pressure. After Yifutian and the others entered the palace, Emperor Yi was still unsettled. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Shen Temple were all top forces. If they really clashed directly, they wouldn't have any problem, but the Kangyi Kingdom might be hurt in the process. This was also why Yifutian didn't cause too much problem. After all, Lu Feiyang was just escorting him back. He didn't join the Lu Kingdom and wasn't anything to them. He had to right to make them fight another top force. Even Lu Feiyang couldn't make that kind of decision. Thank you all for resolving this crisis, Emperor Yi said to Lu Feiyang. You're welcome, Lu Feiyang said. Thank you for not minding our disturbance. I shall order a banquet right this moment, Emperor Yi said. There's no hurry. There might be more people coming later. You won't have time to show your hospitality to us, Lu Feiyang said, chuckling. When they departed, the other top forces should have started departing too. The Kunping was fast, but the others weren't much slower. They would arrive in the Kangyi Kingdom soon. More people will come? Emperor looked at them in doubt. Father, Kangyi might get busy, Yilingxi whispered. What do you mean? Emperor Yi didn't understand. You'll see later. Yilingxi smiled, raising the suspense. Emperor Yi gave his daughter a look. This girl was rarely like this. Was something else about to happen? Aren't you going to say something? Yixiang asked Yifutian. He seemed to have sensed something odd. I don't know either. Yifutian shrugged. He really didn't know what would happen next. He'd entered the ancient barren world and did what he could for this. He didn't know who else would come. He could only wait and see. Very quickly, everything that happened at the Kangyi Palace spread all over the imperial city. In a single day, 2 top powers from the Eastern Barren Territory had gathered in their city. With them came many nobles, a truly shocking sight. Now, there were many people in the area surrounding the palace. It was said these people from the Royal Shen Temple and the Nandu Nation had yet to leave. They were staying at the hotel not too far away from the palace, making it convenient for them to get there quickly at any time. Gradually, the story of Yifutian's mutual resentment with the Nanda Nation spread all over the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. Rumors said that Yifutian studied at the Nanda Nation's Donghai Academy years ago and fell at the schemes of Emperor Luo. He almost lost his life because of it and thus fled to the Kangyi Kingdom. He participated in the Fenghua banquet and ranked first thanks to his peerless talents. At that time, he shocked the entire imperial city and everyone knew his name. And now Luo Julin from the Nanda Nation was in the Royal Shen Temple. It also seemed like Yifutian had joined the Lu Kingdom. This looked to be a continuing feud. Were they going to take this from the Kangyi Kingdom and the Nanda Nation all the way to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory? Those who participated in the Fenghua banquet alongside Yifutian were filled with great emotion. It hadn't even been a full year and Yifutian had already joined one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. Their statuses were going to be worlds apart from here on out. Many people had arrived at the palace. Most of them were imperial officials. Family members of Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao were also present. All of a sudden, the palace seemed extra lively. Although Lu Feiyang had told Emperor Yi there was no need to prepare a feast, the emperor still made the necessary preparations to welcome his guest. "Please have a seat, Prince and Princess," Emperor Yi said politely. Especially because Lu Feiyang was a prince of Lu Kingdom, he should be seated at the front in the main seat. There were also the nobles they came with. Even though he was the emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom, he did not dare mistreat them. "I would not dare to do so, senior. Please sit," Lu Feiyang said respectfully. To him, it was a good thing that they made it in time for what had happened today. He had personally escorted Yi Futian and the others back to the Kangyi Kingdom because he wanted to befriend them. By the looks of their gifts now, they would definitely make a name for themselves in the Eastern Barren Territory sometime in the future. And because of this, Lu Feiyang could not seem too arrogant to Yi Futian's seniors. Emperor Yi wavered at his request. "Please sit, Your Majesty," said Yi Futian. The emperor looked at him once and nodded before taking the main seat. After Emperor Yi was seated, everyone else waited for Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu to be seated. However, Lu Fengyu remained standing while he spoke to Huafo Lu, Yi Xiang, and the others. At the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Yu Xing, and Yi Wuchen made themselves as well as the name of Kangyi known to all of the ancient barren world. Now, the Eastern Barren Territory is extremely curious about the Kangyi Kingdom. It is an honor to be able to meet all of you, seniors. I definitely have much to learn from everyone. Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang had no idea what Yi Futian had experienced in the ancient barren world, but seeing Lu Feiyang's attitude, they were able to make a couple of guesses. "Master, Masteress, Senior Yi Xiang, you guys should sit," chuckled Yi Futian. It was amusing to see how the elders were being so stiff even though it was only a younger generation member of an Eastern Barren Territory top power. But Hua Fenglu would get used to it eventually. He was going to be the master of an emperor after all. Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others sat down. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, and the rest of that group sat beside them. Yi Qingxian was also here now, seated with Yu Shang. "Wuchen, what happened to your arm?" Emperor Luo asked suddenly after everyone was settled in a seat. Yi Wuchen's father also stared at him. There hadn't been a chance for questions before, but now that Emperor Yi had brought up the topic, everyone looked towards Yi Wuchen. "It's no big deal. It was cut off by someone during our trial in the ancient barren world, but Futian has already taken one from him in return," Yi Wuchen answered calmly. His voice was able to send shivers down everyone's spine. They could imagine the danger behind his story and wondered how he could be so nonchalant while talking about the subject. Nobody knew what had happened to Yi Futian and the others in the ancient barren world for them to be escorted back by the prince and princess of the Lu Kingdom. "Can't you at least try to stay out of trouble?" asked Yi Xiang as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned a look at his elder and thought, this old guy still has such a bad temper. What else could he have done when Li Daoyan tried to kill them at the Lulan relic? But he felt responsible for what had happened then, so he chose not to talk back. "Yu Shang, are you okay?" asked Yi Xiang. "I." Yi Futian wanted to scream when he saw Yi Xiang's concern for his own disciple. "I what?" Not coming back for so long and letting Jiyu and Qin Xian worry. Jiyu even went to look for you herself. Do you know how dangerous that is? Is there more you want to say for yourself? Senior E is right. You probably got in tons of trouble running off into the ancient barren world in just the glory plane, right? Hua Fenglu asked softly. Yi Futian lowered his head, slightly upset. He felt wronged. It wasn't easy for him to travel so far just to come home. All right? How could they treat him like this? Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were dumbfounded by this sight. Hints of a smile reached Lu Qinyu's eyes before she wasn't able to hold it any longer and let out a soft chuckle. This guy was so arrogant in the ancient barren world, but as it turned out, his status at home was so low. How pitiful. What are you laughing at? Wuchen's father is here, aren't you going to pay your respects? Yi Futian glared at Lu Qinyu. How dare this girl laugh at him? She was just asking for it. Once she became family with Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian was definitely going to have him discipline her. You! Lu Qinyu's gaze froze and her beautiful face was now a different color. This jerk? Yi Wuchen was listening on and his face darkened. Everyone around was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Lu Chenyu have to pay respects to Yi Wuqian's father? Countless eyes fell on the two. What was the situation with Yi Wuqian and this beautiful princess from the Lu kingdom? I would have forgotten had you not brought it up, laughed Lu Feiyang. He then turned to Lord Yi beside Yi Wuqian and bowed his head in respect. Greetings to Uncle Yi. Lord Yi was dazed. Was the Prince of Lu bowing to him? Chenyu, aren't you going to greet your elders? Lu Feiyang looked to his younger sister beside him. I. Lu Chenyu felt so wronged. But there were also many people looking at her. She couldn't be the one to dampen the atmosphere. Thus, she had no choice but to bow respectfully and say to Lord Yi, "Greetings to Uncle Yi." Lord Yi could not stop blinking. He was still in a stupor. Lord Yi, wouldn't it be better to have some sort of welcome gift at a moment like this? Asked Yi Futian, contributing to the chaos. That's enough from you, Lu Chenyu said through her tightly clenched teeth. She glared at Yi Futian with rage in her eyes. Yi Futian's lips curled into a big smile. This was what she got for laughing at him. You are too polite, Lord Yi said with his hands joined together in front of him. His eyes drifted onto Yi Wuqian beside him. He thought, so, my son lost his arm but is now in some sort of relationship with the Lu princess? Spectators did not want to watch any longer. This was just Yi Futian teasing Lu Chenyu. But could there actually be something going on here? Regardless of all this, the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom seemed to have a better relationship with Yi Futian than anyone anticipated. If Yi Futian had simply joined the Lu kingdom, he wouldn't have such high status. They were playing around like friends. Futian, you must have been through quite a lot in these past months. You've gotten so thin, Nandu Wanin said softly. Yeah, there's something around every corner in the ancient barren world. I've faced many challenges. Yi Futian nodded immediately. Indeed, Masteress is the only one who cares. It's almost the end of the year, stay until after the New Year's. Nanda Wanin knew that Yi Futian probably was not going to stay here with them. All right, he nodded. And then after New Year's, Master and Masteress can come with us to the Eastern Barren Territory. Together, murmured Nanda Wanin. Yi Futian had just gone to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory and was not yet established. It wouldn't be easy. Yeah, Jieyu and I still have to take care of you guys, nodded Yi Futian. Shameless, thought Lu Chenyu. This jerk was such a brown-noser. No wonder he was able to trick his master and masteress into giving him the hand of their daughter. Nanda Wanin glanced at Huafo Lu, who said, you should take care of yourself first, don't worry about us. If you guys are willing to come to the Lu kingdom, then you will be my family as well. Lu Feiyang picked just the right time to throw in his bait. Although he wasn't going to force Yi Futian and the others into anything, it wouldn't hurt to try since they were already here in Kangyi. I still think it would be better to find the princess a husband from our group, Yi Futian said with a smile. This confused everyone even more. So, Yi Futian and the others hadn't agreed to join the Lu kingdom? If so, then why did the powerful Lu cultivators escort them back to Kangyi? Just as they were chatting, a few forces of incredibly strong sword intent appeared in the skies a distance away from the imperial palace. So quickly, they seemed to be whistling in the clouds. In an instant, everyone around the palace could feel the sword intent in the sky and couldn't help but look up. Such strong sword intent, everyone thought in shock. At the hotel where Emperor Luo and his people stayed, Hishiro and everyone else looked up as well. What was going on? Noble sword intent, said a noble standing behind Hishiro. And not just one. After he had spoken, a few rays of immensely bright lights from a sword split through the clouds and drifted down. Multiple figures appeared, riding on their swords. Their eyes swept down and into the direction of the Kangyi palace. At the feast in the palace, Emperor Yi, who was also a swordsman, could feel it too. His head lifted to the sky and his heart skipped a beat. So strong, even stronger than his own sword intent. Who was coming this time? Lu Feiyang looked into the direction of the newcomers and thought, they're here. He was a little surprised. It had actually been the Fuyun Sword clan who had arrived first. The Blades of Light arrived outside the palace. The members of the Fuyun Sword clan remained in the air as they spoke. The Fuyun Sword clan has come to pay the Kangyi kingdom a formal visit. The voices pierced through the air like a sword and spread all around, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Seated at the top level of the hotel, Hishiro stood abruptly, heart pounding. Luo Junlin, as well as Emperor Luo and his people, felt the same way. In the past, the royal Xian temple had arrived in the Nanda nation, and that was the turning point of Luo Junlin's life. Oh, the glory! But how was the attitude of the royal Xian temple back then? And how was the attitude of the Fuyun Sword clan now? The clan had come to pay the Kangyi kingdom a formal visit. The feeling that something bad was going to happen grew stronger and stronger in the emperors of the various countries seated around. Emperor Yi stood. His sharp eyes looked outside the palace. The Fuyun Sword clan had come to visit. Let's go. Emperor Yi prepared to go welcome them. Your Majesty, Yi Futian called out. Emperor Yi looked at him, confused. Ask them why they have come from here, Yi Futian said calmly. Had it been any other top power, he wouldn't have stopped Emperor Yi, but because it was the Fuyun Sword clan, it was better to ask first. Ask from here. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Everyone at the feast looked at him as well. What on earth did this guy do in the ancient barren world? Yi Futian saw Emperor Ye's suspicious expression and nodded. Your Majesty, please believe me. All right. Emperor Yi nodded. He gazed outside the palace and declared, For what reason did you come to my Kangyi? The Fuyun Sword clan stood outside the palace. Hearing Emperor Ye's voice, one of them said, The 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword clan is here to invite Yi Wuchen to cultivate with us. His voice rolled through the vast space. So many hearts trembled at that moment. At the seats in the palace, the lord beside Yi Wuchen trembled, his face turning red. The Fuyun Sword clan, a top force from the eastern barren territory, came for his son? The leader of the 7th summit had personally sent out the invitation for Yi Wuchen. Luo Junlin had been so mighty in the 100 Lands. Back then, the royal Shen temple had arrived and stayed in the air to call for Luo Junlin to go there. All of Kangyi was shocked too. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Wuchen. His left arm was missing, but he was still quiet. However, his eyes had changed. Before, Yi Wuchen was only a top talent of the Kangyi kingdom. No one expected the Fuyun Sword clan's leader could invite him. Not only there. At the hotel, Shiro's eyes hardened and Luo Junlin shuddered. As for the others, they heard a boom inside their minds as if the sky was cracking. The Lu kingdom had escorted Yi Futian's group here. Their relationship went without saying. Now, the leader of the Fuyun Sword clan invited Yi Wuchen to cultivate with them. If Yi Wuchen agreed, another disciple of a top force would be born in the Kangyi kingdom. There were many people gathered around the palace at the moment. All the strong cultivators and civilians of the Kangyi kingdom were shaken. Many eyes at the banquet area were trained on Yi Wuchen. Right now, he seemed like the star. What do you think? Yi Wuchen looked to Yi Futian, wanting to know what he thought. The 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword clan. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and he looked to Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu. He was quite surprised that the first to arrive would be the Fuyun Sword clan, and for Yi Wuchen at that. He wasn't too familiar with them, but Lu Feiyong must know. The Fuyun Sword clan has 7 summits with a leader for each, Lu Feiyong said. The Royal Xian Temple's leaders are ordered by ability, but in the Fuyun Sword clan, each summit is different. The 7th summit specializes in killing, especially in the killing sword techniques. According to rumors, the 7th summit leader is second only to the clan leader, the leader of the 1st summit. Li Daoyun is from the 1st summit. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He stood up and said, Let's go out. Emperor Yi felt this way too. No one wanted to feast anymore. They all walked towards the lights outside the palace. The nobles of the Fuyun Sword clan were still hovering on the swords in the sky outside the palace. A short while later, they saw the comers. Many people were gathered there, all looking at the palace. In fact, Shiro and Emperor Luo's groups had come too. They wanted to witness this with their own eyes. I am Yi Futian. Greetings, seniors, Yi Futian bowed. The 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword had come as guests. He must be respectful. I am sure you know about the conflicts between Yi Wuchen and Li Daoyun. How will you settle this? He asked, looking up. Li Daoyun is the disciple of the 1st summit. We are from the 7th summit, one man said. Our leader wishes to invite Yi Wuchen to cultivate. As for the conflicts, those are their private matters. The Fuyun Sword clan will not get involved. Yi Wuchen is talented with the sword. We are the most suitable for him. Thank you for your answer. Yi Futian nodded and smiled at Yi Wuqian. He said, Wuqian, I'm sure you've made a decision. Yi Wuqian's eyes flashed. He was a pure swordsman and was obviously interested in swordsmanship. He hadn't considered them because of Li Daoyun, but now that a summit leader personally invited him, he was obviously tempted. The Fuyun sword clan was paradise for swordsmen. I accept. Yi Wuqian nodded, showing his decision. Great. When will you depart? The swordsman asked straightforwardly. I will go at the beginning of the year, Yi Wuqian answered. All right. The man waved his hand and a sword started flashing. You can fuse your spiritual energy into here. This sword will now represent you. Yi Wuqian accepted it and the swordsman continued. We will report back now. Farewell. Thank you. Yi Wuqian nodded. Several beams of sword light instantly cut past. They went into the distance and disappeared. Lord Yi was extremely excited. His son had joined the Fuyun sword clan, a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, the second top figure of the clan had sent the invitation personally. This was such an honor. I didn't think Wuqian would be the first of the Yi family to leave Kangyi, Emperor Yi said. He was happy but also disappointed. His children were not as talented. Thanks to you, Your Majesty. Lord Yi was overjoyed. Let us return, Emperor Yi said cheerily. The group returned to their seats. But before long, the clouds turned in the sky above the palace. There was a long whistle and everyone looked up. A moment later, a beautiful demon broke through from the clouds. A blue phoenix. Everyone was shocked as they looked up. What's going on? The people around the palace trembled inwardly. The blue phoenix descended and countless angelic figures were atop it. Such beautiful angels. What was going on with the Kangyi kingdom today? Were these people from a top force too? The Moon clan of the Eastern Barren Territory is here to invite Hua Jieyu of the Kangyi kingdom to cultivate, the angel on the blue phoenix said. Shiro's expression grew even more uncomfortable. Hua Jieyu. Luo Junlin's face was chalky white. Before, Emperor Luo had wanted Hua Jieyu to marry him. Now she would also join a top force. Welcome, a voice said in the palace. The angels of the Moon clan entered the palace with the blue phoenix. How can this be? Emperor Luo couldn't accept it. Yi Wuqian and Hua Jieyu had all been invited by top forces. The other emperors beside him were even paler. 3 top forces had landed in the Kangyi palace now. There was another terrifying gust of power in the air. Another demon flew in from the distance and appeared above the palace. There was an extremely beautiful girl at the front. She was clad in all white and her smile was mesmerizing. The group gazed at the banquet below. Smiling, the girl said, Young Master Yi, your servant is here to see you, representing the Witch clan. The Witch clan? Who's young Master Yi? In the palace, Yi Futian's face darkened. Hua Jieyu grinned at him, saying, Your servant's here to see you. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. So classy, Yi Xiang said in disdain. Yu Shang, don't be like him. Oh, Yu Shang nodded obediently. Yi Futian glared at the girl in white. What was she doing here? You're not welcome, he said, face dark. How can you refuse your servant? The Witch clan landed from the sky. Many strong cultivators had come too. The Kangyi people were numb at this sight. There was another dazzling light in the sky. A group came in majestic chariots. The strong cultivators wore elegant robes and their noble aura was obvious. When they came to the sky above, they walked out of the chariots. One stood and said, The Qin dynasty from the center of the Eastern Barren Territory is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom. The Qin dynasty. Shiro's delicate frame shuddered. What was happening? You're all so fast. At that time, another voice rang out. A group of figures clad in white robes sped over from the distance. When they arrived, one man said, The Donghua clan is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom. Luo Junlin's face was ghastly pale and bloodless. Emperor Luo, were all the top forces grouping here? Could someone tell him what was happening? The people around the palace rustled with excitement. They didn't know how powerful these forces were, but they seemed to be the most powerful of the Eastern Barren Territory. They'd all come to visit Kangyi. Welcome, welcome, Emperor Yi kept saying. His voice was pleasantly surprised. This was crazy. Every force that arrived was a top force. What was with the world? They all entered the palace, but soon after, someone else came. The royal Xian temple is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom. With that voice, a group arrived in the sky above. Inside the palace, many people were confused. The royal Xian temple was here too? Shiro and Luo Junlin stared at the descending group. It's the headmaster, someone said behind Shiro. With that, he shot into the sky. The newcomers looked over and saw Shiro. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all here?" Shiro didn't know how to reply. She suddenly remembered how Lu Feiyong told her to ask for her father's opinion before making any decisions. Luo Junlin, you are from the 100 Lands and know the Kangyi Kingdom's emperor, correct? Are you familiar with Yi Futian and Yusheng? Luo Junlin's heart shuddered as his face paled even more. The royal Xian temple was here for Yi Futian and Yusheng. When the cultivator from the royal Xian temple saw Luo Junlin and the rest of his people at the Kangyi palace, the first thought he had was that he might be acquainted with Emperor Yi. It was said that he was also the son of an emperor in the 100 Lands. This was why they asked if he knew Yi Futian and his friends. However, the cultivator frowned at the sight of a pale-faced Luo Junlin. There seemed to be something amiss. What's wrong? Luo Junlin lifted his head to look at the noble plain cultivator in front of him. He didn't know what to say. It wasn't like he could tell the noble that he was here to kill Yi Futian. Shiro had the same helpless look on her face when she asked, "What did Yi Futian and Yusheng do? Why have so many people from the Eastern Barren Territory come here?" One noble looked at Shiro. They were the headmaster's people and also nobles. So, even though Shiro was the daughter of the Fifth Lord, they needn't be especially respectful. Yi Futian and Yusheng's noble fate is of the upper level. Yusheng made 4 noble figures appear on the mirror mountain stone wall, and Yi Futian took the light of the wall, answered the noble. Shiro's heart pounded heavily and her face paled. The same went for Luo Junlin. He could feel a suffocating pain in his heart. They were disciples of the royal Xian temple, so naturally they knew what the noble figures on the ancient barren world's mirror mountain stone wall stood for. For noble figures, that was something only top-tier geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory could accomplish. And Yusheng had done it. The noble also mentioned that Yi Futian took the light of the stone wall. Did he become famous overnight? The top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory sent people to fight over the 2 of them. What is it? The noble continued to ask. There was a strange look in the eyes of Shiro and Luo Junlin. Upon hearing the noble's continued questioning, the couple kept their mouth shut. Behind them, Emperor Luo, the Emperor of Yunchu, as well as the rest of their group, all had a stuffy feeling in their hearts. This was especially so for Emperor Chu and the other emperors. They had originally thought that even though they were making an enemy out of Yi Futian, they would still manage to acquaint themselves with the royal Xian temple. But now it seemed like Lu Feiyong was right. Could Shiro really represent the royal Xian temple? So he saw this coming. Yi Futian and Yusheng had not joined the Lu kingdom. They were simply escorting the group of youths back. Now, various top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory had come for them. It's all over. Everyone shared this same thought. Although they were noble plain cultivators, they understood what everything that happened today added up to. Was it even a question that the people fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory would become nobles? And there wasn't just one person. It was 4. In the future, there would be multiple nobles in the Kangyi kingdom. They were also going to be nobles from different top powers. Even if the emperors could escape unscathed now, would they be able to run from them later? They were the emperors of entire countries. The only thing they could do to save themselves was to abandon their countries and run. The daughter of a royal Xian temple lord and other disciples surrounded by palace today in attempts to kill Yi Futian. How are we worthy of a formal visit from the temple? A voice rang out from within the palace. It was Emperor Yi. The noble from temple had already guessed that something was wrong by the looks in Shiro and Luo Junlin's eyes, but when he heard what Emperor Yi had said, his expression darkened even more. The royal Xian temple's chances of winning the fight over Yi Futian and Yusheng were slim to begin with. However, they still wanted to give it a shot, and that was the purpose of this trip. But now, since the daughter of the royal Xian temple's 5th lord had come and tried to kill Yi Futian, what was the point of trying to fight for him? They had already greatly offended him. Many nobles turned to stare at Hishiro and then at Luo Julin. To him, one of the nobles asked, "It's because of you?" Hishiro had been cultivating at the center of the Eastern Barren territory, so how was it possible to start a rivalry with Yi Futian? They probably didn't even know each other. Luo Junlin was from the 100 Lands. Hishiro had come here with him and to kill Yi Futian of all things. It was obvious Luo Junlin was taking advantage of her. Luo Junlin was pale as a ghost. Although he was the disciple of the Fifth Lord, his status was nothing compared to the powerful nobles under the headmaster. How was he going to react to the nobles' questioning? This had nothing to do with him. "It was my decision," Hishiro said protectively. The noble looked at Hishiro with his cold eyes. In the world of cultivation, men had an innate advantage over females. Why? Because men were more logical and stronger emotionally. Women, on the other hand, were emotional and easily blinded by their emotions. It was obvious that Hishiro had already fallen deep. Perhaps she knew what Luo Junlin was using her powers for, but women in love often refused to admit the bad things even if they already knew. It was clear to everyone around, though, but they couldn't do anything to her. Hishiro was the daughter of the Fifth Lord. "You shall report back to your father personally," said the noble. As he finished what he had to say, he led the others into the sky, leaving the palace. Their chances were already slim. Now with what Hishiro and Luo Junlin had done, was there really a point in staying? "Shiro," Luo Junlin called out to his girlfriend. She didn't look like the strong girl who had stood up to protect him anymore. Hishiro looked like a gentle and frail, pretending to be calm. "It's nothing, Junlin. Let's go back." "Okay." He nodded. What was the point in staying here now? What was he going to do? Terrorize and put pressure on Emperor Yi? Who was putting pressure on who? Cultivators from top powers kept arriving. Every clan that showed up added to the stress weighing down on them. "Miss He, what about what you promised before?" Emperor Chu and the others looked to Hishiro, who had just turned around, preparing to leave. "You guys are on your own now. Take care," said Hishiro. She had to return and answer to her father now. How could she possibly bring people back to the temple with her? What was she going to say? "These people were the ones who helped me attempt to take down Yi Futian?" The color drained from all their faces. They felt a deep regret. Was this really the end? That bitch? She was just going to go back on her words so easily? Why did they come with Emperor Luo to threaten Emperor Yi? Why did they try to hurt Yi Futian's family? With tightly clenched fists, they all glared at Emperor Luo. He was in a daze right now. Emperor Luo no longer had the same imposing manner as he did when he gave the imperial order some time ago. He once said that in this big world, the fate of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was not decided by the heavens, but by him. What about now? Could this emperor from the Nanda nation still decide Yi Futian's fate? Everything had happened so fast. He was not prepared. It had only been about a year that seemed like a dream now. Even if he is a genius that top powers fight over, his powers are not yet mature. He can still die, Emperor Luo thought to himself. He refused to believe this. All of this would be over as long as Yi Futian and the others died. Since things have already gotten to this point, how about you all follow me back to Nandu and we can figure out how to deal with this? How does that sound, everyone? Asked Emperor Luo. You still want to drag us into this with you? Emperor Chu questioned in anger. They still had a way out. They hadn't actually lifted a hand to hurt any of Yi Futian's family. There was still hope for them to be spared. But if they left with Emperor Luo at a time like this, it was going to be like tying themselves down on a sinking ship with him. Emperor Luo stared at his fellow emperors. His expression did not look good when he huffed loudly and left. After he left, Emperor Chu looked around at the other emperors. Now what? The looks on their face were not good. Had the opposing party only had one person join a top power, they wouldn't be like this. But now, as shocking and unbelievable as it was, all the top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory have gathered. 4 of the opposing party was going to join a top power. If the emperors didn't find a way to resolve this situation, their emperor statuses wouldn't even be enough to change their fate. 1, they could abandon their countries and run off somewhere far away. Or 2, wait for Yi Futian and the others to come for them. Of course, there was another option, to leave with Emperor Luo and find a way to kill Yi Futian and his friends. However, it was too risky. If they decided to do that and anything went wrong with their plans, then they would truly be dead meat. These emperors had not gotten to Emperor Luo's level yet. He had long since created this unresolvable rivalry with Yi Futian. "We'll apologize," said the emperor of the Yen kingdom. It wasn't easy for an emperor to apologize to a youngster, but they had no other choice right now. Not only did they have to apologize, they were probably going to have to accept any conditions or requests he had. Many of the emperors sighed. This was their best bet. They all walked in the direction of the Kangyi palace. The royal guards looked at them coldly. "Please relay my message. I would like to see Emperor Yi and Yi Futian." The guards snickered sarcastically before saying in a cold tone, "When young Master Yi asked you guys to resolve the situation, no one stepped out. Now, you guys want to take care of it? Young Master Yi is very busy now. You think you can just see him whenever you please?" "You?" Emperor Chu was a bit embarrassed. How dare a mere palace guard talk to him like this? "I what?" The guard had a large physique. His eyes widened as he stared at Emperor Chu coldly. What was he doing, acting almighty? Things were different now. When these emperors of different countries arrived, they looked so imposing. Their aura was strong enough to crush everything in the palace. Now they were ready to speak humbly and ask for forgiveness. Did they still think they were high and mighty emperors? If so, then they could scram and wait for Yi Futian to come knocking. The events of today had taken a complete 180. No one cared about minor characters such as the palace guards, but they too were shaken up. The future was so unpredictable. Emperors who were all high and mighty just a while ago were now only able to act humbly. These people wouldn't even dare do anything to the guards. "We want to give our most sincere apologies. Please relay our message," said Emperor Chu with his hands clasped. He had to just put up with it. "Wait here," said the guard. He felt pride. So what if that was an emperor? He still had to lower his head to me. This was such an exhilarating feeling. But the guard knew all this was possible because of Yi Futian's return. Otherwise, the Kangyi kingdom would be in a dangerous situation. However, from here on out, the Kangyi kingdom's status in the 100 Lands was going to be like no other. No other country could possibly compare. This was what real power was. Far away, the gathered crowd heard the conversation between the emperors and the guards. Took a while for them to recover from their shock. When one person succeeded, all those around them would benefit. Luo Junlin was the best example of this. Now, Kangyi had not just one, but 4 extreme geniuses. Furthermore, 3 of them were actually from the Nandu nation. How ironic. It was a different scene at the banquet in the Kangyi kingdom's palace. People from all the top forces arrived gradually, and Emperor Yi rose to welcome them all. It was extremely busy. Of course, it seemed a bit chaotic too. The strong cultivators of the Kangyi kingdom were a bit dazed. Their hearts were in turmoil seeing this situation. Even Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu were shaken. What exactly did Yi Futian and the others do in the ancient barren world? "Why are you here?" Yi Futian saw the witch walk over. Her body was curvaceous and her features were extremely mesmerizing. "I took care of you for so long in the ancient barren world and traveled for so long to come here, yet you are still so heartless." Gu Biyue looked hurt and pitiful. Those who didn't know the details thought something had truly happened between them. Many from the Kangyi kingdom looked at Yi Futian, thinking about how powerful he was. Even such a beauty was loyal to him. They couldn't help but be impressed. "Yeah, why don't you keep her by your side?" Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Futian. The others mourned for Yi Futian. She seemed jealous. "No way. Jieyu, don't you understand me?" Yi Futian asked, feeling wronged. "Of course I do. That's why I said that," Hua Jieyu replied, grinning. Yi Futian's face darkened. The witch had ruined him. Seeing Yi Futian glare at her, the witch smiled like a blooming flower. "I come today to invite young Master Yi to join the witch clan. No matter what you wish for, I can fulfill it." Hua Jieyu was still smiling at Yi Futian, but he just blinked. The treatment sounded nice, but he wasn't like that. Beautiful girls were nothing to him. He wasn't a pervert. "Thanks but no thanks," Yi Futian said, rejecting the temptation. Hearing his serious refusal, Hua Jieyu's smile grew dazzling. "Young Master Yi, you are so cruel," Gu Biyue said, hurt. Then she turned to Yusheng. "Would you like to join the witch clan?" Yi Qingxian immediately walked up and grabbed Yusheng's hand. staring at the witch menacingly. No, Yusheng said. The witch didn't mind. She just smiled at Xianxia. She didn't have high hopes and just came to see the drama. Which clan would Yi Futian and the others choose? Hua Jiyu, are you willing to join the Moon Clan? An angelic figure asked at that moment. Hua Jiyu looked over, deep in thought. The Moon Clan is best for women to cultivate in. Our cultivation techniques are unique as well. Even the college cannot surpass us in this aspect. The Moon Clan member's voice had a womanly charm and gentleness. The Moon Clan truly is the paradise for girls, Lu Feiyang said from the side. Being a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory, their abilities were undeniable. There were countless angelic figures from the Moon Clan who were extremely renowned. Hua Jiyu turned to look at Yu Futian and saw that he was looking at her. There was some unwillingness to leave in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly. Yu Futian smiled, immediately understanding her. He reached out to pat Hua Jiyu's head. I'll support whatever decision you make. Hua Jiyu let Yu Futian mess up her hair. She nodded gently and looked to the Moon Clan representative. I am willing to cultivate with the Moon Clan. She wanted to cultivate with Yu Futian, but there was no time for personal feelings in the world of cultivation. They'd experienced the despair of Donghai City together and knew how important power was. She didn't want to keep Yu Futian down. Furthermore, this guy was so talented. There would be more and more girls like the witch beside him. As they grew, there would be even better girls. She believed in Yu Futian's feelings for her, but she wished to improve too. She wanted to be better than all the girls around him. That way he could feel proud too. All right, the angel smiled. She also gave Hua Jiyu a decree. This meant she was now a member of the Moon Clan. Like Yi Wuchen, Hua Jiyu would depart at the beginning of the year. The Moon Clan departed. Yi Wuchen and Hua Jiyu had all chosen clans. You were with them too. How come no one came for you? Lin Yuiao's father asked from the back of the crowd. They were an important family of Kangyi, but now he was jealous. I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Yuiao thought of how Yu Futian had gently taught Hua Jiyu at the Mirror Mountain stone wall and glared in their direction with resentment. Don't get involved, her father cautioned. Her words were a little strange. Even though his daughter was the #1 beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, she couldn't keep someone like Yu Futian, putting Hua Jiyu to the side. Even the witch of the witch clan couldn't do it, so how could Lin Yuiao? The witch's features were equal to Lin Yuiao and had made many men fall for her charms. Yu Futian. At that time, the cultivators who came in chariots walked over. The leader was dressed elegantly. He said, I come from the Qin dynasty to invite you and Yuxing to join us. If you accept, your status will be equal to that of a prince. Unfortunately, you have a lover. Otherwise, we can also choose a princess to marry below her rank. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. There were so many temptations today. Hua Jiyu smiled at him. Was he tempted again? Of course, if you have any other requests, please say them. Anyway, do not be worried of restrictions in the Qin dynasty. The man continued. The top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory were unwilling to join kingdoms because of the restrictions. They could never be equal to the royalty, and it was difficult to forge closer relationships. Thus, this man tried to dissolve Yi Futian's worries in that aspect. The Qin dynasty once ruled the Eastern Barren Territory. They kept their downfall close to heart. They absorbed talented people each generation to continue improving. A kingdom is a kingdom nevertheless. No matter what treatment he receives, he'll never have the surname of Qin, someone said. The Qin dynasty cultivator frowned and glared at the speaker, someone from the Donghua clan. Yi Futian, the Donghua clan, is close to the #1 force in the Eastern Barren Territory. Different from the kingdom, once you join the Donghua clan, you'll be one of the core members. The Donghua clan member said. In the ancient barren world, our junior disrespected you, but with your talent, you mustn't hold grudges with someone of the same generation. Rather, you should surpass them. Yi Futian glanced at him. He'd once asked Tang Yi from the college whether he could represent the college. Hua Qingqi was the same, of course. He couldn't represent the Donghua clan, so Yi Futian didn't mind. The Donghua clan's words were still meaningful. Of course, you can also make any requests you'd like, the man said. #1 clan? With your foundation, you're still lacking. The Qin dynasty cultivator mocked. We are at least the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yusheng. The Donghua clan member chuckled. Everyone watched as the two top forces fought. They all understood the Yifutian would most likely join one of the top three, the college, Donghua clan, and the Qin dynasty. The other groups understood this too. They didn't even come or just came for the fun. Stop arguing, a faint voice said. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Another voice said, no matter how you argue, he won't go with you. Nonsense. Who are you? The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty all looked in the direction of the voice. There, a figure walked over quietly. It was a scholarly young man. He walked casually, not too fast and not too slow. Without any announcement, he appeared before their eyes. The other forces all looked at him. Some knew him, some had never seen him before. Those who knew him all narrowed their eyes, thinking, he came too? I thought they don't care about other business, but he came for Yifutian too? Because he will go with me, the scholar said with ease. It seemed that everything was decided the moment he arrived. Such an arrogant guy, those who didn't know him thought. How could he overlook the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan like that? Even if he was from the college, how could he be like this? Is he from the college? Gu Biyue asked her clan member. The noble member's expression changed, clearly in shock. Yes, he nodded. Gu Biyue guessed correctly. The scholar was indeed from the college. He walked over to somewhere near Yifutian, a faint smile on his face. Just as he'd imagined, Yifutian was very attractive. Yifutian had noticed everyone's expressions, of course. When the scholar arrived, many people fell silent. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty members looked uncomfortable but didn't refute the newcomer. This was very strange. Are you from the college? Yifutian asked. Yes and no. The scholar nodded and then shook his head. Yifutian didn't understand. So was it yes or no? Senior. Why are you sure that I'll go with you? Yifutian asked curiously. This guy seemed even more arrogant than him. Hearing his words, the scholar laughed. His laugh was gentle, but the words he uttered afterward were not gentle at all. With me here, who dares to take you away? He looked at the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty. Right? The people from the Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty looked frustrated. Clearly, they already knew the identity of this person. As members of the top three forces in the Eastern Barren territory, they were actually questioned in such a manner. Someone from the Donghua clan said, Gu Donglu, this is too much. Since the college cottage wants you, the Qin dynasty will contest no more. The people from the Qin dynasty said, after which they left in displeasure. Obviously, they were somewhat unhappy. Very soon, the carriage ascended into the sky and the people from the Qin dynasty departed directly. Originally, the Donghua clan could contest, even if they were against the college. However, since he had arrived, and the cottage wanted Yifutian, their attempt to contest would surely be futile. Furthermore, what kind of person was Gu Donglu? He would not even give them the chance to contest. You are not leaving yet? Gu Donglu looked at the people from the Donghua clan as he asked tonelessly. The faces of the people from the Donghua clan darkened further. Although they were powerful nobles, they were indeed not confident in front of this person. Goodbye, the people from the Donghua clan said. Then they turned around and left in anger, appearing to be extremely displeased. The scholar turned his head slowly and looked at Yifutian, after which he smiled gently. His smile was very mild and looked just like a typical scholar. Then he said, Look, they're all gone. Yifutian looked at the scene in front of him, stunned. The nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan left simply because of his words? This seemingly harmless scholar is such a powerful deterrent? The people from the Qin dynasty said that he is from the college cottage. What place is that? The people from the Lu kingdom, which clan and the like looked at the scholar, and then glanced at Yifutian again. They did not expect him to become a disciple of the college cottage. Nevertheless, a smile quickly appeared on Lu Feiyang's face. When he escorted Yifutian and his team back to Kangyi, he was not expecting him to join the Lu kingdom in the first place. Therefore, when the Fuyun Sword clan and the Moon clan were inviting Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu, he was also objectively speaking for the two clans. At the moment, someone from the cottage had come. The Eastern Barren territory was already destined to have another towering figure in the future. He could not refrain from anticipating Yifutian's future. The scholar Gu Donglu was also a disciple from the college cottage. When he arrived, Even the nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had to back away. Was it because of his identity? Of course not. It was because of his powers. If they really ended up in a fight, the nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would probably lose to him badly. In addition, if he was not from the college cottage, he would most likely not dare to fight the rest. However, since he was from the cottage, there would be nothing which he would not dare to do. From their knowledge, there were only 8 people in the college cottage at the moment. One was the teacher and the rest students. Now Yifutian would become the 8th student of the cottage. "Senior, can you give me a reason why I should follow you?" Yifutian asked. "I am from the cottage," the scholar said as he smiled. "After you enter the cottage, no force in the Eastern Barren territory will dare to touch you openly, unless they want to die." This was the confidence a person from the cottage would have. Nobody would dare to touch the people from the cottage, not even any forces, unless they wanted to die. Of course, the forces which hid themselves to carry out assassinations were not included. It sounded very powerful. From the look of it, once he entered the cottage, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Eastern Barren territory in the future. It was indeed an extremely good reason. At least, the events in the Donghai city would definitely not happen to him. Enter Lu Feiyang, who was beside Yifutian, reminded him with only one word. Nobody would reject the invitation from the cottage. However, such an invitation was a wild wish for countless people in the first place. But now Yifutian had such a chance. How could he miss it? "I accept." Yifutian smiled at the scholar. Even though the introduction of the place was short, it seemed to suit him a lot. Such an outstanding person like him would naturally go to the best places. The college cottage seemed to be such a place. "Can you Sheng follow me to the cottage to learn?" Yifutian asked. "Yes." The scholar nodded. He left 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall, so he also has a chance. "When will you leave for the cottage?" "The beginning of next year," Yifutian replied. "All right," the scholar said as he smiled. "See you at the cottage." "See you at the cottage." Yifutian nodded. The scholar turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back. His speed was still unhurried, and he soon disappeared. Since then, Yifutian and the other 3 all had places to go to. Yifutian entered the cottage, Yiwuchen entered the Fuyun Sword clan, and Huar Jieyu entered the Moon clan. Yushin would follow Yifutian into the cottage to cultivate. Although Yushin was not invited by the cottage, Yifutian believed that with Yusheng's talents and strength, after entering the cottage, the people there would know what to do. In the ancient barren world, Yusheng did not show how outstanding he really was. The 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall could not prove much. Lu Chenyu stared at Yifutian and the rest. In the ancient barren world, they had displayed absolute charm, and now, they were also starting to get their rewards, especially Yifutian, who was able to turn the Mirror Mountain stone wall dim and receive a personal invitation from Gudong Lu from the cottage. In the future, they would perhaps leave a legend in the Eastern Barren territory. "It seems like I have wasted my trip," which Gu Bus stared at Yifutian with some resentment as she said slowly, "In the future, if we meet in the Eastern Barren territory again, I hope that you will still remember me." Yifutian gave a black look. Then, which Gu Bue and the people from the Witch clan also left. In the first place, she did not expect too much. Her major intention was to see for herself what would happen at the place and which force Yifutian would join. The ending was beyond her expectation. He actually joined the cottage. The college cottage had not been admitting disciples for many years. As the different forces left one after the other, only people from the Lu Kingdom and the Kangyi Kingdom remained in the imperial palace, just like how it was originally. However, everyone knew that at the moment, as compared to before, everything was different, whether it was the people here or the Kangyi Kingdom. "Your Majesty, young Master Yi, the emperors from the Yunchu nation and the other kingdoms requested to see you in order to apologize." After the people from the various forces left, the imperial bodyguard who had come with the message stepped forward and reported so. Yifutian's eyes sparkled. "Do you want to apologize now?" Previously, when they were asked to settle the issue, no one paid any attention. Furthermore, they stood firmly alongside Hishiro from the Royal Shin Temple. This change in attitude was indeed very fast. After pondering for a while, Yifutian said, "Let them in." "Yes." The guard nodded. after which he backed and left. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any opinions?" Emperor Yi stared at Yi Futian and then said, "They came here with Emperor Luo in order to threaten me to hand over your teacher and the rest. Now, they come here to apologize similarly because of you. Naturally, you can decide on this matter." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. After a while, the emperors from the Yunchu nation, the Yin kingdom, and the other kingdoms came over. In total, there were 6 emperors. At the moment, their expressions were very perplexed. As noble figures, it was really embarrassing for them to apologize to a Dharmaplane Jr. However, they were relieved after thinking about the status Yi Futian and his team would have in the future. Yi Futian and the other 3 all managed to enter the top forces, and they would only become more powerful than Hishiro. They had to bow down in front of even Hishiro, so it would be fine to do the same in front of Yi Futian. Moreover, they did not have a choice. If the issue that had happened in the day was not settled, and Yi Futian kept bearing the grudge, even if he did not use the forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to deal with them at the moment, what would happen when they themselves grew up in the future? Just now, we were deluded by Emperor Luo and did something very foolish. We hope that young Master Yi can forgive us. The emperor from the Yunchu nation said. He even bowed slightly and swallowed his pride. He took Yi Futian as someone with the same status as Hishiro. Not long ago, all of you were very unyielding. Now, why do you apologize? I can't afford that. Emperors, please leave, Yi Futian said, smiling. All the emperors cursed Yi Futian in their minds. Since they were allowed to enter, the problem could clearly be alleviated. However, at the moment he said so deliberately to give them some pressure. Young Master Yi, whatever you want from us, please say. The emperor from the Yen kingdom joined his hands together and said submissively. Now, whatever Yi Futian wanted, they had to agree. You will accept anything? Yi Futian asked. The few emperors could feel their hearts bleeding as they already started to guess what Yi Futian would put forward. However, at this point, they could only do so. Young Master Yi, since you have let us in, you obviously will not ask us to die. Whatever other conditions you have, please say. Submit to Kangyi. Yi Futian's voice suddenly turned cold. His few words caused all the emperors to tremble. The sentence was short but relentless. Submit to Kangyi. Yi Futian stared at the few emperors with his emotionless face. They had followed Emperor Luo to force Emperor Yi to hand over. The people wanted to kill him and bring away his master and masteress. Previously, he asked them to settle the problem, but nobody agreed and they still followed the royal Xian temple. Now, they wanted to resolve the matter in a simple way. Impossible. This is the first condition. If you don't agree, you can leave, Yi Futian said tonelessly. It was only the first condition. The emperors struggled within their hearts. However, thinking of following the footsteps of the royal Xian temple just now, their mood calmed down slowly. At the moment, the Kangyi kingdom and Yi Futian were connected. Submitting to Kangyi was equivalent to submitting to Yi Futian, and this was not unacceptable. In a few years' time, the Kangyi kingdom would definitely become the king of all the kingdoms. All right, I agree. Thinking about this, Emperor Chu gritted his teeth and agreed. I agree as well. The various emperors sighed in their hearts. But under such a circumstance, what else could they possibly do? The second condition, your families shall move and stay in the Kangyi imperial city. The Kangyi kingdom will become the Kangyi dynasty, and all of your kingdoms will be attached to the Kangyi dynasty. Yi Futian continued. The hearts of the few emperors trembled again. Yi Futian was trying to bind them to the Kangyi kingdom completely. The third condition, you will no longer control your kingdoms directly. From now on, you will listen to the orders from the Kangyi imperial palace for 10 years. After 10 years, I will return you your freedom, Yi Futian said slowly. Of course, maybe 10 years later, you will not want to leave this place. 10 years was enough for him to grow. I agree. I agree. The emperors from the various kingdoms gritted their teeth and nodded. 10 years was not very long for them, so they would rather use the 10 years to exchange for solving all the future troubles. Emperor Yi and the people from the Kangyi kingdom witnessed everything and their hearts could not remain calm. They knew that from the moment onwards, the Kangyi kingdom would become the strongest kingdom in the 100 Lands. The Kangyi dynasty. The 6 emperors all left. Yi Futian gave them some time to process everything and announce their submission to Kangyi. Now, Kangyi kingdom's threat no longer existed. Yi Futian had also accomplished his goal for going to the ancient barren world. He didn't plan on dealing with Emperor Luo just now. Even if Lu Feiyang was willing to help, Shiro, with her feelings for Luo Junlin, would definitely get involved. Angering her would be a risk for Kangyi. Emperor Luo was no longer a threat to Yi Futian and Kangyi, so Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin would just have to wait. The following days must be torture for them. The lords and high officials that had come gradually left. Even after leaving, it took a long while before they were calm again. Everything that had happened today was like a dream. It was too shocking. The Kangyi kingdom had grouped all the strongest of the Eastern Barren territory in one day. The people felt that their kingdom had created a miracle. Countless years later, these young men and women would probably become people they worshipped. The banquet was no longer as lively as before. They were all still shocked. Even Emperor Yi felt like he'd been dreaming.
Futian, he suddenly said, you gave me a lot of pressure. The Kangyi kingdom was now the hero. The power brought by everything that had happened today was mainly because Yi Futian's group had joined the Eastern Barren territory. He personally could not intimidate any of the emperors. Though happy about Kangyi's status, he was also anxious. Your Majesty, you covered the Nanda Palace with sword aura for me. This should be nothing to you. Yi Futian chuckled and called the black-winged eagle over. It had a bag on it. Yi Futian opened the bag and dumped out swords, staffs, gyukins, and powerful ritual implements. Your Majesty, the sword is for you, Yi Futian said, pulling out a sword. Then he gave Huafenglu a small stone statue. Master, please hold onto this. Your Majesty and Seigneurie Xiang, if you'd like to comprehend noble fate, you can cultivate with my master. This ritual implement clothing is for Mastress. This is for Seigneurie, this is for Aunt Tang. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Yu Futian gave away all the precious items. They felt the items and were deeply shocked. Noble ritual implements. This stone statue, Huafenglu, was even more shocked. He could feel that the small statue contained incredible noble intent. Thinking of how Yu Futian had casually put all these things on the black-winged eagle's back, their hearts all convulsed. This guy was such a bastard. Futian, where are these from? Emperor Yi asked. Some I got by myself and others were given by people. Yu Futian smiled sweetly and scratched his head. When the Empress told him to choose some treasures from the Lulan Palace in the ancient barren world, he'd only chosen some to give as gifts. He'd even left the flame scepter behind and chose something else. He was a good guy. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu were speechless at this. They didn't care about the noble ritual implements, but Yu Futian had gotten the statue at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. He'd given it so easily to his teacher. What did this mean? It was priceless and attractive even to top forces. But for Yi Futian, he seemed to feel nothing. It made sense though. He had a full attribute noble fate. He didn't need to worry about comprehending noble intent. He didn't need it. Capricious. Too capricious. Wait until I learn some cool techniques after cultivating in the Eastern Barren territory. Your Majesty, you'll be so powerful you can sweep all of the 100 lands. You don't need to feel stressed. Yi Futian grinned brightly at Emperor Yi. Seeing that bright and pure smile, Emperor Yi felt warm inside. For some reason, the image of their first meeting at the Fenghua banquet suddenly arose in his mind. At that time, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been extremely confident and powerful. He remembered how, after it ended, Yu Shang said that he was a nice guy. Emperor Yi had been so tickled. Afterward, he felt from their requests that they valued relationships. That was why he was willing to declare war on Emperor Luo for Yi Futian. Now, this guy was only in the Dharma plane, but he already worked to help rid Kangyi of threats. The joking and frivolous guy was actually so pure inside. A strange thought flashed past Emperor Ye's mind. It would be so perfect if Yi Futian was his son. Thinking of his own children, his mood dropped. He gazed around and asked coldly, "Where's Yi Xiao?" The people looked around but couldn't find him. "Find him," Emperor Yi ordered. The guards left instantly. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi met eyes. When their brother had returned to Kangyi, he'd said bad things about Yi Futian to their father. Emperor Yi would definitely have thoughts after seeing how Yi Futian treated Kangyi. "Futian, did Yi Xiao do anything to you in the ancient barren world?" Emperor Yi asked. Back then, Yi Xiao had reported something, but he didn't know the specifics. "Your Majesty, they're just small things." "It's already in the past," Yi Futian said, not minding. He would help Emperor Yi improve and Kangyi would always be Emperor Ye's. He didn't care about Yi Xiao. He didn't have to do anything to Yi Xiao regarding those things since he was Emperor Ye's son, after all. There's something else. When Emperor Luo came to force me to hand the people over, Yi Xiao went to the Imperial Advisor's mountain and brought them over, Emperor Yi said. He didn't keep it a secret. Yi Xiao's matter must be resolved. Yu Futian's pupils constricted. He looked at Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang. Your Majesty, we came voluntarily. Please don't worry about it. Hua Fenglu said to Emperor Yi. He didn't want to make a scene. Not only did Emperor Yi help Yi Futian, he'd also accepted Hua Jieyu as his goddaughter and protected them all. Since you're all protecting him, I'll punish him myself. Emperor Yi sighed inwardly. Both Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt indebted to him and were unwilling to punish Yi Xiao. However, his son's actions chilled him. After a while, Yi Xiao came over, trembling. He'd realized something was wrong when the various forces of the Eastern Barren Territory arrived and didn't dare to stay. He was worried Yi Futian's group would notice him. But unexpectedly, he couldn't escape. They'd thought of him so quickly. Father! Yi Xiao saw Emperor Ye's dark face and got a bad feeling. Kneel! Emperor Yi ordered coldly. Yi Xiao's face turned white as he knelt down. Is there anything you'd like to say? Father! Hearing Emperor Ye's words, Yi Xiao's heart quivered. I don't understand. In that case, there's no need for you to understand. From now on, Yi Xiao shall be reduced to a commoner and never step foot in the palace again. Emperor Ye's eyes were cold. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Xiao had had his status revoked. He wasn't even a prince anymore, let alone anywhere close to the throne. Yi Xiao's face was ghastly pale. Glaring at Yi Futian, he said, Father, you'd rather trust an outsider than me. I can't accept it. Idiotic and stubborn. Emperor Yi waved his hand. A terrifying current blasted against Yi Xiao, making him fly back. Emperor Yi uttered coldly, Get out! Yi Futian had tried to help Yi Xiao, but he thought that Yi Futian had complained about him. Yi Xiao coughed, blood trickling from his lips. Dazed, he walked out with strong resentment in his eyes. He'd been the closest to the throne, but now he would lose everything. Find everyone who returned to the palace with Yi Xiao, Emperor Yi ordered. Yi Xiao was only a prince, but they were willing to lie to the crown with him. It was unacceptable. Yes. The guard bowed and left. Yi Futian watched this without doing anything. He didn't mind what happened at the ancient barren world, but since this involved his teacher, he couldn't allow it. Yi Xiao had his mind set on the crown, but now he would lose everything. Futian, if you think this isn't enough, you can do whatever you want, Emperor Yi said. Your Majesty, this has already passed, Yi Futian said. All right, it has passed. Emperor Yi nodded. Thank you for this, Yi Futian said to Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. He really owed them this time. It's nothing. I plan on staying for a few days. Is that all right? Lu Feiyang chuckled. It's almost the end of the year. You're not going back? Yi Futian asked, a bit shocked. The others will, but Qinyu and I plan on spending the New Year's here. At the start of the next year, we can have the Kunping escort you all to the Eastern Barren Territory, Lu Feiyang said with a smile. Since he'd already escorted them here, he would take them back too. What about the Lu Kingdom? It's no problem. After all, this involves Chenyu's future, Lu Feiyang said teasingly. Beside them, Lu Qinyu was speechless. Felt like she'd been sold out. Yes, relationships must be nurtured. Yi Futian totally agreed with Lu Feiyang and nodded seriously. You must stay. I'm leaving. Yi Wuchen was done. Wuchen, the princess is staying. How can you leave? Yi Futian asked. Lord Yi, what do you think? Yes, Lord Yi said, nodding. Wuchen, why don't you stay in the palace? Take the princess around when you have time. Correct. Emperor Yi nodded too. Thus, Yi Wuchen was forced to stay. Now, Kangyi Kingdom's crisis was finally over. However, the shockwaves created by the event were still festering. What had happened would first spread throughout the imperial city. Then it would spread throughout the Kangyi Kingdom to the Nandu Nation's imperial city and out. Then there would be another huge news in the Hundred Lands. Yunchu, Yen, and the other major kingdoms would submit to Kangyi. Days passed by one after another. Over these days, the imperial palace of the Kangyi Kingdom had been very lively, and occasionally, the emperors in the Hundred Lands would come to pay a visit.
The Six Kingdoms had announced that they would submit, and the formation of the Kangyi dynasty was already inevitable. Moreover, nobody dared to team up and deal with the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and the other two were already disciples of the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory at the moment. Under this general trend, the rise of the Kangyi kingdom was already unstoppable and everyone could only adapt to the trend. Before anyone realized it, the end of the 10,001st year of the divine prefecture calendar had approached and the year was almost over. In the last night of the year, the imperial palace of the Kangyi kingdom was ablaze with lights. An annual banquet had been arranged in the emperor's palace. Emperor Yi, the queen, the princes and princesses, as well as Yi Futian and his team, Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu, were all present, making the place seem particularly lively. Come, let us drink together. At the moment, Emperor Yi proposed a toast. Everyone else smiled and raised their glasses, after which they drank the alcohol in their glasses together. I do not know why, but I always feel that many things have happened this year. It's almost like many years have passed and the year seems pretty long. Emperor Yi smiled as he said, "Maybe it's because I am getting old and hence sentimental." "I feel the same as well," Hua Fenglu nodded and said. "Although I didn't do much this year, I seem to have gone through a lot." "Master, you have recovered from your injury and also married Aunt Tang. How can you say that you have not done much?" Yu Futian chipped in as he smiled. "Right? Mainly, I have seen you undergo a lot." Hua Fenglu sighed. "Maybe that's true." Yu Futian smiled. Indeed, he had such a feeling. In the year, he had experienced many major events. He escaped from the Donghai city to the Kangyi kingdom, participated in the Fenghua banquet, and then visited the Tingfeng banquet. Next, Luo Junlin entered the royal Shen temple and the ancient barren world opened. He fought in the ancient barren world and finally returned. Everything had happened in merely 1 year. He felt like he had experienced too much. The things in the world are really unpredictable, Yixiang also said emotionally. Just before the end of last year, I was still planning to send Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and the rest to the Nanda Nation Imperial City to take part in the Tingfeng banquet once the year passed. However, everything changed after that. Luckily, it's all over now. Futian has not let us down. Hua Fenglu nodded. Near the end of the previous year, they were caught in a disaster and were almost doomed eternally. It's so rare to get a compliment from you, Yi Futian said, smiling. It was indeed not easy to receive praise from Yixiang. Don't be complacent. Emperor Luo is still alive, and Luo Junlin will also continue to cultivate in the Royal Shen Temple. It's not all over yet. Don't forget what Elder Qin had done for you. You have to get revenge yourself in the future. Yixiang said suddenly with a serious tone. He had to give Yi Futian a heavy blow as young people tend to get complacent easily. He clearly knew that Yi Futian's talents were unparalleled, but precisely because he was so gifted, he must not be impetuous. Yi Futian would always need a strong motivation to work. I understand. Yi Futian nodded in a serious manner. Thinking about his grandmaster, his happy demeanor also disappeared. Emperor Luo, Minister Hua, the Nandu clan and the Donghai Academy were all responsible for killing his grandmaster. He had not taken his revenge yet, but would remember them for the moment. The news about the Kangyi kingdom would probably be passed to the Donghai city. I wonder how the important people in the Nandu clan and the Donghai Academy will feel now? Can they still feel as superior as they have in the past? Father, let's not talk about this today, Yi Qingxian said. All right, let's not. Yixiang nodded. How about we talk about you and Yu Shang? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingxian blushed slightly. Yixiang started to laugh immediately. Time really passes fast. In the blink of an eye, you are already 18. Smiling, Hua Fenglu looked at the young man in front of him. He could still vividly recall the events in the Qingzhou Academy in those days. In such a short period of time, they had already grown up. An 18-year-old is no longer considered a juvenile. They would embark on a whole new part of their lives. I'm already 18. Father-in-law, when can I marry Jieyu? Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone looked at him with a laugh. Nandu Wanin said softly, at that time in the Nandu clan, I have promised to betroth her to you. She's already yours. So why the hurry? Heir. Yi Futian blinked. Then smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and nodded in a serious manner.
Mistress, you are right. Mother. Seeing Yu Futian's sly smile, Hua Jieyu looked at her mother uncontrollably. Which mother would betray her daughter like this? Everyone at the banquet stared at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The 18-year-old Yi Futian was already extraordinarily handsome and looked distinguished and suave, while Hua Jieyu was slim and graceful. As compared to the immature her in the city of Qingzhou when she was 15 or 16, the 18-year-old Hua Jieyu was already a disastrously charming lady. She had perfectly inherited the looks of Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanyin, and her body was overflowing with the purity and beauty of youth. The scene of the two sitting together was like a drawing presented in front of everyone. They all blessed the two silently and hoped that the two could remain so throughout their lives. The annual banquet ended in warmth and harmony. Yi Futian and the other young people planned to go out for a walk. The year-end Kangyi Kingdom Imperial City was extremely bustling and even more lively than the city of Qingzhou they had been to. Danshan, Lingxi, where shall we go and play? Yi Futian asked Yi Danshan and the rest as they walked along the bustling streets of the Kangyi city. Do you want to take a tour around the lake? Yi Lingxi smiled and asked back. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. I will bring you to the Kangyi lake. Yi Lingxi smiled and then led the way. After a while, they arrived in front of the Kangyi lake. Under the night sky, the lights were luminous and the fireworks brilliant. Cruise ships sailed in the lake in an endless stream, making the scene extremely magnificent. Should I go and find a cruise ship? Yi Danshan asked. You can go and help them find one. I want to appreciate the lake scenery with Jieyu here, Yi Futian said as he smiled. You want to enjoy each other's company. Lu Feiyang smiled. Seems like I am somewhat unnecessary here. Wuchen, help me to take care of Chenyu. I will go back first. After speaking, he actually turned around and really left. Then you just play here. I will take a walk around with Lingxi. Yi Danshan looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu with a smile on his face. Then the two left the place together. We will take a tour around the lake. Yi Qingxian pulled Yu Shang along and left. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu with a smile. He just kept staring at the two in silence. We will just take a walk around? Lu Chenyu opened her eyes wide at Yi Futian and then spoke to Yi Wuchen. All right. Yi Wuchen nodded and the two also left. Only Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were left beside the Kangyi lake. Of course, there were many visitors around them. Occasionally, some people would stare at the two, as the qualities and looks of the two were indeed extraordinary. There were also a few people who could recognize Yi Futian, which caused them to be shocked. This is the person who changed the situation of the Hundred Lands and gathered the people from all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Why do I feel that you have a conspiracy? Hua Jieyu stared at Yi Futian. Isn't this scene familiar? Yi Futian said, smiling. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded. During that time in the city of Qingzhou, the scene was somewhat similar. It was just that the Kangyi kingdom was even more lively. Yi Futian extended his arm and grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand. Gazing at the scenery in front, he smiled brightly. I miss it so much. Do you want to reveal your feelings to me again? Hua Jieyu blinked. Then, she blushed slightly and wanted to withdraw her hand from Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not let her go. He grabbed her hand firmly and turned his head, looking at the beautiful face in front. Hua Jieyu opened her eyes wide at him in anger, after which she turned her head away and gave a soft humph. Her face was, however, filled with shyness. The blush on her face was very captivating. Yi Futian was flirting with her on purpose. That time at the Qingzhou Lake, she held Yi Futian's hand actively and confirmed her love relationship with him. Why is my fox always so attractive? Whenever I see you, my heartbeat will accelerate uncontrollably, Yi Futian said in a gentle voice. Hua Jieyu stared at him without blinking as her face turned even redder. What's wrong with this guy today? Did you do something bad? Hua Jieyu blinked and asked in a suspicious tone. Yi Futian's face turned black and he said, What bad things can I do? In the Eastern Barren Territory, when I am not beside you, do you plan to do bad things? Hua Jieyu asked as she smiled. You are the only one in my eyes, Yi Futian said in all seriousness. Humph. Hua Jieyu gave a lovable humph and turned her head away, but some happiness appeared in her eyes and her heart was filled with sweetness. Even if Yi Futian was only speaking honeyed words, she would still be willing to be deceived. Close your eyes, Yi Futian said again. Hua Jieyu looked at him and said in a shy tone, "What do you want?" Yi Futian extended his hands and embraced her slim waist gently while his head moved closer to her gradually. Hua Jieyu's heart pulsed and a charming blush appeared on her face. She closed her eyes slowly and raised her head slightly. The lights shone upon her gorgeous face and even time itself seemed to be stunned. Yi Futian's heart raced. Hugging Hua Jieyu in his arms, he kissed on her rosy lips. Even time seemed to have stopped at the moment. At this instant, above the Kangi Lake, countless fireworks ascended into the air and bloomed in the sky. Everyone lifted their heads and stared into the sky, gazing at the gorgeously blooming fireworks which filled the entire sky, producing a magnificent sight. "So beautiful!" Countless people exclaimed as they asked themselves why the blooming of the fireworks was so neat and brilliant. On a small road beside the lake, Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuchen were strolling. Suddenly, they raised their heads to look at the sky and their footsteps stopped uncontrollably. "So nice," Lu Qinyu muttered to herself. Even her heart trembled because of this. Yi Wuchen looked at the fireworks and then lowered his head to gaze at Lu Qinyu. Under the fireworks, Lu Qinyu was actually so charming at the moment. Having felt something, Lu Qinyu withdrew her gaze and realized that Yi Wuchen was looking at her. Her heartbeat actually started to accelerate helplessly. In the Kangi Lake, Yushang and Xianxia, who were on a cruise ship, raised their heads to look at the dazzling fireworks in the sky. Xianxia leaned into Yushang's arms gently and wished that time could remain at this instant forever. Hua Jieyu opened her eyes slowly, and Yi Futian was still kissing her lips. The stunning fireworks all over the sky seemed to have bloomed just for her. In this situation, she actually closed her eyes once again. A charmingly bright smile appeared on her face. Time seemed to have paused. The scene turned into eternity at the moment. It was the first day of year 10002 at the Kangi Kingdom's palace. Many people were grouped here. Yi Futian's group would head towards the Eastern Barren territory. The Kuanping spread its wings, ready to fly at any moment. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu stood atop it, waiting for the others to finish their farewells. "Uncle Yi, we're leaving now," Yi Futian said to Emperor Yi, no longer calling him Your Majesty. "There are many strong cultivators there. Don't force yourself when there are problems," Emperor Yi advised. "I know." Yi Futian nodded. "Danshan, Lingxi, cultivate well and aid your father soon." Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi nodded with smiles on their faces. "Your Majesty, take care," Huafo Lu, Yi Xiang, and the others also said to Emperor Yi. "Take care," Emperor Yi replied. "I'll visit the Eastern Barren territory when I have time." "Yes, when things stabilize, you can come at any time." Yi Futian nodded. "Imperial advisor, take care." Hua Fenglu looked at the old man. He was blind and just nodded, saying, "Jieyu, take care of yourself." "I will." "You too." Hua Jieyu felt a bit down. She didn't know when she could return after leaving this time. "I anticipate your return to your position in Nandu," he said. Now that Emperor Yi knew his identity, he didn't have to hide it anymore. "Go. When you return, you will be a legend," Emperor Yi said, smiling. Last time, Yi Futian had gone to the ancient barren world for a bit more than half a year and returned to shake the entire 100 lands. What would he be like after going to truly cultivate in the Eastern Barren territory? Yi Futian's group nodded and climbed onto the Kuanping. Other than the Lu siblings, there was Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, Yi Qinxian, Yi Xiang, Huang Foglu, Nanda Wenin, Tang Lan, and Tang Wan. And of course the Black Wind Eagle. "Senior Kuan, let's go," Lu Feiyong said. The Kuanping spread its wings and flew up. Emperor Yi and the others looked up, feeling complicated while watching the Kuanping in the air. What awaited them in the Eastern Barren territory? The Kuanping flew over the imperial city. Gales of wind blew past and countless people in the city looked up. They knew that the legendary youths of the kingdom had left. They were going to a place or true heroes to start their lives. The 100 lands wasn't enough for them. In the imperial city, Lin Yueyao looked up, feeling a sense of loss. As the top beauty of the Kangi kingdom, she was loved by many. Only he was so uncontrollable and never thought highly of her. And yet she loved a man like that, but he was out of her league. That was how life was. She had so many pursuers that she thought weren't qualified.
The one she liked didn't think she was qualified. She never even brought it up because she knew it was meaningless. Suddenly, she smiled and murmured, "I hope you will be free and unrestrained your entire life." With that, she turned, no longer thinking about it. It was already enough to be able to meet someone like that and have those memories. She still had to happily live on. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and college were all situated in the center of the Eastern Baron territory. The Lu Kingdom and Fuyun Sword clan were in the east. The Ji family and Royal Xian Temple were in the south. The Sacred Sword Mountain and Xianxia Temple were in the west. The Witch clan and Moon clan ruled over the north. Yi Futian's group came from the east and were closest to the Lu Kingdom and Fuyun Sword clan. These two forces were close, which was why Li Daoyun of the Fuyun Sword clan pursued Lu Qinyu. However, the Kuimping went further to the north, bringing Hua Jieyu to the Moon clan first. After seeing her enter, the others continued to the college. The divine capital was one of the three most flourishing cities of the Eastern Baron territory. In this ancient city, there were many different clans and families. The forces that could be known as a family here were all those with strong cultivators in the noble plane. The city bordered many other cities. The other cities formed the most influential region of the Eastern Baron territory with the divine capital as the heart. It wasn't this influential only because of the divine capital. Instead, it was because the Book Mountain was situated outside the city and it contained the college. It was extremely spacious at the foot of the Book Mountain. There were no buildings within a 10-kilometer radius. However, many people were grouped there now. A huge demon descended from the air. It was a demon lion with the aura of a demon king. It was terrifying. The beast descended and landed at the foot of the Book Mountain. Even a demon king didn't dare fly into the college, the holy land for cultivators. A middle-aged man and a youth around 17 years old were on the demon lion. The youth wore a long robe and had a demonic look in his eyes. He looked a bit frivolous too. Tuoba Yun, the surrounding people all whispered. He was from the Tuoba family, a noble clan. The youth was Tuoba Yun, who had recently tested into the college after passing the 18 trials. Today was the entrance day. All students who passed the grand examinations of the college at the beginning of the year would enter officially on this day. More figures landed from the air. Some men wore elegant clothing and escorted a beautiful lady forward. Nangong Jiao from the Nangong family. Everyone looked at the lady. Her beautiful eyes were cool and proud. Also a genius who had passed the examinations. She was the daughter of the divine capital's Nangong family. Another figure came from the road. His physique was stranger. He was extremely burly but wore common clothes. In fact, they were like rags. However, his eyes were very bright and he gazed at Tuoba Yun and Nangong Jiao. Kwa Shan. The others didn't dare overlook him at all. He was from the Kwa family, a barbaric and violent tribe. When Tuoba Yun saw Kwa Shan, his eyes flashed dangerously. They'd fought during the examination and this barbarian had left an impression. More people arrived afterward. 3 figures walked slowly down the road leading to the foot of the Book Mountain. There seemed to be seniors bringing their juniors to school and attracted much attention. The 2 youths seemed extremely extraordinary. One was very handsome. Only judging by his looks, hardly anyone could surpass him. The other was very muscular. His entire body seemed to be filled with wild power. He could even be compared to Kwa Shan. They were Yi Futian and Yu Shang, escorted by Yi Xiang. After bringing them to the divine capital, Lu Feiyang had continued to take Yi Wuqian to the Fuyun Sword clan and return to the Lu Kingdom. Rather than going directly to the college, Yi Futian's group had settled in the divine capital before going. "We're here." Yi Xiang gazed at the Book Mountain, feeling shocked inside. Yi Futian and Yu Shang made their way to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they saw the 2 peaks on either side made of huge boulders. The center seemed to have been hacked open. There was a heavenly step, and faint sunlight shone down from the end of it, landing on the grave and solemn buildings. That was the holy land of cultivation in the Eastern Baron territory, the Eastern Baron College. "Go and cultivate well," Yi Xiang said to the 2. "We'll visit when there's time," Yi Futian said. "Don't worry about us," Yi Xiang said. "I'm going." Yi Futian turned around. "Teacher, I'm going up," Yu Shang said as well. Yi Xiang nodded. The two walked to the foot of the steps and started climbing up the book mountain. Are they students too? Someone asked. He didn't know them. From their conversation, it was clear they were here to learn. Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao, and the others were already at the top of the steps. They glanced at Yi Futian and were confused. They didn't see these two at the grand examinations, so they couldn't be this year's students. Then why were they here? Are you here to study? A youth asked Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Everyone knew each other but had never seen these two before. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. You can't enter the college without passing the examinations, the youth said, chuckling. These two guys didn't know the rules.
Oh, Yu Futian replied. Someone from the college invited us. The college invited you? Everyone turned to look at Yu Futian, studying him. Not many in the Eastern Barren Territory could get an invitation from the college. It had always been talents from all over coming to learn. The college practically never invited anyone except for some exceptional figures. You think you're Xiaowuji? Tuoba Yun side-eyed Yu Futian. Did the college really invite the two of them together?
Judging from the one who escorted them, they weren't anyone important either. As far as they knew, the only one that the college had invited these days was the genius Xiaowuji. It was rumored that Yi Futian didn't choose a clan, so no one in the college went. As for what happened in the Kangi Kingdom, only those in the top levels knew, and they wouldn't spread the news for no reason. Thus, no one knew that other than Xiaowuji, someone else was invited into the college. Not even the students of the college knew, let alone the outside world, because the college had announced that they wouldn't go to Kangi. Those who went were from the cottage. When Yi Futian heard Xiaowuji's name, he thought of the man in the ancient barren world. He was indeed talented and should be one of the top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. But of course, he couldn't be compared to Yi Futian. Nangong Jiao glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng and ignored them. She continued forward. Since she was here to learn, she would cultivate with the prides of the college and meet the legendary figures. She wouldn't waste her time on these insignificant people. Kuashan glanced at Yu Sheng and continued climbing up. Yi Futian also ignored Tuoba Yun and continued advancing.
The group of youths climbed up to the college, stepping onto the road of education. At the end of the stairs on the book mountain was the college. Entering an arched door, a square appeared in front of everyone. The square was still surrounded by mountain walls, and there were many meandering stairs around, leading to the different parts of the book mountain. In all places, there were ancient palaces and courtyards which seemed to be towering into the clouds, producing a spectacular view. It was the day on which new disciples would be admitted into the college. Obviously, there were people there to welcome them.
At the moment, there were many people in the square. Looking at the figures stepping into the college, smiles appeared on the faces of many.
They had heard that the current batch of disciples entering the college was very outstanding, especially a few of them who were extremely gifted and indeed rare geniuses. Is Kuashan here? Someone shouted.
Yes.
Kuashan took a step forward.
Are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Zongsu? The person asked. The eyes of all the disciples in the place sparkled, and many stared at Kuashan with some envy. There were 7 mountain elders in the college.
The strength of Zongsu was definitely among the top 3, and there were many excellent geniuses under him. Yes, I will. Kuashan nodded. Nangong Jiao, the person shouted again. Yes. Some anticipation flashed across the eyes of Nangong Jiao.
Are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Zhu Qing? As expected. Joy appeared in the eyes of Nangong Jiao as she nodded and said, Yes, I will. Tuoba Yun, are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Qin Mu? Yes, I will. Tuoba Yun nodded.
The names of the young people who were being admitted were called out one by one, and they were allocated to the 7 mountain elders of the college for cultivation. However, nobody was entitled to cultivate under the college chief. Of course, they also knew that this was almost impossible. Every disciple under the college chief was really extraordinary. As for the cottage, nobody even thought about it. However, the names of a few people were not called at all. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had been standing at the side quietly all along. At first, they wanted to ask something, but before they could do so, the roll call had already begun. Thus, they could only stand silently at the side and wait. Fortunately, not too many disciples were being admitted, and the session ended very soon.
All the mountain elders had sent someone over to welcome the new disciples who had just been admitted. Clearly, the college had already made the decisions beforehand and the different factions had the information. Actually, during their admission examination, everything had already been confirmed. They would only be entitled to cultivate in the college if a mountain elder was willing to accept them. Otherwise, it would be really awkward if someone entered the college but nobody was willing to teach him. The disciple looked at Futian and Sheng. Smiling, he said, "If you have come here to seek knowledge, please wait till next year and take the college examination." Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao and the rest glanced at Futian. These two guys are indeed trying to sneak into the place. They are asking for contempt. However, the disciple from the college was very polite. He only smiled and asked them to leave. "May I ask where is the cottage?" Futian looked at the disciple and asked, "The cottage?" The person's eyes sparkled. Around them, the other disciples of the college turned around one after another and looked at Futian in surprise. Even Kuashan, who was unconcerned about these things, looked at Futian. Is he actually asking about the cottage? Why are you asking about the cottage? After being stunned momentarily, the disciple asked so. "I am going to the cottage to cultivate," Futian replied. The disciple was puzzled once again and said, "The cottage should not be admitting any disciples. Please go back." The people around Futian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He actually wants to go to the cottage to cultivate? "I am Futian." Futian said this doubting in his heart if the people in the college even knew him. Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding immediately went into complete silence. All the disciples from the college turned their eyes and gazed firmly at the handsome figure. Futian was a very familiar name to them. At the end of the previous year, this name was frequently mentioned in the college, until the college announced that it would not go to Kangi. Only then, the name slowly faded away from everyone's minds. Nevertheless, the disciples of the college had obviously heard this name before. At the moment, not only did this name appear again, but Futian himself was standing in the college. Since he was Futian, he, of course, had the rights to appear in the college. Even if he did not participate in the college examination, since he had come, he was entitled to be admitted into the college. The mountain elders of the college would try their best to grab him. Regarding this, the disciples of the college had no doubts at all. After all, he had broken the records in the ancient barren world. However, Futian had come for the cottage. Tuoba Yun's sight froze at the spot. As a member of a noble family, he had, of course, heard about Futian. Even though he did not experience the events in the ancient barren world, Futian's name had been mentioned by many at the end of the previous year. Just now, when they were climbing the mountain, he mocked Futian, asking him if he thought he was Xiao Wuji. He was not Xiao Wuji. He was Futian. On the peak of the Mirror Mountain, he broke all the records of Xiao Wuji. Nangong Jiao also looked at Futian with some surprise. On the stairs during the climb, she did not at all expect such a handsome young man to actually be Futian, who had fully displayed his abilities in the ancient barren world. He was the arrogant person who broke the war drums on the Mirror Mountain and said the line, "Those who understand me will understand my arrogance." It was hard to imagine that such a person would look so handsome and also harmless when he smiled. Not even the slightest arrogance could be felt from him. Instead, he appeared to be humble and bright. After the silence was a commotion. Futian actually came to the college. Does he want to cultivate in the college cottage? However, even though he had broken many records in the ancient barren world, everyone was unsure whether the cottage would allow him to be admitted as a disciple. Why are you asking about the cottage?" The disciple was stunned for a while, after which he asked Futian. His look was much more solemn. Just Futian's name alone was enough to make him pay attention. "Someone from the cottage asked me to come and cultivate there." "Oh yeah, I think his name is Gu Donglu," Futian said as he smiled. "Seems like my name is really useful." Gu Donglu. Everyone around them gasped, and all the disciples of the college looked at Futian in envy. The college had announced that it would not go to Kangi. But someone from the cottage went there and did not inform the college. Moreover, the person who went was Gu Donglu. As always, the cottage acted as it wished. Why was Gu Donglu so famous? Because many people believed that he would be the next sword saint. Why was the cottage so famous? During that time, the Sword Saint walked down from the Book Mountain and became highly reputed in just one battle. From then on, everyone in the world knew about the cottage. The college disciples around them heard that it was Gu Donglu who asked Yi Futian to come to the cottage. For a moment, they actually did not know what to say. In the distance, a group of people was walking over. Tang Yi was in the group. His look passed through the crowd and landed onto Yi Futian directly. After a while, the group appeared in front of Yi Futian. Tang Ye's expression was very awkward. At that time, he humiliated Yi Futian in front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall and was very arrogant. Later, he became the laughing stock because of this, which caused him to lose all his face. Luckily, the college announced that it would not go to Kangyi, and he thought that Yi Futian had missed the opportunity to enter the college. However, while the college announced that it would not go to the Kangyi kingdom, the cottage did go. Gu Donglu went there. Many elders in the college only knew about this after a while. The cottage did not inform the college at all about their action, and this caused the college to feel somewhat disrespected. Therefore, the college did not announce this incident openly. Seeing Tang Yi, Yi Futian's look was very calm. That day, Tang Yi dishonored him, so the events that happened after that would definitely cause Tang Yi to feel awkward. Another person was beside Tang Yi. The person had an outstanding temperament and a graceful bearing. His name was Su Muge, and he was a disciple directly taught by the college chief. Among the junior disciples in the college, his talents could be ranked among the top 10. At the moment, Su Muge stared at Yi Futian and said, "Welcome to the college." "Thank you. Seniors, please advise me in the future." Yi Futian joined his hands together and said. The atmosphere at the moment was rather subtle. However, since the other person welcomed him, he naturally could not be rude. "I have heard about all the things you have done in the ancient barren world. I did not see them for myself, but since you could break so many records and take away the light from the Mirror Mountain stone wall, your talents in certain areas must have been unparalleled," Su Muge said slowly. It sounded as if he was praising Yi Futian. However, cultivation does not only depend on talents. Character is equally important. In the ancient barren world, Tang Yi had criticized you, and you had proven him wrong with facts. But even so, in the ancient barren world, your performance was still too unrestrained. Even if you can unleash strong powers by relying on external factors, that power does not belong to you after all. If one day, you realize that you are not as strong as your talents, it will really be embarrassing, and your mental state will be negatively affected. Su Muge said slowly, "After all, talent is not equivalent to strength." Yi Futian was stunned. Is he complimenting or educating me? Why do his words feel so strange? Lu Feiyang had once told him that even though the cottage belonged to the college, the relationship between the two at the moment was somewhat subtle. From the look of it, it was indeed so. Apart from Yi Futian, the college disciples around him also realized this. Su Muge was a disciple of the college chief, while Yi Futian was about to enter the cottage. He had just arrived at the college. Su Muge seemed to be welcoming him but was actually educating him. The attitude the college had towards the cottage was already evident. However, everyone could understand why that was the case. When the college announced that it would not go to Kangyi, the cottage immediately went there. The cottage did not give the college any face as well. "How many nobles did you leave on the Mirror Mountain stone wall?" At the moment, someone's voice spread across. Su Muge turned around and saw a somewhat inflated fat man walking over. Squinting and smiling at Su Muge, the fat man soon reached before him. Su Muge frowned, but the fat man said again, "How many inches of the image did you leave on the wall?" Su Muge frowned even more tightly. "Have you managed to control the statue and move it?" the fat man asked again. Su Muge's face darkened slightly. "You have done nothing. Without even any talents, what nonsense are you talking about here?" The fat man did not give any face to this disciple of the college chief as he spoke in a cold tone. Then, ignoring him totally, the fat man looked at Yi Futian. Squinting and smiling, he said, "My name is Xianxia, younger brother. I have been waiting for you for very long." A smile appeared gradually on Yi Futian's face. As expected, the cottage suits my taste. "Hello, brother," Yi Futian said. "You don't have to be so polite. Come, let's go to the cottage." Xianxia did not bother about the rest. Bringing along Yi Futian, He turned and left the place. Brother, what's your seniority? Yifutian walked beside Xiaoshi and asked. 7. Xiaoshi smiled bashfully. In the past, he had been the most junior. How about brother Gu Donglu? Yifutian asked again.
That's the third brother. The third brother is already so strong? Yifutian's eyes brightened. Thinking about the imposing nature of Gu Donglu in the Kangi Kingdom, Yifutian was confident that he would be protected in the future.
Then what kind of person will the big brother and the second brother be?
The cottage, as a part of the college, was on the Book Mountain too. Up above the winding road was the most remote hill. This was where the cottage was.
On the way there, Yifutian asked curiously, who are our eldest and second senior brother? Gu Donglu could scare off the people of Qin dynasty and Donghua clan with a look. Then what about the two senior brothers? I have never seen the eldest brother. He left years before I was born, Xiaoshi answered. But you should have heard of his. He might be enjoying his life on the Sword Saint Mountain. Sword Saint Mountain? Yifutian's eyes flickered.
He remembered that Lu Chenyu had told him that the college taught all kinds of students, even students from other clans. Many talents of the Eastern Barren Territory were the graduates of the college. However, he didn't expect that someone of the top power Sword Saint Mountain would have cultivated in the cottage. Well, he is probably the most famous disciple of the college throughout the centuries, Xiaoshi nodded.
Who?
Yifutian blinked.
Sword Saint. Xiaoshi smiled and looked at Yifutian with crinkled eyes. Yifutian was shocked. Though he had presumed that the eldest brother would be very strong, he didn't expect that it would be to this extent. Sword Saint Mountain, as one of the top powers, was located in the west of Eastern Barren Territory. The leader of the top power was the eldest brother, a disciple of the cottage? Why didn't Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu tell him about this?
No wonder when the cottage invited him, Lu Feiyang just responded with one word, yes.
If possible, Yifutian wanted to go to the Sword Saint Mountain to visit the boss. From this aspect, were the many strong cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain his juniors? He was a man with status now. Xiaoshi was a little bit proud when seeing Yifutian's amazement. The eldest brother is a man with a story, Yifutian exclaimed. Of course. Senior sister once told me that 10 years ago, the cottage was not as famous as it is now. The leader of the Fuyun Sword Clan once said something disgraceful about our teacher. Then the eldest brother went downhill and defeated all the top sword cultivators of Fuyun Sword Clan. He challenged the leader of Fuyun Sword Clan too and ended with a draw.
That battle made him famous and known as the Sword Saint. With this reputation gained from this battle, the eldest brother went to the west of the Eastern Barren Territory to establish his own clan. Many strong cultivators gathered there, wanting to join this clan, which is the present Sword Saint Mountain. Hearing Xiaoshi's introduction, Yifutian could imagine the legend. The eldest brother was a true legend. No wonder Lu Chenyu said that the people of the Sword Saint Mountain and Fuyun Sword Clan didn't get along well with each other. Why does the college have conflicts with the cottage? Yifutian kept asking. Don't let those guys bother you. They're not capable enough to join the cottage, so they're jealous of you, Xiaoshi said. I'm not very clear about the relation between the college and the cottage either. It said that the eldest brother once asked the teacher's advice about whether he should stay in the college or not. Our teacher recommended him to build up a new clan down the mountain.
The college seemed unhappy with that. If a man who had the ability to set up a new clan, whose fight with the leader of Fuyun Sword Clan was a draw, was willing to stay in the college, it would definitely add to the college's reputation. However, the teacher told him to go establish his own clan. Yifutian's eyes flashed. He asked, how strong is our teacher? I have no idea. Xiaoshi shrugged and said, he says he's not good at cultivating. Do you believe that? Yifutian looked at Xiaoshi. No, Xiaoshi shook his head. But indeed, no one has ever seen him fight. What about the second brother? Does he have a story too? Yifutian asked. Xiaoshi was startled and said, there is no second senior brother, but a second senior sister. As for her story, you will know it one day. Yifutian's eyes brightened. He nodded and said, how are you, sister? Yusheng followed behind deferentially.
Hearing Yifutian's voice, he rolled his eyes. They'd only just separated, but he had already grown independent?
At the end of the winding stairs was the top of the book mountain. Mist shrouded it faintly and the air was fresh. Under the cool air were rows of huts which were not like the other grand buildings along the way at all. They looked humble and simple. Were they the origin of the name of the cottage? There was a river in front, and on the stairs along the river was a woman washing clothes. Hearing the sounds, the woman turned around and showed her beautiful face. She was a maiden younger than Xianxia. Her charming eyes fell upon Yi Futian and Yusheng. Smiling, she asked, "Are you the junior brothers? How can our senior sister be so young?" Yi Futian was stunned. Was she the second senior sister? But she looked even younger than him. "This is the sixth senior sister," Xianxia introduced. "Hello, senior sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly and said, "You're really beautiful." Again. Yusheng was speechless. Hearing Yi Futian's compliment, the girl smiled sweetly and responded, "You're also good-looking. Is the second senior sister here?" Xianxia asked. "Yes." The girl smiled. "I'm bringing them to see her," Xianxia said. "Okay, you go first." "I will come after washing her clothes," the girl said gently. Yi Futian was confused. Was she washing clothes for the second senior sister? Xianxia walked away without minding the girl's words. It seemed that he was used to it. Yi Futian followed him and asked curiously, "How can the sixth senior sister be so young?" "She's an orphan brought back by the teacher during his trip. She started cultivation earlier than me. Though she's young, she is still our senior sister. She is learning from the second senior sister now," Xianxia said, and Yi Futian nodded lightly. The trio walked along the way and came to a few clean huts. There were 3 people here, 1 woman and 2 young men. The woman was tall, wearing a white skirt. She looked gentle and weak, but her eyes brimmed with radiating vigor. With a pair of beautiful eyes and a slender figure, she was a rare beauty. At this time she stood under an old tree like a fairy. The other 2 young men were busier. One was transcribing books while the other was making a fire. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, the 3 all looked up, eyes falling on Yi Futian. The woman looked over Yi Futian and smiled. "Our junior brother is here?" the woman asked. Her voice was quiet and gentle. "Hello, senior sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly and said, "I thought I met a fairy." Beside him, Xianxia rolled his eyes. Not only was the junior brother talented, he also had a silver tongue. "Good boy." The second sister smiled more radiantly and said, "I have heard that the little brother is very gifted but haven't expected that your taste is also good. Sister, you are as good-looking as a fairy. I am not blind. Everyone can see that," Yi Futian responded very sincerely. The second sister smiled even more radiantly. "Brother, come and sit." In the front, the brother who was transcribing books smiled at Yi Futian. "Do your thing." Hearing the light laughter from the second sister's mouth, that brother became disappointed and deferentially walked back to transcribe his books. The cooking brother wanted to say something, but after glancing at the second sister, he went back to his work. Yi Futian blinked. What was going on? "That is 4th brother and that is 5th brother." Xianxia introduced the transcriber and chef to Yi Futian respectively. However, this was a little different from what Yi Futian had presumed. Shouldn't the 2 brothers be the same as the 3rd brother? Were they too weak, or was the second sister too strong? "That girl has not finished washing clothes? My shoulder is a little bit stiff. Little brother, come massage my shoulders, please." The second sister turned to Yi Futian. "Ha!" Yi Futian blinked. Was this appropriate? But helping his senior sister was within his duties. Moreover, this was his first day. He should listen to her. Thinking of this, Yi Futian walked to the sister. Xianxia was sacred and wanted to escape. "Where are you going?" The second sister looked at Xianxia. "To cultivate." Xianxia smiled sheepishly. "Cultivate here," the second sister ordered. "Yes, sister." Xianxia nodded. Yi Futian walked to the sister while the 4th and 5th brother looked at him. Though they were laboring, they didn't envy Yi Futian but only mourned for him in the mind. The second sister sat in front of the tree. Yi Futian walked over, stood behind her, and reached out his hands. Xianxia looked at him with sympathy. He regretted that he didn't remind Yi Futian before coming here. "Our junior brother is here?" someone said at this moment. Yi Futian turned and saw a figure coming speedily from afar. It was Gu Donglu. He had seen him before. So far, he'd met all the senior sisters and brothers but not the teacher. Third senior brother, Yi Futian called. Yes. Gu Donglu nodded and looked at Yi Futian. You don't have to do that. Go walk around the cottage. Hearing this, Yi Futian looked at the second sister. She just smiled. Ignore him. Help massage my shoulders. Something is wrong. Yi Futian looked around. The fourth, fifth, and seventh brothers were all looking at him now. The third brother was looking at the second sister. Something was wrong. Yi Futian blinked and said, Brother Yi, I haven't visited the teacher yet. Can you bring me to see him? Then he was ready to run away. It was dangerous here. Your third brother lost the teacher. Where are you going to see him? The second sister smiled and said. Yi Futian was totally confused. How could the third brother lose the teacher? Xianxia, go and show our junior around, said Gu Donglu. Yi Xianxia nodded. Okay, senior. Junior. Come with me. Yi Futian followed Yi Xianxia while Gu Donglu was still looking at the second sister. The second sister sat there without concern, quiet and beautiful. If Yi Futian still couldn't figure out what was going on, he must be an idiot. What a close call. Yi Futian followed Yi Xianxia and left. While walking, Yi Futian asked, Third brother and second sister? Yi Xianxia patted on Yi Futian's shoulder and said, In the cottage, the master does not manage anything. The second sister manages internal affairs, while the third brother manages external affairs. Do you understand? I got it. Yi Futian nodded. Couple working together? The scene just now was indeed very strange. What's with the master getting lost? Yi Futian said speechlessly. A long story, Yi Xianxia said. The third brother brought the master out on a journey. On the way, the third brother saw an unjust act and showed up to save a beauty. The beauty was saved and followed him to the Book Mountain. But the master went missing. Thereafter, the third brother started to have a miserable time. Do you understand? Yi Futian thought about the second sister and then nodded. Of course he understood. The master followed the third brother on a journey? Yi Futian was puzzled. In the future, when you see the master, you will get it. He's too lazy. Yi Xianxia shook his head resignedly. How lazy is the master exactly? Yi Futian thought. How about the beauty that he saved? Yi Futian asked. The third brother chased her away, Yi Xianxia said. Yi Futian was totally speechless. The master is missing. So who will teach me cultivation? Yi Futian was somewhat depressed. Teach you cultivation? Yi Xiaoxia's expression was rather weird. Yes. Yi Futian nodded in a serious manner. I used to be so naive as well. Yi Xiaoxia gave a long sigh. Later, the master said that all the people who come to the cottage to cultivate have the best talents. Why do we need someone to teach? Makes perfect sense. Yi Futian nodded in a humorless manner. I feel that it makes sense as well. Yi Xiaoxia sighed and said, Is it too late for me to leave the mountain now? Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiaoxia, feeling that he had been deceived. Yi Xiaoxia patted on Yi Futian's shoulder again. The environment is not bad, and we also have pretty senior sisters. The food is good as well. Seeming to have recalled something, Yi Xiaoxia added. Sigh. Yi Futian heaved a long sigh. Not far away, the girl finished washing the clothes and walked towards them. She smiled and said to Yi Futian, Younger brother, why are you sighing? Sister, I am just sighing about why I didn't come to such a great place earlier, Yi Futian said as he smiled brightly. Okay. But aren't you already in the cottage now? The girl gave a sweet smile. Sister Xinger, go on with your work. I will bring him to where we stay, Yi Xiaoxia said. Beitang Xinger nodded gently and then walked towards the second sister. This sister is called Xinger? Yi Futian asked. Yes. The sixth sister is called Beitang Xinger, the second sister Zhuge Hui, the fourth brother Shui Yi, and the fifth brother Luofan. You should already know the name of the third brother. Yi Futian nodded and memorized these names in his heart. Yi Xiaoxia brought Yi Futian and Yushang to 2 huts and said, In the future, you will stay here. All right. Yi Futian nodded. He was unconcerned about staying in a shabby place. After all, he was not a pampered young master. When the meal starts, I will come and call you. Although cultivators absorb spiritual qi in the world, in the cottage we eat the 3 meals whenever we can. The food is really good, Xianxia said. Got it. Yifutian nodded. Xianxia also left the place. Yifutian sat down in front of the hut and looked at Yushang. Why are you staring at me? Yushang asked. I can't even look at you? Yifutian opened his eyes wide at Yushang. Yushang looked as if he was wronged. Why do you vent your anger on me when you are in a bad mood? He thought. Take the guqin here, Yifutian said. Yushing took down the guqin from his back and placed it before Yifutian. Then Yifutian stroked on the guqin and started playing alone. The melodious music was gentle and peaceful and actually suited the environment in the cottage. The music spread into the distance continuously. Shortly afterward, Xianxia returned again, as it was lunchtime. Yifutian and Yushing went to the residence of the second sister. The 5th brother Luofan was busy serving the dishes. The second sister was sitting in the first position and Bait Xinga was sitting beside serving her. The 3rd brother was sitting directly opposite them while the 4th brother Shuiyi was still copying the book. The little brother is here. Seeing Yifutian enter, the second sister smiled warmly. Hello, sister. Yifutian smiled as he shouted. Hello, 3rd brother. At the moment, he already knew the positions of the 2 in the cottage. He, therefore, had to serve them well and could not even offend one of them. Younger brother, sit beside me, Gu Donglu said. Yifutian nodded and sat down beside Gu Donglu. Yushang, sit as well. Since you have come to the cottage, we're one family. Gu Donglu smiled and said. Yushing nodded and sat down beside Yifutian. The 4th brother glanced at them secretly and felt somewhat depressed. Why is the little brother treated so well? Xianxia, go and fill the bowls with rice. The second sister said to Xianxia. Why is it still me? Xianxia muttered to himself resignedly and glanced at Yifutian. When he just entered, didn't we agree that the most junior one shall do this? The second sister looked at him, smiling. I will go. Immediately, Xiaoxia's face was filled with smile and his round body trotted forward to fill the rice. Smells nice. Yifutian looked at the dishes in front of him. They were all meat and the fragrance reached everyone's nose. Beauties like second sister and 6th sister eat so much meat every day and yet they are still so slim. 5th brother, your cooking skills are really amazing, Yifutian looked at and said to the 5th brother who was serving the dishes. It's all through practice. The 5th brother muttered resignedly. All right, let's eat. The second sister smiled and said. Immediately, everyone started to eat. Yifutian tried out a piece of meat. It was fragrant and tender, and extremely delicious. In addition, when the meat entered his body, he could actually vaguely feel a mysterious current. Is it good? The second sister asked, smiling. It's very tasty. Yifutian nodded. Then eat more, the second sister said, helping Yifutian to fill his bowl with meat. At that instant, the looks from everyone else froze as they stared at the scene. Stunned, Xianxia rolled his eyes. Is this the benefit of sweet talking? Should I learn it? Glancing at the 3rd brother secretly, he quickly gave up on the plan. Thank you, sister, Yifutian said. He did not dare to look at the 3rd brother who was just beside him and he felt extremely awkward. You should eat more as well. Gu Donglu helped to refill the bowl of the second sister, who lowered her head and ignored him but also did not reject him. Little brother, Gu Donglu shouted. Brother, Yifutian responded. Your sister likes to joke. Don't take it seriously. Since I have brought you here, whatever issues you encounter on the mountain, you can come and find me, Gu Donglu said with some hidden meaning. All right, I understand. Yifutian nodded. You are good at music? Gu Donglu said again. Even though Yifutian broke many records in the ancient barren world, apart from knowing that he was a full attribute mandate sorcerer, they were unsure about what exactly Yifutian was skilled in. I know a bit of that. Yifutian nodded. The sound from the strings was not clear enough. They should be too old. Xinger, later come with me. We will help the little brother to change the strings, Gu Donglu said. Okay. Beitang Xinger nodded gently. Thank you, brother and sister, Yifutian said, smiling. Why do the second sister and the 3rd brother look like a couple bickering with each other? He thought.
After finishing their meals, Gu Donglu said, "Let's go. I will go and take a look as well." Zhuge Hui smiled and stood up. Yi Futian looked at Yu Xing with a strange expression and said softly, "Do you feel anything?" "Yes, I am filled with strength." Yu Xing nodded. After finishing the meal, he actually felt that he had an endless amount of power and wanted very much to release them. Xianxia said that the food was good. It indeed seemed to be amazing. The group walked towards a certain direction. Yi Futian realized that the second sister did not speak to the third brother throughout the journey. They reached a somewhat remote place on the mountain. Before them, there was a huge stone cave. Gu Donglu stepped into the stone cave first, and Yi Futian followed quietly. Roar! A loud voice spread. Yi Futian felt that the blood in his body was rolling and gave a stuffy hum, almost spitting out blood. Dragon roar! Yi Futian could feel his heart tremble. His legs were weak, but he continued moving forward. Entering the cave, he realized that it was a different world inside altogether. There were many smaller stone caves, and one of them was flashing with terrifying light runes which were carved all over the stone walls and lighted up the cave. They seemed to contain the formidable powers of Matrix. In the stone cave, a ferocious black dragon was coiled up. Its furious and cold eyes stared at Gu Donglu. At the moment, there was a large wound on the black dragon which was filled with blood. "I will eat you all," the black dragon said in a cold tone. "If your tendon is pulled out, you won't die, right?" Gu Donglu said tonelessly. The black dragon widened its eyes, after which it started to roar violently, causing the cave to vibrate wildly. The runes around it became bright and turned into countless terrifying beams of matrix light which enveloped the black dragon. His huge body struggled madly, and it felt as if there was an earthquake. "You dare to do this to me?" The black dragon roared in anger. "Why didn't you think about this when you were eating people?" Gu Donglu said emotionlessly. "It's a growing black dragon which actually eats cultivators. The third brother captured it and brought it back." Beitang Xinger said softly to Yi Futian. "What did we eat just now?" Yi Futian looked at Beitang Xinger. "Obviously it's dragon meat. Next to it, there are also a few very evil demon kings. Their recovery abilities are all very strong. If we cut off a bit of flesh every day, it will grow back very soon." Beitang Xinger smiled gently. "I've gained much knowledge." Yi Futian had always thought that he was very capable, but now that he was at the cottage, he had to admit defeat. They had been eating the meat from demon kings every day. The food was more than just good. Why did the third brother say that he would pull out the dragon's tendons? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. "To make the strings for your guqin," Beitang Xinger said as she smiled sweetly. Yi Futian was very touched, even to the point of crying out loud. He would never want to leave the mountain again, even if someone was chasing him away. Next, the stone cave seemed to have started cracking apart. Yi Futian quickly ran out of the stone cave, unable to tolerate the scene. The miserable and angry roars of the black dragon spread out from the cave, pulling the dragon tendons. After an hour, in front of Zhuge Hui's hut, Yi Futian watched as the second sister and the sixth sister attentively helped him to change the strings on the guqin. His heart felt somewhat warm. "Third brother." At the moment, Xiaoxia ran over from the distance. "Yes." Gu Donglu, who was standing beside Zhuge Hui and watching her actions, raised his head and asked. "Someone from the college came and said that there is a trial for all the newly admitted disciples. They invited the little brother to take part," Xiaoxia said. "According to them, Xiao Wuji will participate in it, so the little brother naturally should as well." Xiao Wuji and Yi Futian were both invited to attend the college. "Tell them, next time, don't find the cottage for such trivial matters. We're not free," Gu Donglu said. "All right," Xiaoxia nodded. Wow! Yi Futian was a bit impressed by his third senior brother, who could eat demon kings and use dragon tendons as instrument strings. As for the invitation from the college to participate in the trial, they didn't have time. "The cottage is so busy. We don't have time to participate in those boring things. Right, Junior?" Third brother smiled at Yi Futian. "Yeah, you're right." Yi Futian nodded, thinking, "Whatever you say, brother." As for whether the cottage was busy or not, it didn't matter. Outsiders would not know. "Shui Yi," Gu Donglu called. "Yes."
Shui Yi replied while transcribing. Stop for now, Gu Donglu said. Bring the junior to the book cave. Yusheng, stay here. Okay. Feeling saved, Shui Yi put down his pen and walked to Yi Futian's side. Junior, come with me. Yi Futian nodded, wondering what the book cave was. Shui Yi brought Yi Futian to another cave in the cottage and entered it. The cave was very deep. The path went straight inside and suddenly became spacious. There seemed to be dazzling light in the distance. A golden path appeared on the ground. Countless runes pulsed. Follow my steps carefully and don't take the wrong step, Shui Yi warned. There was a flash under his feet. Yi Futian followed his every step cautiously. After that path, they arrived at the center of the cavern. Endless dazzling light fell upon them. Yi Futian looked up and was deeply shocked. As if they were in the middle of the mountain, the cavern was hundreds of meters tall. The sides had been carved into bookshelves. Innumerable books were pressed against each other in the walls. The library from the Donghai Academy that Yi Futian had once studied in was nothing compared to this. The book cave was practically a sea of books. How did the cottage collect all these books? Junior, there are all types of books here. The teacher doesn't teach and you have to learn by yourself. Do what you must, Shui Yi said. How do you read all this? Yi Futian mumbled. Hearing this, Shui Yi almost cried. He looked at the books and sighed. You'd need hundreds of years to transcribe all of these. Yi Futian froze. He looked at Shui Yi and asked, Fourth brother, are you transcribing the books here? Don't talk about it. Shui Yi sighed tragically. Second sister seems really powerful. Does she have a high plane? Yi Futian was curious. With her one look, the fourth and fifth brothers instantly grew obedient. I don't know what her plane is, but I know third brother's plane is really high. If you say no to second sister, Shui Yi said sadly. He glanced at Yi Futian, eyes saying, Do you get it? Yi Futian nodded. He understood. Third brother could make the nobles of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan scurry away with a sentence. Yi Futian could only pity his fourth brother. What about you? What plane are you? Yi Futian asked. I'm really low, only mid-level noble plane, Shui Yi said with low self-esteem. Yi Futian broke off. He wouldn't finish his sentence. It was impossible to imagine a noble obediently copying books and acting submissive before second sister. He felt sick. Is fifth brother a noble too? He asked weakly. Of course. Shui Yi nodded. Yi Futian felt even sicker as he imagined fifth brother cooking. Was he really a noble? Don't give up. You'll be a noble soon. Take a look around. I'm leaving now. Shui Yi patted Yi Futian comfortingly and walked out. Fourth brother, don't give up. You'll finish copying the books sooner or later, Yi Futian called to Shui Yi's back. The poor guy tripped and almost fell. You're right. He didn't turn around and seemed to have squeezed these words out his mouth, telling himself to not mind what a kid says. After Shui Yi left, Yi Futian looked around the book cave and muttered to himself, how many years would it take to read it all, let alone copy it all? Yi Futian gazed at the sea of books. The countless books seemed to have been organized into detailed groups. Every genre was available. He saw that one place was carved with the word Guqin. So he went over and started looking from the bottom. First were the basics of the Guqin. It included every note, key, and then from simple to advanced pieces. Yi Futian jumped around and saw many powerful techniques at the back. He read for a long while. Outside, night fell and a beautiful figure walked in. It was Beitang Xinger. Sister Xinger, Yi Futian called. He put his book down with a smile. Your Guqin is done and I brought dinner. Second sister told me to bring it, Beitang Xinger said, smiling. Thank you. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His two senior sisters treated him so well. Seeing how nice second sister was, he was sure there must be some misunderstanding that caused the brothers to be so scared. No problem. I'll read too, Beitang Xinger replied gently. Yi Futian nodded and started shoveling food into his mouth. This was Demon King and Dragon meat after all. Slow down and drink some soup. It's made from a king python. Beitang Xinger giggled at Yi Futian's actions. Okay. While eating, Yi Futian said, Sister Xinger, not only are you beautiful, your heart is beautiful too. Shut up. Beitang Xinger blushed. She was younger than Yi Futian after all and couldn't stand his teasing. I'm serious. I don't know who'll be lucky enough to marry you in the future. I'm even getting jealous, Yi Futian kept saying. Beitang Xinger grew redder and said, I'm ignoring you now. With that, she ran to the other to read. Yi Futian chuckled. He quickly finished the meal and started reading again. He didn't step out the cavern for the following few days. Every day, Beitang Xinger would promptly bring the meal over, making Yi Futian feel a bit bad. However, she didn't seem to mind and always smiled innocently. Without realizing, countless months passed. Yi Futian spent all those months in the book cave. One day, Yi Futian was practicing martial arts at the ancient peak cliff. His body contained boundless power. He'd been eating dragon meat and drinking python soup every day and accumulated much strength. He wanted to release it all. When he practiced the techniques inherited from Emperor Yi Qing, his body was like a dragon. His blood bubbled and roars sounded continuously. At the moment, he was practicing a fist routine. Each punch seemed to contain a dragon's roar. Power swept through the sky with extreme power reverberating. After a long while, there was a huge boom in his body. Endless power broke out, transforming into a terrifying martial arts conception. He'd entered the fourth-level Dharma plane. Yi Futian practiced the routine again and walked to the edge of the cliff. There was a guqin there. He faced the cliff and sat down cross-legged. Graceful music soon streamed out. The notes that sounded were quiet and peaceful. They seemed to blend with nature and transform into a breeze that blew past his clothes and grass. They also transformed into sunlight, shining down and warming the earth. Instead of playing a piece he'd learned, he just improvised according to his mood. Music that matched the artistic conception was the best. His spiritual energy pulsed with the music and spread outward, farther and farther. He felt the breeze, the sunlight, and the peaceful warmth. Without realizing, his spiritual energy also broke past the limit and plane. In reality, Yi Futian could have leveled up much earlier if he hadn't spent all his time reading. Today was just a natural process. The music stopped gradually and there was a chuckle. I didn't think that our junior's attainment in musical sorcery is so high. Yi Futian looked up and saw two fairy-like figures. Second sister, Sister Xinger. When did you come? He asked, standing up. I was attracted by your music, Zhuge Hui said. They're only simple notes, but they fit the artistic conception so well they became one. It seems that the cottage will produce another musical grandmaster. You flatter me, Yi Futian smiled shyly. Let's go, Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian picked up his guqin and walked over. How's Yu Shang? He asked. Don't worry, he's very talented. Your third brother is helping him cultivate, Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Shang's talent went without saying. When they returned to second sister's home, they saw Yi Xiaoshi, who said, Second sister, the Qin dynasty visits. Will you meet them? The Qin dynasty? Zhuge Hui arched an eyebrow and asked, Did they say why? Yes, Yi Xiaoshi nodded. They claim that the Qin dynasty will soon confer the title of crown prince and invites all forces to attend. They invited the college but also came just to visit the cottage. They hope the cottage can attend too. Zhuge Hui's eyes glinted. The Qin dynasty was one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top 3 forces. In addition, it was a kingdom and had very strong central power. The college was powerful, but it was different from a kingdom. If the Qin dynasty chose their crown prince, this would decide the future structure of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was indeed something significant. Inviting the cottage after inviting the college was also showing respect to the cottage. Who wishes to go? Zhuge Hui glanced at them. Me. Fourth brother raised his hand. Sister, I'll go. Fifth brother didn't want to lose. I want to go too, Yi Xiaoshi said weakly. Yi Futian made a face while Zhuge Hui grinned. What? You all want to escape from me? No, that's not what we mean. It's just that they invited us, but you and third brother definitely won't go. Since we can't lose face, only I can go, Shui Yi said shamelessly. That makes sense. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Luofan, bring the junior with. Luofan froze and quickly became overjoyed. Thank you, senior sister. Luofan was overjoyed. But Yi Futian was not happy at all. The food in the cottage was so good and the sisters were also beautiful.
He did not even want to leave for a single day. Sister, how about you let the seventh brother go instead? Yifutian said to the second sister. Xiaoxia looked at Yifutian, touched. Little brother is a good person, he thought.
The master once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The seventh brother has gone out many times. You have just come to the Eastern Barren Territory and should go outside more often, the second sister said, smiling.
Shuiyu and Xiaoxia looked at the second sister's gentle smile. Why is the little brother treated so well? Okay. Yifutian nodded. Yuxing, go as well. As for cutting the wood and cooking, fourth and seventh brothers, I'll leave them to you, the second sister smiled and said. Shuiyu and Xiaoxia could feel their hearts bleeding but did not dare to reject her order.
The next day, when Yushang returned, Luofan, Yifutian, and Yushang departed together. While walking on the mountain, Yifutian asked Yushang, "Where have you been cultivating during this period?" "Cutting wood on the mountain," Yushang replied. "Cutting wood?" Yifutian blinked his eyes. "Yes." Yushang nodded. Yifutian was speechless. The second sister said that the third brother has brought Yushang to cultivate. "Is that even cultivation?" "How is it?" Yifutian asked. "It's great. I feel that I have improved a lot," Yushang said in a serious tone. Yifutian looked at him and said, "Yushang, are you being serious?" "Yes." The third brother said that everyone's situations are different, so they naturally need to cultivate in different ways. The fourth brother copying the books is cultivation, and the fifth brother cooking is also cultivation. Similarly, I cultivate through cutting wood. I feel that my improvement is quite big, and I have also broken through into the fourth level Dharma plane, Yushang said. Yifutian's admiration towards the third brother grew even more. He could make wood cutting, cooking, and copying books sound so noble. He's actually a genius.
Wait, you call him the third brother as well? Yifutian said. Yes, the third brother said that in the future I can just call the rest like you do, Yuxing nodded and said. Yifutian looked at Yuxing with a strange expression and asked, how do you feel about the third brother? Knowledgeable, powerful, and has a unique opinion about cultivation, Yuxing said in a serious manner. Ha! Luofan, who was walking in front, laughed out uncontrollably. Yifutian asked, fifth brother, is cooking also a kind of cultivation? Of course, Luofan said in a humorless manner. Yifutian asked again, then why did the few brothers all want to go down the mountain? Cough.
Luofan gave a dry cough. Then, he copied the second sister's tone and said in a serious way, the master once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles.
Yifutian actually did not know how to reply. On the square located on the mountainside of the Book Mountain, many people were already gathered at the moment. In the college, there was a college chief and 7 mountain elders. Below them, there were also many trainers who were in charge of teaching the disciples of the college together with the college chief and the mountain elders. The cottage had a special status in the college and was somewhat unique. Since the big brother of the cottage went down the mountain that time and became famous in just one battle, the people in the world no longer took the cottage as merely part of the college. Since then, the relationship between the college and the cottage also seemed to have become subtle. The Qin dynasty invited the cottage, and naturally invited the college as well. All the mountains in the college would send someone to go. When Luofan and his team walked down, many people stared at them immediately, especially at Yifutian and Yushang. A few months ago, Yifutian climbed the Book Mountain and entered the cottage, causing a furor in the college. Even the people from all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory already knew that Yifutian had officially entered the cottage to cultivate, not to mention the college. The cottage was different from all the other forces, as it only had 7 disciples. The eldest disciple already formed a clan himself and became a towering figure in his generation. Among the other 6, the third disciple also became famous in the world a long time ago. Therefore, all of the other disciples had been attracting much attention. The cottage will go this time as well? At the moment, a toneless voice was heard. It was from a dignified-looking, middle-aged person from the college. Luofan looked at him. Putting his hands together, he saluted and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." At the moment, Luofan was graceful, polite, and had an extraordinary temperament. He looked just like a scholar and not the chef of the cottage at all. Such a huge change, Yifutian sighed.
A few months ago, there was an assessment for new disciples in the college. Why did the cottage not take part? Situ Wu said tonelessly. He was in the same family as the college chief and was quite senior. Naturally, he was qualified to question a disciple of the cottage. Luo Fan did not bother as well. He smiled calmly and said, "The master always believes that the assessment in the college is not very meaningful. The newly admitted disciples are all at different levels, so it's hard to determine who is really stronger. If talent is assessed only, the cottage has more reasons not to participate. Among the new disciples, who can have better talents than the little brother? If the cottage takes part, the existence of the first place will become meaningless." Arrogant, another elder scolded with a cold tone. The people from the cottage are arrogant like always. Now, Luo Fan has grown up and actually does not even pay respect to the elders here. The college disciples also stared at Luo Fan angrily. If the cottage was to participate, the first place would become meaningless? Too arrogant. Does he think that we are this weak?
I am just telling the truth. Do you think that the assessment in the college is more convincing than the relics in the ancient barren world? Luo Fan said, smiling. In the ancient barren world, Yifutian did what nobody had done before. If talent was compared only and the specific levels were ignored, it was certain that Yifutian would obtain first place. This was unless the college did not approve the detection of talents by the relics in the ancient barren world. But even in that case, it was unreasonable to claim that the assessment by the college would be more accurate. Thus, in the opinion of the cottage, the so-called assessment was a boring thing. In this case, we can find someone on the same level and have a battle.
I am on the 5th level Dharma plane. A voice was heard. The person who spoke was Tuoba Yun, who was a new disciple. A few months ago, when climbing the Book Mountain, he mocked Yifutian, saying that he was not Xiao Wuji, but in the end, he was only slapping himself in the face. After entering the college, in the first assessment of the new disciples, he was hoping that he could fight Yifutian to see how outstanding this reputed but weak cottage disciple really was. However, Yifutian did not attend the assessment at all. When he was cultivating in the college, Yifutian's name was also often mentioned by junior disciples. As one of the brightest newly admitted disciples, he naturally wanted to compare with Yifutian. Therefore, he said so at the moment to challenge Yifutian. Luo Fan looked at Yifutian, but Yifutian glanced at Tuoba Yun and smiling, he said, "You think you're Xiao Wuji?" Tuoba Yun was stunned for a moment and his expression turned somewhat awkward. During the time on their way up the Book Mountain, he mocked Yifutian in the same way, indicating that he was not even qualified to be invited to the college. At the moment, Yifutian returned him with the exact same words. Of course, he was saying that Tuoba Yun was not qualified to challenge him. Now, Xiao Wuji has already entered the Arcana plane. Although your performance in the ancient barren world is outstanding, it is really not appropriate that with your current level, you place yourself at the same height as Xiao Wuji. Su Muge was also among the crowd. He was precisely the person who was mocked by Yi Shaoshi on that day. Tang Yi was also beside him. Since when did the disciples taught by the college become so idiotic like you? Luo Fan looked at Su Muge with much contempt. You! Even though Su Muge was mocking Yifutian indirectly, he did not use straightforward humiliation like what Luo Fan did. Anyhow, he was a genius in the college and a disciple under the college chief directly. You what?
Let's use our levels to determine the status. I am in the noble plane, how about you? Luo Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. Domineering. Yifutian muttered to himself. Is this still the same 5th brother who cooks? Indeed, a person could not be judged by his appearance. Thinking about the attitude of the 5th brother at the moment and also his appearance when he was beside the 2nd sister in the cottage, Yifutian finally understood why all the brothers were fighting to go down the mountain. After going down the mountain, they could be much more imposing. The difference was too large. The faces of the elders from the college were all cold and they looked slightly frustrated. This was why the college did not like the cottage. The people were too supercilious. Moreover, the college could not do anything about the cottage. If they tried to reason with the cottage, they would realize that the cottage disciples were all rather eloquent. If they wanted to talk about strength in the college, even the few mountain elders would not dare to say that they could certainly win the 3rd disciple from the cottage. Furthermore, it was only the 3rd disciple from the cottage. Even the elders might not win him, not to say his peers.
In the cottage, there was still the eldest disciple who was like a king in the western region. Therefore, it was really very difficult for the college not to hate the cottage. "Let's go," Situ said tonelessly. Then, a few huge demons whizzed over and landed on the square. The college disciples stepped onto the demons one after another, and they ascended into the air. "How do we go there?" Yifutian looked at brother Luofan.
"If we can take one or two of the demons closed in the cottage and travel on them, it will definitely look impressive," he thought. Luofan took down the package from his back and untied it. Yifutian then saw a stick which was totally black, as if it had been charred. "Fire stick." Yifutian blinked. "It should be able to fit 3 people on top." Luofan smiled, slightly embarrassed. "Air."
Seeing that many people from the college were looking in their direction, Yifutian felt somewhat humiliated. However, Luofan did not mind it at all. He held his head high and walked onto the fire stick. Putting his hands behind his back, he looked like an expert who had withdrawn from the outside world. Yushang and Yifutian walked onto the stick. Then, the fire stick flew into the air and left the Book Mountain.
As the former king of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Qin dynasty occupied the most central position in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Qin Imperial City, the imperial city of the Qin dynasty, the Donghua city where the Donghua clan was located at, and the divine capital where the college was situated were honored as the 3 most bustling cities in the Eastern Barren Territory.
At the moment, the Qin Imperial City was extremely lively. Countless people from different places had come to the Qin Imperial City to send their congratulations. The king of the Qin dynasty was about to confer someone as the crown prince.
This was a major event that would affect the whole Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe in the near future, the king would be changed. The king of Qin could be said to be the most influential person in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was not hard to imagine how many things would be affected when the person on the throne might change. At the moment, in the sky, powerful cultivators flew over in the air continuously. Some even had to cross many regions to reach the place. All the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory had received the invitation from the Qin Imperial City, and they had also sent people here to visit and congratulate the Qin dynasty. The Qin Palace was a majestic place.
It had gone through the years of wear and tear, had once faced a risk of collapse, but it still stood in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the Qin dynasty wasn't satisfied with being one of the strongest 3. After all, it had once been the true king of the Eastern Barren Territory.
Each generation of kings worked hard to try and recover their lost glory. There was a huge square outside the palace, guarded by armored soldiers. Below that, there were steps leading down. Right now, there was a crowd down there staring up at the solemn place. At that time, strong cultivators descended from the air and landed before the steps. The crown prince crowning ceremony must be a grand event. Other than here, the regions surrounding the Qin dynasty were all bustling. Strong cultivators landed every now and then.
There were even rumors that the strong from every top force had arrived. They stayed in the inns and would attend the crowning ceremony. At that moment, a group of white-clothed figures descended from the sky and landed inside a pavilion.
Everyone looked at them with shining eyes and discussed them. "The Donghua clan is here." "Yes, they're situated the closest from here." Many people whispered amongst themselves. The pavilion that the Donghua clan landed in was their property in the Qin Imperial City. Of course, there was nobody from the Donghua clan there, and only some servants took care of it. In addition to the Donghua clan, all top forces had properties in places such as the Qin Imperial City. This wasn't significant. A group of fairy-like people appeared in another part of the sky.
Many of them were rare beauties. Another piece of news quickly spread through the city. The fairies of the Moon clan had arrived and gone to the Moon House. Similarly, this was their property. After that, another piece of news said that the Fuyun Sword clan had gone to the Sword Pavilion. The strong of the Sword Saint Mountain had arrived too. They stayed in the Knife Pavilion not too far from the Sword Pavilion. Tensions rose. No one knew if these 2 forces would get into a scuffle. The college arrived as well. They went to the Book Tower of the Qin Imperial City. It was peaceful and sophisticated, just like how a scholar's residence should be like. Yifutian, Luofan, and Yusheng picked a courtyard, and a servant cleaned it up for them. "Brother, you said that all top forces have their own properties here. If the Moon clan come, where will they stay?" Yifutian asked Luo Fan in the courtyard. He wondered if Jeyu would come. One day without her was like 3 years. The Moon House. Are you going to try for the disciples of the Moon Clan? Luo Fan laughed at Yifutian. He didn't know about Hua Jeyu. The cottage didn't pay attention to the ancient barren world. If Gu Donglu, who'd accepted Yifutian, hadn't told them about him, they wouldn't even know what Yifutian had done in the ancient barren world. I'll go if I have time, Yifutian said, chuckling. It seems like you have high aspirations. Luo Fan patted Yifutian's shoulder. I hope you can marry the Moon Clan's virgin. There's a virgin in the Moon Clan? Yifutian asked. Of course. The current virgin is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. Luo Fan chuckled. Are you interested? Yifutian had a strange expression. If the Moon Clan had a virgin who was known as one of the top 3 beauties, what would happen after Jeyu went? Brother, I'm not like that. Yifutian defended himself. How could he be misunderstood like that? Luo Fan smiled while Yifutian's eyes sparkled. He asked, who are the other 2? Luo Fan's smile widened. He almost believed Yifutian. Princess Mengrua of the Qin dynasty and Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan. But don't think about Hua Qingqing. She's already taken. Luo Fan chuckled. Brother, I didn't think anything. I was just asking, Yifutian said. Yeah, I trust you. Luo Fan nodded with a subtle smile. Yifutian just sighed inwardly. He was used to being misunderstood. The top forces had all arrived in the Qin imperial city, making the city much livelier. Everyone in restaurants and even storytellers discussed interesting facts about the top forces, attracting much attention. Of course, the one discussed most was none other than Prince Qinyu of the Qin dynasty. Everyone knew who the king would crown as the crown prince, Qinyu. He was an extraordinary prince and had been the brightest existence in his generation since he was young. He entered the noble plane before 30 years old and had developed extremely fast. His cultivation was even more impressive. Apparently, he wasn't far from King Qin's plane. It was highly possible that Qinyu may become the new king within the decade. Thus, many people discussed him. Not only was he extremely talented, he was also polite and was held in high prestige in the kingdom. Apparently, he had gone to personally greet the Donghua clan after they'd arrived. Other than him, Xiaowuji and Yifutian were also mentioned often. Before Yifutian's appearance, Xiaowuji had been the most legendary figure of the ancient barren world in recent years. He'd received the college's invitation and had entered as the dean's personal student. How could someone like that not be discussed? As for Yifutian, his performance had been even more extraordinary than Xiaowuji's. In addition, he'd officially entered the cottage and naturally created much buzz. Currently, a group of strong cultivators was visiting the book tower of the bustling imperial city. The leader stood out of the crowd in an elegant royal robe. Situ Wu of the college came to welcome him personally as he was Qinyu, the one who would soon become the crown prince. After he chatted with the college, he came to where Luo and Yifutian were residing. Seeing the soon-to-be crown prince, Yifutian was surprised. He'd thought that Qinyu would be busy with all the affairs and didn't expect him to come to visit. Qinyu greeted them and smiled, saying, "It is my honor to meet the disciples of the cottage." "Your Majesty, you are too polite," Luo Fan replied. "It has always been my dream to cultivate in the cottage, but sadly, it will never happen. However, it's a pity I will not see Gu Donglu this time. I wanted to compete with him," Qinyu said. His tone wasn't annoying at all. He controlled it well. "Third brother is a bit busier and could not make it," Luo Fan replied good-naturedly. As for whether it was true or not, only the cottage knew. "No problem. I am equally honored to see you. Further, I can meet the one who broke many records in the ancient barren world, too." Qinyu's eyes fell upon Yifutian and seemed very friendly. "You flatter me, Your Majesty." Yifutian smiled and nodded. Qinyu nodded at him and said, "Brother Luo, can we talk?" "Please," Luo Fan said. Qinyu glanced at a youth beside him. He wore an elegant robe and looked similar to Qinyu. He was around 20 years old and had a royal aura about him. He'd been studying Yifutian curiously since he had arrived. "Brother Yi, would you mind going elsewhere?" he suddenly said now. "No need. Yifutian is the cottage's junior. He can stay." Luo Fan understood them. "In that case, I will be straightforward," Qinyu said. Brother Luo, can you represent the cottage? Luo Fan shot a surprised look at Qin Yu. Then he smiled and nodded. Of course, any disciple of the cottage can represent it. Our opinion is the cottage's opinion.
Junior, keep in mind that you now represent the cottage when outside. Yifutian eyed his senior brother, thinking it's hard not to feel a sense of belonging in this kind of place. Even though he just entered and was only in the Dharma plane, he could still represent the cottage outside.
They were one unit and any one person could represent them all. Yes, brother. Yifutian nodded. Qin Yu smiled. So bold. Is the cottage willing to become the orthodox of the East Baron Territory College? What do you mean? Luo Fan asked.
All scholars will see the cottage as the highest above the college, Qin Yu said. Luo Fan smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your consideration. Qin Yu looked at him oddly. Why did Luo Fan reject him before he even finished?
He studied the other, only to hear Luo Fan continue. The cottage has our own aspirations. What your majesty said is not our aspiration. I see. Qin Yu nodded. A faint smile still on his face, he bowed slightly. Farewell. With that, Qin Yu really brought his men away. While leaving, the youth beside him glanced at Yifutian. Watching Qin Yu leave, Luo Fan arched an eyebrow. This trip was not so simple. Qin Yu, soon to be crown prince, seemed to be very ambitious. After the royalty left, they walked on the streets and heard something. At this time, Yifutian's name seemed to stream out of an open-roof restaurant. Everyone saw Xiao Wuji as unparalleled in the ancient barren world. No one could surpass him. But that day, Yifutian continuously broke the records. Months later, he snatched all the glory on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Perhaps no one can be compared to this youth in terms of talent. The speaker was a storyteller. He was very into the story. The youth beside Qin Yu chuckled and said, People always forget about past glory. No matter what people do later, they can be turned into legends. Many people looked over. When they saw Qin Yu's group, they were all shocked. Looking to the one who spoke, they guessed at his identity and their eyes couldn't help but gleam. It was him, the prince's legendary son. All records are made to be broken. The later ones have more advantages than the previous. Every generation is like that. However, how many of the record breakers can really stand at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory? The youth continued. I'm sure you all have forgotten about what the two monsters of the Donghua clan have done. If you have time, please think back. What they've accomplished cannot only be summarized by the word talent. The grandson of the king of Qin was called Qin Li. He was one of the most talented young people in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, his father was about to be conferred as the crown prince of the Qin imperial city and become one of the most influential people in the Eastern Barren Territory. Therefore, every move of Qin Li would undoubtedly be magnified. Thus, when Qin Yu was about to be conferred, the words from Qin Li immediately stirred up the people in the Qin imperial city. Qin Li's words did not seem to be inappropriate, and he did not even mention Yifutian's name, but when he said so at this moment, it would easily cause people to misunderstand. Of course, maybe there was no misunderstanding at all, this might be his attitude in the first place. Yifutian was a disciple of the college cottage. But the grandson of the king of Qin was praising the disciples from the Donghua clan. The meaning behind it was really intriguing. Of course, from another perspective, what the grandson of the king of Qin said seemed to be reasonable as well. Records were indeed meant to be broken by later generations. It was only that Yifutian broke the records in a very powerful way. That was why he could cause such an intense furor and let the entire Eastern Barren Territory know his name when he was only in the lower levels of the Dharma plane. Nobody knew how strong Yifutian would be in the future. However, at least currently, he was still only a low-level cultivator. As for the two absolute geniuses from the Donghua clan, both of them were very outstanding, especially the one who was already standing among the top of the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps only people like the Crown Prince Qin Yu and Gu Donglu from the cottage could be compared to him. Qin Li's words quickly spread into the ears of the people from the different forces which were entering the Qin imperial city. It was said that someone met a disciple from the Donghua clan and asked the disciple for his opinion on the words of Qin Li, the king's grandson.
The disciple from the Donghua clan smiled and commented that even though Yu Futian performed well in the ancient barren world and had proven his own talents, he was still too weak to compare with the real geniuses in the Eastern Barren territory. At least, he had yet to prove himself in terms of combat powers. The disciple from the Donghua clan said that maybe a few years later, when Yu Futian's level was higher, he would then be qualified to be compared with the absolute geniuses. Many people agreed in their hearts, feeling that the words from Qin Li and the disciple of the Donghua clan were reasonable. On one hand, Yu Futian's talents were indeed outstanding, but on the other hand, when they carefully recalled Yu Futian's performance in the ancient barren world, they realized that he indeed did not prove his combat abilities. Maybe his willpower was also genius. Of course, in any case, they were comparing Yu Futian to the best geniuses in the Eastern Barren territory in the first place. Apart from that, some people also noticed something unusual. Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, was about to become the son of the crown prince. Why would he comment on the disciple of the cottage and the people from the Donghua clan publicly? Yu Futian did not know about the words from Qin Li and the disciple from the Donghua clan until the people from the Lu kingdom came and visited them. Greetings, Senior Luo. The people from the Lu kingdom who came were naturally Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. When they saw Luo Fan, they bowed slightly and saluted. Yu Futian was gradually becoming used to this as well. Even when the prince of the Qin dynasty came here, he also viewed Luo Fan as someone with a similar status as himself. Of course, this was also because Yu Futian had a strong first impression. When he first saw the fifth brother, he was conscientiously cooking. Therefore, he felt strange about what happened outside. A cottage disciple on the Book Mountain and one outside the Book Mountain were completely different. Your friends? Luo Fan asked Yu Futian. Yes. Yu Futian nodded. You talk, Luo Fan said. He then walked to the side and sat down. Where's your Wuxian? Yu Futian looked at Lu Qinyu and smiling, he said so. Lu Qinyu opened her eyes wide at Yu Futian. I have asked around, and Wuxian probably did not come. Among all of you, only you and Yushang are here, Lu Feiyang said at the moment. Jiu did not come as well? Yu Futian asked. Nope. Lu Feiyang shook his head, and Yu Futian was somewhat disappointed. Maybe Jiu did not know that I would come. Have you heard about the king's grandson and the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang asked. Yu Futian shook his head. What happened? Lu Feiyang told Yu Futian about the things that had happened. Not far away, Luo Fan glanced in their direction and a strange look flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal and did not seem to be bothered. A strange expression appeared on Yu Futian's face and he said, Why did Qin Li say this? I heard that Qin Yu, the prince-to-be, has been visiting all the top forces that have come here. He has a wild ambition, Lu Feiyang said. Qin Yu wants the Qin dynasty to be revived in his hands. But it's not as easy as he thinks. Even if he teams up with the Donghua clan to rebuild the king of the Eastern Barren territory it once was. Before Luo Fan finished the sentence, he smiled and shook his head. A fool's talk. Senior Luo, you are saying that the Qin imperial city has teamed up with the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang's eyes sparkled. One wants to revive the dynasty and the other only wants to become the strongest clan in the region. The two do not contradict each other. Luo Fan smiled. Maybe one more force can be included. For example, a college which teaches the world. Lu Feiyang felt somewhat shocked. It seemed to him that Qin Yu had already spoken to Luo Fan. If the top three forces in the Eastern Barren territory were to join hands, their combined capability would definitely be terrifying. Furthermore, the three indeed did not contradict one another. A dynasty, a clan, and a college could actually complement each other. Yu Futian looked at brother Luo Fan in surprise. He did not expect the fifth brother to be able to speculate so many things just from a simple meetup and the words from the king's grandson and the Donghua clan. Did the college reject it? Lu Feiyang asked. If the college also agreed with its influence and the Qin imperial city and the Donghua clan, it would be somewhat terrifying. Now, the college is already orthodox in the Eastern Barren territory. Why does it have to become a cat's paw? Those guys are not stupid. Luo Fan smiled. Then they thought of the cottage. However, the Qin dynasty is really looking down on the cottage. Although the master is lazy, he is ambitious. Yu Futian blinked his eyes.
Just now, the fifth brother told Qin Yu that the cottage had its own aspirations. He asked curiously, "What's the master's ambition?" "I forgot. Next time when you see the master, you can ask him yourself," Luo Fan said, smiling. Yifutian was somewhat speechless. So, the king's grandson said that deliberately to devalue Yifutian and apprise the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang's eyes sparkled. He was not very surprised by Luo Fan's words. The Qin dynasty had always wanted to revive itself, and the Donghua clan also worked hard to become the first clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. These were not secrets. Perhaps, Luo Fan smiled and said, "Should we use a counterattack?" Lu Feiyang asked. The cottage does not care about the opinions of others. That time, before the big brother went down the mountain, he was questioned by many. After the battle that made him famous, everyone in the world knows about him. Some people think that the existence of the big brother is merely a coincidence. Later, the third brother went down the mountain, and all the voices vanished. Those who were supposed to shut up did so, Luo Fan said tonelessly. The history of fame of the cottage was simple. It was only a story about two disciples going down the mountain. However, the simple story was stirring. The eldest disciple of the cottage went down the mountain and challenged the clan leader of the Fuyun Sword clan. He became reputed in just one battle and formed his own clan. The story of the third brother becoming famous was even simpler. The master of the cottage was roaming around when he encountered a tragic case. A junior young man from a top-tier noble-level force liked a girl from a certain family. After being rejected, the family was actually exterminated. When the master of the cottage reached there, only an orphan was left in the family. According to many rumors, the cottage master was bad at cultivating himself and knew only how to teach others to cultivate. The young man from the force was disrespectful, but because of the influence of the eldest disciple in the cottage, he did not dare to do anything and could only allow the cottage master to bring the orphan back. The latter part of the story was much simpler. The third disciple from the cottage went down the mountain, and the top-tier noble-level force disappeared from the Eastern Barren Territory since then. Because of these two incidents only, the cottage became reputed in the entire world and a holy place where countless young people longed to cultivate in. From then on, even though the cottage disciples did not appear often, whenever a disciple went down the mountain, no force would dare to neglect him. Nobody would know whether he would start another bloodshed. Thinking of this, Luo Fan smiled and said, "Actually, what the king's grandson said is true. The people in the world always tend to forget the brilliance of the previous generations. Habitual forgetfulness, they just don't learn." Hearing Luo Fan's words, Lu Feiyang was speechless. It's indeed the cottage. The people there are overly arrogant. Also, the arrogance seemed to be able to spread, and every single cottage disciple would be like this. He had already seen the situation when Gu Donglu went to Kangyi. Now, the fifth disciple of the cottage was equally arrogant. Yifutian is a proud person in the first place. Now he has entered such a place. I wonder what he will become. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu left. The outside world was shocked by Emperor Qin's grandson's words, but the cottage seemed not to care. What could they say? Time would prove everything. They anticipated the brilliance Yifutian would display in the ancient barren world. Even though his current plane was low, Lu Feiyang and the others believed that, judging from his earlier performance, he might become as Luo Fan had predicted after entering a truly high plane. Then those people would shut up naturally. However, the outside world didn't see it that way. The more people talked, the truer it became, especially when the speakers were those like the Emperor Qin's grandson and the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan. Not everyone could see things clearly like Luo Fan. Most people accepted this view. Yifutian indeed attracted too much attention recently, and his plane wasn't enough to support his reputation. After all, he hadn't truly displayed his combat ability yet. Perhaps after a few years and Yifutian rose in plane, he would truly qualify for the attention. It was still too early now. Days passed in the blink of an eye. There was only one more day before the crowning ceremony of the crown prince. That day, someone from the Qin imperial city came to the book tower, inviting the college and cottage to reside in the palace and observe the ceremony in the morning. All top forces received the invitation. The Qin dynasty invited the top forces into the palace the day before. This way, they wouldn't disturb the top forces but would also display enough respect. That day, Many people waited in the large square before the Qin Palace.
They wanted to see the top forces. At that time, a group descended from the sky. They had powerful auras and were unparalleled. They were the Donghua clan. Landing directly in the square, they strode to the palace. Not long after, the fairies of the Moon clan arrived.
The leader of the group was an extremely beautiful lady. She looked otherworldly. Her eyes were clear as water and her skin was unblemished. She had a thin waist and her beauty was like an angel. However, she also seemed pitiful and gentle.
She was like a fairy in the mortal world, making people want to approach her. Chu Yaoyao, the virgin of the Moon clan. Seeing her beauty, many people's hearts quivered. They wanted to protect her, they seemed to forget that her status. She didn't need their protection, but that was her charm.
The top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory were often mentioned together. Apparently, Princess Qin Mingrua was elegant and graceful. Her beauty made her a goddess in many people's eyes. Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan was, according to rumors, pure and sweet.
Nobody who saw her could think of anything dirty. As for Chu Yaoyao, they all saw her today. She made one want to protect her and feel pity. Now, Chu Yaoyao entered the Qin Palace. She probably would soon see the other great beauty. What would that scene be like?
It was a pity that Hua Qingqing hadn't come. Otherwise, the 3 beauties together would make for beautiful stories. Another group of strong cultivators descended. It was the Lu Kingdom. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had obviously seen the Moon clan and saw Chu Yaoyao. As expected of one of the top 3 beauties. She's even prettier than you, Lu Feiyang said to his sister. Lu Qinyu's eyes flashed, but she didn't mind.
However, the title of the 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory might disappear soon and be replaced with the 4 beauties. Lu Feiyang thought of someone else. Lu Qinyu nodded in agreement. Hua Jieyu's features were at the same level as Chu Yaoyao. She'd also joined the Moon clan. Let's go. The people of the Lu Kingdom also walked towards the Qin Palace. They had invited all top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and the Qin Palace grouped everyone. Of course, only representatives of the top forces came. The true leaders weren't present.
It was just a ceremony for the crown prince and wasn't important enough for them. The leaders might come if it was the crowning of the emperor. The other forces arrived gradually. The college arrived too, as well as the cottage. Though the college didn't like the cottage and the cottage looked down on the college, those were private matters. The college's arrival attracted much attention. The 3 from the cottage snatched even more attention. Is that Luo Fan, the 5th disciple of the cottage? I heard he's already in the noble plane. Yifutian was also surprising. He was more handsome and charismatic-looking than the others had imagined. The group ignored the spectators and walked straight into the palace. People welcomed them outside the palace and guided them to where the other forces were. They walked down the road and met many people from the other forces. Coincidentally, they ran into Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. Seeing Yifutian, Lu Feiyang walked up with a smile and said, "I'm not going to the pavilion first. I'm going to look around." With that, he walked over and grabbed Yifutian. Yifutian was embarrassed. He said to Luofan, "Senior brother, I'll walk around." "All right." Luofan nodded lightly. Yifutian and Yushang left with the Lu siblings. "What's so interesting about the palace?" Yifutian asked Lu Feiyang. "That guy was really dragging him around. Don't you want to see the 3 top beauties?" Lu Feiyang asked, grinning. Yifutian blinked. "Beauties are nothing to me. I'm actually not interested." "Really? But since I'm already here and there's nothing to do, there's no harm in looking," Yifutian said. Behind him, Lu Qinyu gave him a look. Then she looked away as if disgusted by the 2 guys in front of her. Men were lustful indeed and were always interested by beauties. They went to a garden. There were many pagodas and the environment was peaceful. There were already many people there. They were all the young members of each top force. They all looked at the same place. At the front of the crowd was a pagoda. A girl sat inside quietly with a guqin before her. She seemed to be preparing to play a melody. So pretty, Yifutian couldn't help but think. Of course, he was just appreciating her. As a loyal man, he wouldn't think about anything else. The girl in the pagoda was elegant and graceful. A single glance at her was like a hit to the heart. Every man fantasized about a dreamy, fairy-like girl like her.
Yifutian's arrival didn't attract much attention. It wasn't that they didn't notice but that everyone was distracted by the girl.
They didn't have time to pay attention to him. Some also purposely ignored him. After all, many of the crowd were extraordinary figures of the top forces. Qin Mengrua, princess of the Qin dynasty. Lu Feiyang whispered. Yifutian nodded. Chu Yaoyao over there. Lu Feiyang pointed elsewhere. There was a group of beautiful girls. One of them was just as beautiful as Qin Mengrua. Who do you think is pretty? Lu Feiyang asked. My girlfriend is the prettiest. Just between the two of us. Lu Feiyang smiled at Yifutian with a knowing look. I'm different from you, Yifutian said seriously, looking at him with disdain. Seems like you're taught well. Lu Feiyang patted Yifutian's shoulder, making his expression darken. He looked around and saw many familiar figures, such as Gu Biyue of the Witch clan, Li Daoyun and Li Daoqing of the Fuyun Sword clan. Hua Qiqi of the Donghua clan was present as well. Why aren't we starting? Yifutian was confused. Qin Mamrua was already before the Guqin, ready to play, but she didn't move. Waiting for someone, Lu Feiyang said. Who? Yifutian found it strange. So many prides were here, even the Virgin of the Moon clan. Who could make everyone wait like this? Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Lu Feiyang said. Yesterday, Qin Li spoke of two monsters of the Donghua clan. Qian Shanmu is one of them. Countless days ago, Qin Li had used the two monsters of the Donghua clan to pressure Yifutian. Of these two, one was someone equal to Gu Donglu, third disciple of the cottage, and Qin Yu, soon to be crown prince of Qin. The other was Qian Shanmu. Yifutian was a bit surprised. Even Qian Shanmu shouldn't be this important. Merely looking at the beauties Qin Mamrua and Chu Yaoyao, one was a princess while the other was a virgin. They were both equal in status to Qian Shanmu. Qian Shanmu is skilled in music, Lu Feiyang said. You can say he's the best at musical sorcery in the younger generation. Qin Mengrua invited everyone here so they could hear it. Therefore, we must wait for Qian Shanmu. Earlier, you fought with Gu Biyue with musical sorcery. You're also skilled in the Guqin, so you can enjoy this well today. As they spoke, a figure walked over slowly. He was extremely handsome and had a free and easy feeling about him. He was dressed in all white. Looking forward, he seemed not to see anyone present. No one seemed worthy of his gaze. He's here. Everyone looked over to Qian Shanmu. Known as the most powerful musical sorcerer of the younger generation, he'd arrived at the Qin Palace. Though talents from all over were here, not many were equally reputable as Qian Shanmu. Even the beauties Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao were slightly lower. It was only because of their extreme beauty that they could be as well known as Qian Shanmu. His talent was evident. After Qian Shanmu arrived, he walked to where the people from the Donghua clan were at. Standing quietly in the crowd, he looked at the beautiful lady in the pavilion. At the moment, Qin Mengrua, who was in the pavilion, looked elegant. Her slender fingers stroked the guqin and its strings started to move. The music was melodious and sweet. The music had an extraordinary artistic conception which seemed to shed a strand of colored light onto Qin Mengrua, granting her a sacred and noble temperament. As she played the guqin, her body seemed to be filled with a wonderful hue like the sunlight and the breeze, bright and graceful. It was a very easy piece of music. The beating notes depicted a peaceful and beautiful scene. The music, just like her own temperament, was noble and elegant, peaceful and glorious. There seemed to be nothing special about the music. It was simple yet pleasant. At the moment, in the Donghua clan zone, a green object appeared in Qian Shanmu's hands. It was a bamboo flute. Qian Shanmu put the bamboo flute near his lips and then started to play it slowly. The sound of the flute accompanied the music from the guqin, but did not destroy the artistic conception of the music at all. Instead, it complemented the music. The gentle breeze blew and the leaves of the trees swayed, and yet another artistic conception appeared which seemed to be describing a natural scenery. On the picture in everyone's minds, there were not only sunlight and breeze, but they could also vaguely see flying butterflies and running fawns. Suddenly, the music of the guqin changed and was no longer peaceful and happy. It became rapid and sharp. Only at this moment, Qin Mengrua was like a noble princess who was holding a sword, one that could fight on a battlefield and command thousands of horses and soldiers. She was the female general of the battlefield who was holy, noble, and inviolable. The sound of the flute similarly changed. It became sharp but without losing grace. He was like a knight on the battlefield who was invincible.
The style of the guqin's music and the flute's music changed continuously, and the artistic conception they were revealing also continued to blur. At the start, everyone could clearly feel the artistic conception expressed by the music, but later, no pictures could appear in their minds.
Naturally, they would not doubt the musical attainments of Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu. Maybe they were too accomplished, so much so that they could not feel that artistic conception in the music. From the beginning to the end, Yi Futian had been listening quietly, as if he was enjoying the music. It was indeed pleasurable to hear the two cooperating to perform the music. It was only that there was a fly in the ointment. Finally, the music from the guqin and from the flute stopped gradually.
The entire place still seemed to be silent. Nobody made any sound, as if they were still immersed in the artistic conception before. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Qin Mengrua. Someone marveled uncontrollably. The music from the princess is really engaging. The music contains so many different artistic conceptions which were switched so easily and perfectly. Qian Shanmu could fit the sound of the flute so perfectly into the music of the guqin.
He deserves to be called the most skilled musician in the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. A monk marveled. He was from the Xianxia temple. He was not flattering Qian Shanmu. Even though Qian Shanmu was one of the brightest geniuses among the young generation, nobody in the place would need to flatter him. Everyone present was from top forces, so they did not need to please Qian Shanmu. Nevertheless, his play was indeed good and deserved compliments. Yi Futian similarly felt that it was good. The words of the monk from the Xianxia temple were true. It was not difficult to play a good piece of music. The difficult part was that Qian Shanmu had always been following the rhythm of Qin Mengrua's music and was never detached. The sound of the flute and the music of the guqin merged with each other perfectly, as if they were just one in the first place. This was the most difficult thing. Although Yi Futian was adept at playing the guqin, he knew that he still could not cooperate with another person. This would require an extremely accomplished musician. He who is famous definitely has the abilities. Since Qian Shanmu was reputed to be the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, he undoubtedly had the skills. Qin Mengrua raised her head and nodded lightly at Qian Shanmu. Her eyes were filled with a gentle smile, causing even the scenery around to be paled into insignificance. It's my pleasure to be able to play with the princess. Qian Shanmu nodded to return the salute.
His voice was very mild, like a modest gentleman. Maybe the event today can become a favorite tale in the future, someone from the Donghua clan said with laughter. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they all had a special feeling.
Indeed, just like what the person from the Donghua clan had said, all the people from the various top forces witnessed the event on that day. The princess from the Qin dynasty was absolutely beautiful and unparalleled at playing music, while Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan, being the best musician, was glorious and played the flute with Qin Mengrua's guqin. This could indeed become a nice story. Please don't laugh at me if I have performed poorly. If there are any flaws, I hope that you will point out to me. Qin Mengrua smiled and looked at everyone. She was noble and elegant, but without losing her humbleness. How do you feel about it? Lu Feiyang asked Yi Futian. He was not good at music, so he was unable to comment on anything. He only knew that Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were very skilled at playing music, but did not know specifically how good they were. After all, it was only a normal piece of music, and not released in the form of a musical spell.
If it was a spell, their abilities could be judged by the powers of the spell. Very strong. It is extremely hard for Qian Shanmu to continuously complement Qin Menrua's music. If he plays his own music, he can easily cause people to be absorbed into his artistic conception, Yi Futian said.
Qian Shanmu was indeed strong. Although he had a poor impression of the Donghua clan, he would not deliberately belittle the people there. Lu Feiyang smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. This arrogant guy also knows how to praise others. However, this was normal, as Qian Shanmu was the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory after all. How could such an outstanding person be weak? Qian Shanmu is not only good at the bamboo flute.
He is proficient in any type of music, and is very adept at playing the guqin as well, Lu Feiyang said softly. Yifutian nodded gently. Princess, your music is impeccable, Qian Shanmu said. As the best musician, he naturally had the authority to say so. I'm flattered. Qin Mengrua smiled and said, I heard that Gu Biyue from the witch clan and the cottage disciple Yifutian are also experts in music. They must be very outstanding as well. I am but Mr. Ye's defeated opponent, the witch Gu Biyue said as she smiled gently. She looked at Yifutian as if she did not mind the defeat at all. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yifutian. At that time in the ancient barren world, Yifutian was already famous and attracted the attention of many before Xiao Wuji even appeared. That was precisely because he had made the witch Gu Biyue from the witch clan his servant. The reason was that Gu Biyue lost to Yifutian in terms of music. Subsequently, when Yifutian became famous in the ancient barren world, many people knew about this. Naturally, they also knew that Yifutian was good at music. Just now, many people might have purposely or unintentionally ignored Yifutian, but the words from Qin Mengrua and Gu Biyue drew everyone's gaze towards him. The looks of the people from the different forces were not the same. The people from the Fuyun Sword clan came from the first summit, and the expressions of Li Daoyun and Li Daoqing were clearly unhappy, especially Li Daoyun. One of his arms was broken by Yifutian, forcing him to change to a left-hand sword. Furthermore, Lu Chenyu, the lady that he liked, was also beside Yifutian at the moment. It would then be easy to imagine Li Daoyun's hatred towards Yifutian. Qin Mengrua looked at Yifutian with her charming eyes. Yifutian smiled and said, I only have some knowledge about music, and am not very skilled at it. Princess, your music is excellent. You don't need my advice. Mr. Yi, you are being too humble. In the ancient barren world, you displayed outstanding talent, and the world knew about you in just one day. Many different forces went and wanted you to join as their disciple. In the end, you entered the cottage. Qin Mengrua smiled and said, The cottage only has 7 disciples. Including you, there are only 8. Now, many people in the ancient barren world say that after you cultivate for a few more years, you will probably become unparalleled among your peers. A strange look appeared in Yifutian's eyes. The king's grandson, Qin Li, devalued him openly, but Qin Mengrua praised him like this in public. What did that mean? Many people turned and looked at Yifutian one after another. Many people did not fully agree that Yifutian would become unparalleled among his peers. How many geniuses are there in the Eastern Barren Territory? Who can say that he is unparalleled? People like Qian Shanmu only dare to call himself unparalleled in terms of music. The people in the world claim that the cottage only takes in unparalleled figures. In the ancient barren world, Yifutian has displayed excellent talents, but we do not know how strong he is. Now that we have the chance, our Donghua clan would like to know more. Someone in the Donghua clan zone said slowly. It seemed that he wanted to challenge Yifutian publicly. The people from the other forces all seemed to be interested. Qin Mengrua praised Yifutian, saying that he would be unparalleled. Then, the Donghua clan wanted to challenge him. Did they want to prove themselves? Did they want to flatter Yifutian and then defeat him? Yifutian's eyes sparkled. The 5th brother had said that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had teamed up. Now, Qin Mengrua had played guqin at this location. He had also realized something. The scene at the moment seemed like they were trying to flatter and then defeat him. The words from Qin Mengrua had lifted him to such a high position. If he was defeated in the fight, the legend of the cottage would also be crushed from then on. If he won, that would just be expected, and it would not have any effects on the Donghua clan because he was a cottage disciple. Today, I have come here to enjoy the play from the princess. Wouldn't a battle be inelegant? Yifutian smiled and did not bother about the challenge. He actually rejected it. A weird expression appeared on the face of everyone. He should have heard the words from Qin Li, the king's grandson. Doesn't he want to prove his own strength? Are you too afraid to fight? Li Daoqing said in a cold voice. You still have the face to speak? Yushang glanced at Li Daoqing. Seeing Yushang, Li Daoqing's face darkened. He still vividly recalled Yushang beating him violently in the ancient barren world on that day.
The people in the world are already comparing you to the best geniuses in the ancient barren world. Today, right here, Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan has already displayed his musical attainments.
As a cottage disciple, if you avoid the battle, wouldn't it attract much criticism from others? Qin Mamrua's voice was gentle and her face was filled with a smile, appearing to be extremely polite. However, when her words fell in Yi Futian's ears, it sounded very aggressive.
Was she alluding that if he avoided the battle and did not perform, he would not be qualified to compare with Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan? Yi Futian smiled and said, "Princess, today you have played the guqin here, and the people from the different forces have come here to enjoy. First, it is a pleasurable event.
However, because something else has been added to it, the event is no longer that nice anymore." A doubtful expression appeared on everyone's face. "What does this mean?"
"Mr. Yi, what do you mean?" Qin Mingrua asked. "Princess, just now, you asked me to advise you on your music?" Yi Futian smiled and said, "If there are any inadequacies, please advise." Qin Mingrua smiled and said, "All right." Yi Futian nodded, after which he smiled and said, "If the two of you want to use music to date each other, go ahead. Don't drag me into it." After speaking, he turned around and left. One of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory.
"So what?
It's none of my business."
Today, Qin Mamrua had played her guqin at this place and invited the people from the various forces to come and enjoy. Xian Shanmu from the Donghua clan came and used his flute to follow the music. The guqin and the flute were played together and the music was very pleasant.
Previously, Lu Feiyang had asked Yi Futian how he felt about the music. Lu Feiyang did not know much about music, but Yi Futian could feel the artistic conception within the music. The sound of Qian Shanmu's flute had always changed according to the changes in Qin Mingrua's music. The artistic conception there seemed to say that a gentleman would be a good match for a beautiful and graceful lady. Later, the music turned increasingly harmonious, as if the husband and the wife were becoming reconciled.
Therefore, Yi Futian would feel that although the music was good, there was still a fly in the ointment.
Along with what the 5th brother, Orphan, had said earlier, Yi Futian guessed that the so-called guqin recital on the day was actually a meet-up between the two forces which were trying to be allied through marriage.
It was the marriage between the little princess from the Qin dynasty and the genius from the Donghua clan. One of them was one of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory and liked music, while the other was the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory.
Indeed, they were a match made in heaven. If the two forces did team up, arranging such a marriage would naturally be very meaningful. However, the two were not ordinary people either, and the seniors would definitely not be able to decide on their marriage with just a sentence.
Perhaps that was why the guqin recital was held. It all seemed to be elegant and delightful. In fact, not just Yi Futian had guessed it, but people from many forces also had a similar feeling. Maybe it was only a meet-up between the Princess Qin Mamrua and Qian Shanmu on that day.
All the rest were mere decorations for the two to stand out. They used music to understand each other and played together. Just like what the person from the Donghua clan had said earlier, perhaps this would become a nice story. In the future, it would be natural for such an outstanding pair to be together, so the event on that day would also become a favorite tale. However, all of this was disrupted by one sentence from Yi Futian. Just that one line destroyed the entire atmosphere. Yi Futian said bluntly that if they were trying to date each other, they should not drag him into it. Such a happy event sounded exceptionally vulgar from his mouth. After he finished that sentence, everyone's look stagnated and they all felt speechless. Every Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were too surprised to react. They looked in astonishment at Yi Futian, who was leaving. The witch Gu Bus smiled and looked in Yi Futian's direction. This guy really doesn't give anybody face. The looks from Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu were also stunned, and a strange expression appeared on both of their faces. Today, they felt quite comfortable about the meeting and had a favorable impression about each other. However, Yi Futian's words immediately caused their happy mood to turn somewhat terrible. "Stop!" A cold voice was heard. The person who spoke was a cultivator from the Donghua clan. Yi Futian stopped and then turned around slowly. Looking at the person from the Donghua clan, he asked, "What?" Today he was asked by Lu Feiyang to come and join in the fun. The cottage did not bother much about external affairs. This could be seen from the attitude of the fifth brother. Whether the Qin dynasty teamed up with the Donghua clan or not, the cottage was unconcerned, and naturally Yi Futian would be unconcerned as well. He also did not care about the marriage between the two forces. Whether Qin Mengrua would be together with Qian Shanmu or not, what did it have to do with him? However, they deliberately wanted to drag him in. He could not tolerate this. The Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the college were the three most influential forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, two of them teamed up. Did they want to purposely suppress the college? Although the cottage was not on good terms with the college, it was a symbol of the college after all. If they could defeat the cottage, that would be equivalent to defeating the college. Therefore, did they want to begin by defeating Yi Futian? Since this was the case, he would no longer need to give them any face. Even if you are a cottage disciple, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Someone from the Donghua clan said emotionlessly. Yi Futian was not wrong. Today's event was indeed a meeting between Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu. However, the atmosphere of such a glorious meet-up was totally destroyed by one sentence from Yi Futian. The feeling of the people from the Donghua clan could then be well imagined. The marriage was rather important for both forces. If the important people from both forces were married, there would naturally be less deceit and distrust when the two forces were trying to cooperate. It was particularly important for the Donghua clan. After all, if they were married, Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan would bring the Qin dynasty princess back to the Donghua clan. This would help to increase their reputation, whether it was for Qian Shanmu himself or all of the Donghua clan. Moreover, from then on the Donghua clan would have two of the top three beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory. To the Donghua clan, which wanted to become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, they naturally would not want to miss out on such an opportunity and all hope that Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua could be together. Where have I been inappropriate? Please advise. Yi Futian smiled and said, since he had already done so, he would not be afraid of what the others would say. The princess and my Donghua clan disciple, Qian Shanmu, played their instruments together. It is supposed to be a very nice event, but in your mouth, it appears to be so vulgar and unbearable. Is this how the people from the cottage behave? The young man from the Donghua clan asked. Yi Futian glanced at the person with a cold look. Did the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want to step on the cottage so badly? The college was not a clan, and the cottage also did not participate in external disputes. Even if the Qin dynasty teamed up with the Donghua clan, why did they want to suppress the college so much? Was it because they wanted to become the two most influential forces in the Eastern Barren Territory? If they really surpassed the cottage and the college, whenever people in the world were to mention about the best forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, they would indeed only think about the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Furthermore, since the two forces had teamed up, they would surely be able to gather many talents in the world in just a single call. I think that certainly everyone knows about how the cottage behaves. Actually, I should ask your Donghua clan. Since you have done it, why do you not dare to admit it? It is indeed a nice story for the young geniuses of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to be married, so why do you bother to cover it? Or, does the Donghua clan think that this is a very embarrassing thing? Yi Futian asked back, and the people from the Donghua clan were actually rendered speechless. Definitely, they could not say that the meeting between Qian Shanmu and the princess was embarrassing. In addition, they could not even deny Yi Futian's words. If on this day they denied the fact that Qian Shanmu and the princess were using music to know each other, they would be slapping themselves again when the two were to marry in the future. In short, after Yi Futian said that sentence, the entire atmosphere was destroyed and everything seemed to be different. The people from the Donghua clan went into silence and actually did not know how to reply. I have heard before that the cottage disciples are not only capable in terms of talent and strength, but are also highly skilled in speaking. Today, after seeing you, I have learned that this is indeed true. At that moment, a voice spread out slowly. The person who spoke was the genius Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan. Obviously, Qian Shanmu was mocking the cottage disciples for only being able to talk their way out. However, his words appeared to be much more elegant, so Yi Futian seemed somewhat vulgar in contrast. Indeed, I have long wished to meet with the princess today. Hearing her music, I have learned a lot about her. as many things can be expressed through music. Because I was interested, I played the music together with her.
However, you have actually described this as such a terrible event. Shanmu's voice was still very calm and he was not angry. He said slowly, I have heard before that you are an expert in music. Now it seems that you don't know about music at all. His words sounded casual, but they seemed to determine Yi Futian's status at once.
As the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, since he said openly that Yi Futian did not know about music, then it must be true that Yi Futian indeed did not. Yi Futian similarly looked at Shanmu calmly.
The two forces were trying to be allied through marriage and used this opportunity to suppress him. From Shanmu's words, it sounded like everything was Yi Futian's fault, as if the happiness on that day was all destroyed because of Yi Futian. Precisely because of this, he was appraised as not knowing any music. Because of Shanmu's identity, the best musician among the young generation in Eastern Barren Territory, his judgment towards Yi Futian would surely spread quickly in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian stared at Shanmu with a somewhat unhappy look. If you think that my words are inappropriate, you can challenge me. Shanmu seemed to have noticed Yi Futian's unhappiness and continued to say so. In terms of music, his words were like the rules. Yi Futian suddenly smiled.
As the best musician in the Eastern Barren Territory, the ability Shanmu had been cultivating was music, and this was his strongest part. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the Dharma plane. With his strong talent, his music could even deal with those who had just entered the Arcana plane.
How could Yi Futian challenge him? He was really bullying Yi Futian. However, what could Yi Futian do when he was suppressed in such a way?
The people in the world did not care about their levels, but only the scene when the two were confronting each other. You're right. Yi Futian suddenly smiled and said, Indeed, I do not know about music. Is he admitting defeat? The people from the Donghua clan sneered. Shanmu's expression was still calm. It was not an honorable thing for him to use music to suppress Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian's words were very aggressive and he had to do something. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would really lose face. Just now, which person from the Donghua clan wanted to challenge me? Just as the people from the Donghua clan were sneering, Yi Futian said. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many sparkled. Finally, he cannot bear it anymore?
From the Donghua clan direction, a young person stepped out. Gu Ming. Everyone saw the person and many knew him. He was a very gifted junior in the Donghua clan and it was said that his combat abilities were very strong.
Gu Ming, 5th level Dharma plane, he said to Yi Futian, indicating his name and level. His age was similar to Yi Futian's, so if he could win, Yi Futian would no longer be a legend.
It seemed that the Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty indeed wanted to deliberately suppress the cottage and would start this from Yi Futian. Yi Futian, 4th level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said slowly. Then he sat down alone on the ground. Some light flashed and the Guqin spirit appeared. In front of Yi Futian, an illusory Guqin emerged on which musical notes seemed to be beating. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Against Gu Ming, Yi Futian chose to sit down directly and release the Guqin spirit. Clearly, Yi Futian was planning to battle with musical spells. Just a while ago, Shanmu said that Yi Futian did not know about music and he himself also admitted so. Then he released the Guqin spirit and would use music to deal with the person from the Donghua clan.
Yu Shang glanced at Shanmu and the people from the Donghua clan with a cold look. At first, Yi Futian was not interested in fighting at all. But the people from the Donghua clan kept forcing him. Since this was the case, he wanted to see what expressions the people from the Donghua clan would have after he, whom the Donghua clan genius Shanmu claimed to not know music, used music to defeat a person from the Donghua clan. The music from the Guqin spread out. Sitting down cross-legged, Yi Futian started to play the Guqin. When his slender fingers stroked on the strings, he seemed to be the only person left in the entire place. The Guqin and his senses merged together. In just an instant, Yi Futian entered the state to battle. With a cold expression on his face, Gu Ming stepped forward. His body was immediately filled with purple lightning, which was extremely violent. A very potent force seemed to be penetrating across the entire space, and in an instant, a sky-blotting power erupted. In this terrifying lightning storm, many frightening lightning swords gradually emerged, and the scene was absolutely shocking. Everyone around gazed at Gu Ming. Although he was only in the 5th level Dharma plane, he was somewhat famous in the Donghua clan and was a very powerful cultivator. In particular, he was outstanding in terms of combat powers. Otherwise, the Donghua clan would not select him to fight against Yi Futian. After all, even if Yi Futian had not displayed his combat abilities, based on his overpowering performance in the ancient barren world, he would definitely not be weak.
There were vague signs that the Donghua clan would become the top clan in the Eastern Barren territory, and it could then be well imagined how strong their spells were.
A vast and invincible might engulfed the whole garden, making Yi Futian, who was sitting down cross-legged, appear to be particularly small. Behind Gu Ming, a realization of Dharma appeared. It was a shocking lightning storm which contained many sharp swords, accompanying an incredibly fierce roar. The might of the lightning seemed to have surpassed the music from the guqin, and a spell bloomed out. The purple lightning divine sword fell from the sky and shot towards Yi Futian directly. When the appalling spell attack fell, Yi Futian's right hand slid very smoothly across the strings of the guqin. Immediately, the sound of thunder blasted out and a terrifying musical storm collided directly into the incoming spell. Both the lightning power and the sword actually crushed and exploded simultaneously, turning into spiritual qi which vanished into the air. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian's music seemed to be totally suppressed by the might enveloping the region, but his attack was actually like the lightning from the highest heavens, crushing Gu Ming's spell attack directly in an overbearing manner. After his attack, Yi Futian started to play slowly again. The music was melodious and the musical storm permeated the entire region, slowly spreading out into the surrounding. Gu Ming frowned, and then the purple lightning divine sword in the sky burst out again. This time it was more fierce. The horrifying, sky-blotting attack annihilated space itself and pressed down on the seemingly tiny figure. Yi Futian did not lift his head. The strings of the guqin vibrated and the musical notes pulsated. At the instant when the opponent's attack landed, another frightful piece of music bloomed. The invisible music seemed to be mixed with noble will, and cut open the sharp sword directly, extinguishing all the lightning. Everyone discovered that Yi Futian's temperament was changing slowly. As the music spread out, he seemed to have turned into a noble figure. The previously small him had become an unshakable noble at the moment. He was as steady as a mountain which nobody could move at all. Meanwhile, the musical storm also became increasingly powerful and it gradually enveloped Gu Ming completely. Such a strong spiritual will. Everyone seemed to feel something. At the moment, the entire space which Gu Ming was in was already engulfed by the growing spiritual storm. Qin Mengrua walked out of the pavilion. She was graceful and charming. At the moment, she was gazing at Yi Futian. His music was so pure, as if nobody could disrupt his rhythm and music when he was playing. Not even Gu Ming's violent attacks. At the instant when he touched the guqin, he seemed to have fused with the music. Gu Ming also seemed to have felt the terrifying spiritual storm that filled the entire place. Music from the guqin was contained in the storm, as if it could burst out a shocking power at any moment. The musical sorcerer class belonged to the spiritual sorcerer, and they were very strong at spiritual attacks. Naturally, Gu Ming knew that the longer this battle was dragged on, the more disadvantageous his situation would be. A powerful noble will erupted from his body, which seemed to have become more burly and all-powerful. Since the Donghua clan had asked him to fight, he definitely had obtained the noble fate. Yi Futian had the superior noble fate. Thus, even if someone without noble fate was at a higher level than Yi Futian, he would still be easily defeated by Yi Futian. At this moment, Gu Ming's might became even stronger. In his Dharma storm, the purple sword bloomed like a noble lightning sword. At this instant, it flashed out like lightning and penetrated across space directly, shooting towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. Yi Futian did not seem to have noticed the sword. He stroked on the strings of the guqin, and as the musical storm flew out, the lightning sword which was flying towards him was eradicated immediately. Gu Ming's expression changed again, and his realization of Dharma spewed out a stronger lightning sword. However, at the instant when the sword appeared, a horrifying musical storm landed and crushed it directly. Hence, a very weird scene appeared. Whenever Gu Ming's spell just managed to form, it would be destroyed right away. Even more terrifyingly, the music was becoming more and more lively and charged into Gu Ming's realization of Dharma. destroying everything in its way. Gu Ming felt that even his dharma was going to collapse and his life spirit was trembling. The music spread into everyone's ears. They only felt that at the moment Yi Futian was not only a noble but also an emperor, a young king. When he sat there, he could overlook everyone else. An amazing scene appeared in front of their eyes. They seemed to have seen a young emperor sitting high up, looking down at the sky, overlooking all of them, making them want to surrender to him. The artistic conception that Gu Ming felt was the most intense. Apart from the scary artistic conception, there were also aggressive musical spells which would crush all spiritual powers. Whenever he tried to gather spiritual energy to resist, it would be eliminated directly. Everyone saw that the spiritual qi around Gu Ming was becoming weaker and weaker, and that his spells could no longer form. Even his realization of dharma was pressured and weakened. A muffled humph was heard. Without notice, everyone discovered to their astonishment that the previously all-powerful and mighty Gu Ming was actually slowly losing the ability to resist at the moment, as his powers were nibbled away bit by bit. On the other hand, Yi Futian was still playing his music. He was sitting cross-legged and was calm and placid, as if he was just playing quietly. He did not even look like he was fighting. The music continued, and the young man who was playing was like an emperor who alarmed the world with just a piece of music and caused everyone to submit to him. Sweat seeped out from Gu Ming's forehead, who was engulfed in the musical will, and his whole body was wet. He tried wildly to resist the pressure exerted on him by the overpowering spiritual will and was not willing to surrender, but his spiritual energy was continuously attacked. He only felt that his own willpower was also collapsing. He lost. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Clearly, Gu Ming was defeated, and he was defeated badly. From the beginning to the end, Yi Futian never once launched any other attack. He was merely playing music. However, Gu Ming had already lost all his strength at the moment. His body was trembling as if he was struggling, and his legs were bent slightly as if he would kneel on the ground at any moment. The grandson of the king of Qin claimed that Yi Futian had never displayed his combat abilities. However, based on his performance in the ancient barren world, how could his combat powers be weak? The Donghua clan wanted to test that. Gu Ming fought with Yi Futian, but how much of Yi Futian's true strength did they see? Nobody knew. He only displayed his musical skills. A deep roar came from Gu Ming's mouth. Stop! His legs were slightly curved, as if he was going to kneel down or lie on the ground. The willpower was too strong and about to cause him to collapse. He knew that even if Yi Futian wanted to kill him at the moment, it could be done. However, Yi Futian obviously would not kill a disciple from the Donghua clan. Thus, he would use such a way to humiliate Gu Ming. How could Gu Ming tolerate such embarrassment? I do not know about music. Why do you want me to stop? Yi Futian did not stop and said so in a toneless voice, after which he lowered his head and continued to play. At first, he was not interested in fighting, but the opposite party kept forcing him. Such being the case, he agreed to the fight. Now Gu Ming lost but did not even admit defeat. Did he expect Yi Futian to stop just by asking? Since Gu Ming wanted to disgrace the cottage by humiliating Yi Futian, naturally he would need to be prepared to be humiliated as well. Everyone around seemed to be interested. At the moment, Yi Futian said again that he did not know about music, and this was like slapping on the faces of the people from the Donghua clan. The best musician from the Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu, said openly that Yi Futian did not know anything about music. Now, a disciple from the Donghua clan was humiliated by Yi Futian's music. This was somewhat ironic. How dare you? Seeing that Gu Ming was about to be humiliated, someone from the Donghua clan stepped out. He, a friend of Gu Ming, was in the 6th level Dharma plane and felt very strong. If Gu Ming was forced to kneel today, the Donghua clan would be in shame in the future. His body flashed, and he seemed to be extremely imposing. Golden light bloomed out, and it was as if his body was made from gold and filled with invincible powers. Then he ran straight towards Yi Futian. Lu Feiyang frowned. Since it was a challenge and Gu Ming had also not admitted defeat, why should Yi Futian stop? Another person from the Donghua clan actually meddled in to attack. In addition, the people from the Donghua clan showed no signs of stopping him. A strange expression appeared on the face of everyone. The Donghua clan has caused this fight in the first place. Now, are they losing control? Dong. A deep sound was heard. Beside Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu, Yushang stepped out, and devil-like wings appeared behind his back. Dark golden light glittered on his body and converged into a golden axe, landing before Yifutian directly and charging towards the incoming Donghua clan disciple. At this very moment, his burly body seemed to have turned into a devil. The cultivator from the Donghua clan gave a cold humph and his fists punched into the air. He was good at martial arts and his attack power was shocking. The terrifying golden auroras from his fists penetrated across space as he punched out one blow after another. His momentum increased madly, as if he would crush any attacks in his way. Against the incoming attack, Yushang did not dodge at all. An incredibly wild power burst out from his body, and his battle axe struck out directly, all the way forward with an indomitable will. There were no martial arts techniques at all, only a pure slash. His move, in the eyes of everyone else, was like cutting a piece of wood. He chopped the opponent's powerful boxing technique as if it was a mere piece of wood. As his axe struck down, the auroras from the opponent's fists were split apart continuously. It was as if he was just breaking a piece of bamboo and his attack was unstoppable. The expression of the cultivator from the Donghua clan changed slightly, and his realization of Dharma bloomed out from his body. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted fiercely. Thousands of auroras from his fists destroyed the space and struck towards the incoming Yushang, as if they were going to eliminate everything. A monstrous light flashed on Yushang's devil-like wings which spanned across the air, while the battle axe in his hand swung continuously at an incredible speed. In the sky, only images from the axe could be seen as they crushed the auroras from the fist steadily. Is he battling or cutting wood? When the rest saw Yushing's attack, a strange expression appeared on their faces. The wood was all cut and Yushing's battle axe struck towards the person from the Donghua clan. Thud! A stream of blood erupted and the cultivator from the Donghua clan backed off quickly. On his chest, a strip of blood appeared, and he was almost cut into two like a piece of wood. Bang! A loud sound was heard as Yushang landed on the ground and stood steadily in front of Yifutian. Even the ground seemed to have trembled. His devil-like wings flapped and the golden axe in his hands had yet to dissipate. He glanced at the people from the Donghua clan in disdain. The cultivators from the Donghua clan walked forward one after another. The bloodstain on the person who had fought with Yushang previously was shocking, as if he would be cut into two by the axe had he been only slightly slower. However, Yushang's level was only the 4th level Dharma plane, while the cultivator from the Donghua clan was in the 6th level Dharma plane. Who is he? Some people felt very shocked, after which they recalled a person. They recalled the genius who once followed Yifutian and made 4 nobles appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall in the ancient barren world. His name was Yushang. Only the best geniuses could display 4 nobles in the ancient barren world. However, Yushang's existence could hardly be remembered because Yifutian was present as well. He caused the Mirror Mountain stone wall to dim and later entered the cottage as a disciple. Therefore, Yushin was instead ignored by the rest. However, at the moment, everyone just seemed to realize that apart from Yifutian, there was another person in the cottage called Yusheng. This young man called Yusheng almost killed the 6th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan by swinging his axe randomly. I am but the woodcutter in the cottage. You can't even win against me. Do you still have the face to challenge a cottage disciple? Yusheng glanced at the opposite party with a wild look and said in a cold tone, "The challenge is fine. Now that you can't win, you want to attack us together." Everyone around felt speechless. Yusheng claimed that he was the woodcutter of the cottage. Then the genius from the Donghua clan was even lesser than a woodcutter. Also, the way that Yusheng used his axe just now was indeed without any technique. He clearly looked like he was cutting a piece of wood as if he had really only been cutting wood in the cottage. On the other side of the battlefield, the crazily struggling Gu Ming was extremely unwilling to be defeated. He used his strong willpower to resist the musical pressure from Yifutian, but his spirit was finally going to collapse. Following a muffled humph, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned completely pale. He wanted to admit defeat, but after losing his momentum, his willpower was crushed directly. The emperor pressure within the music caused his will to surrender and he knelt down right away without managing to admit defeat. Although the sound of him kneeling down was not loud, everyone's heart trembled because of it.
On this day, the Donghua clan had lost all its face. In both battles, the people from the Donghua clan were at a higher level. However, one was injured by a randomly striking axe, while the other knelt down and submitted to his opponent. "Stand up!" A sound seemed to have interrupted all the music and erupted in Gu Ming's ears directly, causing his body to tremble vigorously. Looking at the ground and noticing that he was kneeling down, Gu Ming could only feel his face turning red as an endless feeling of humiliation surged in his mind. As a genius from the Donghua clan, he actually knelt down during the Guqin recital in front of so many people from the various top forces. This meant that from then on, he would never be able to wash away the shame. No matter where Gu Ming would go in the future, the others would recall him kneeling down on this day. The Donghua clan would also probably stop training him from the moment on. For the Donghua clan, which wanted to become the best clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, their aim would be to surpass the college and the cottage. Therefore, they would not allow a person who had knelt down in front of a cottage disciple to represent the Donghua clan. The musical storm dissipated and vanished in an instant, while Yi Futian's Guqin spirit also disappeared. Qian Shanmu claimed that he did not know about music, but at the moment, how would Qian Shanmu feel? Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Qian Shanmu, who was opposite him. The music could be interrupted, but Qian Shanmu would not be able to take back his previous words after all. With Qian Shanmu's identity, the best musician among the young generation in Eastern Barren Territory, when he dismissed someone as not knowing any music, then the person naturally knew little about music. However, Yi Futian deliberately used music and easily overpowered another genius in the Donghua clan. Qian Shanmu also looked at Yi Futian. Even at this moment, still, not much emotion could be seen in his eyes. Qian Shanmu could keep calm, but Gu Ming could not. Following a loud bang, lightning flooded the sky and sword auroras whizzed in anger. His speed was extremely fast and he flashed out as violently as a bolt of lightning. At the moment, even his eyes turned purple and they were filled with an endless amount of humiliation and hatred. This battle would very likely cause him to lose everything that he had. Lifting his head, Yi Futian saw the hatred-filled eyes, from which he could understand a lot. He also knew what this battle would cost Gu Ming, but when Gu Ming walked out wanting to become famous by defeating a cottage disciple, was he not prepared for such an outcome? Bang! A loud noise was heard and a very wild power erupted. Everyone saw Gu Ming charge towards Yi Futian and hit him with an all-powerful lightning might. At this instant, it was as if Yi Futian could not react in time, or did not expect Gu Ming to attack all of a sudden. The lightning swept onto Yi Futian's body, and the lightning sword stabbed towards him. It was as if the sharp sword with the lightning would kill Yi Futian. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled, even including the onlookers from the different forces. It was all right to battle and learn from each other. Even if Gu Ming was humiliated, that was also because he was less skilled than his opponent. However, if he really killed a cottage disciple, it would be a much more serious matter. Gu Ming, of course, did not manage to kill Yi Futian. In fact, the moment he moved, Yi Futian was already aware. When Gu Ming's attack landed on him, his body no longer seemed to be made from blood and flesh, but instead, he was like a real divine ape. Yi Futian was skilled at many abilities, but apart from the freedom meditation and the multi-elemental life spirit, his most fundamental ability was the body-enhancing technique that Emperor Yi Qing had passed to him. The body-enhancing technique was meant to build an extremely strong physical body. How strong was Yi Futian's physical body at the moment? Gu Ming's attack would not be able to damage his body. In the eyes of everyone else, the purple lightning was flashing on Yi Futian, and the sharp sword was about to penetrate through his body. However, at this moment, Gu Ming, who was close to Yi Futian, lifted his head in horror, as if he could believe something. Apart from hatred, his eyes were also filled with intense fear. Yi Futian's look was still emotionless, as if he was unconcerned about everything. His eyes caused Gu Ming to feel chilly throughout his body. Only at this moment he truly realized that Yi Futian had never viewed him as an opponent. In Yi Futian's eyes, Gu Ming was totally non-existent. His hatred and humiliation only came from his own confidence and trying to bite off more than he could chew. He was very strong in his attack abilities. However, when his attack landed directly onto Yi Futian's body, it could not even break Yi Futian's defense. Gu Ming's feelings could then be well imagined. A wave of coldness swept across Gu Ming's body as he just realized what he had done. He was trying to surprise attack and kill a cottage disciple. Losing that battle would probably cause him to lose a lot, but if he really killed a cottage disciple, what would he end up in? Would the cottage let him off? Maybe he already would not be able to wait until the cottage found him. An extremely strong aura enveloped Yi Futian. Gu Ming only started to back away at the moment, but Yi Futian already punched out. Bang! Accompanying a loud noise, Gu Ming lay on the ground and blood bloomed out. Seeing the scene, everyone felt shocked. Yi Futian is actually not injured at all? Such a powerful attack from Gu Ming landed on his body at such a close range. He actually has no reaction. What defense spells or abilities did Yi Futian cultivate? Now, this is a tragedy for Gu Ming. Gu Ming was easily defeated by music and knelt on the ground to submit. Then he tried a surprise attack, which was actually totally useless. He was overpowered again. Dong! At that moment, Yusheng stepped forward in large steps. His look was wild and extremely cold as he stared firmly at Gu Ming, who was lying on the ground. A moment ago, Gu Ming's lightning sword stabbed Yi Futian's chest where his heart was. Did he want to catch Yi Futian by surprise and kill him? Although Gu Ming failed, his attack was still sufficient to enrage Yusheng. At the moment, he was like a violent beast, and a wild breath was released fiercely from his body. Everyone around was able to feel how strong Yusheng's fury was. Very soon, Yusheng appeared in front of Gu Ming. A terrifying golden light appeared on his hand, as if in the next instant, the shattering power would crush down. What do you want to do? Gu Ming lifted his head. He seemed to have felt the wildness within Yusheng's eyes at the moment and was horrified. What did Yusheng want to do to him? The people from the Donghua clan were also stunned. They frowned and all looked at Yusheng. Then, someone said in a cold voice, "What do you want to do?" Yusheng ignored the person and raised his own arm. "Stop! How dare you?" The people from the Donghua clan roared in anger. With Yusheng's strength, if he landed the blow, Gu Ming's outcome could clearly be imagined. Yusheng did not seem to have heard them and punched his fist down, smashing Gu Ming's chest. Following a loud bang, Gu Ming's miserable cry erupted, as well as the clear sound of bones cracking apart wildly. Complete silence. At the moment, apart from Gu Ming's low and miserable cry, there were no other sounds. Everyone stared at the figure who was curled up on the ground in pain. Gu Ming had no more strength left in his body. It was as if he was going to be paralyzed. His bones had been broken and his meridians were broken, and the spiritual qi in his body was leaking out. Everyone naturally knew what a terrifying consequence this blow had caused. Gu Ming's powers were permanently destroyed by the blow. Ah! The sharp cry of pain appeared to be particularly ear-piercing in the quietness. There was already no more hatred in Gu Ming's eyes, only an endless amount of sorrow and regret. Just now, when he thought that he was done for, it was only that he would no longer be considered as a genius and his prospect might be bleak. However, as long as he had the Cultivation Foundation, he still had the chance to climb back up. But now he was thoroughly done for, as his powers were permanently destroyed. Even if he could get some sympathy, his future was already foreseeable. Sympathy? No. The surrounding people from the many top forces did not even sympathize with Gu Ming. They glanced at him emotionlessly and only felt sorry for him. Since he wanted to challenge a cottage disciple, naturally he should be prepared to be defeated badly. Who dared to look down on the cottage? After being defeated, he actually wanted to kill Yi Futian with a surprise attack. Even if he succeeded and really killed Yi Futian, he would have probably died anyway. Since he was so impetuous, he certainly had to pay a price for it. Gu Ming's action was too foolish. It was only that nobody had expected Yusheng to be so irritable and decisive. He walked over directly, and without any hesitation, he permanently disabled Gu Ming with one punch. He did so in front of everyone from the Donghua clan. At the moment, the people from the Donghua clan looked as bitter as possible. The breath spreading from their bodies were extremely cold. Today, they wanted to disgrace the cottage. In the end, Gu Ming knelt on the ground first, after which he was permanently disabled. The other person was also injured by the axe. The Donghua clan had lost all its face. It was, of course, wrong for Gu Ming to surprise attack Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was unscratched, while Gu Ming was permanently disabled.
Yu Shang and Yi Futian directly ignored the existence of the Donghua clan.
How overbearing was that?
Did the cottage attach any importance to the Donghua clan? Qin Mengrua's expression also changed irregularly and appeared to be somewhat unhappy. Today, she was the one who invited everyone else to come and appreciate the music. She was the host of this Guqin recital. Similarly, she also represented the Qin dynasty.
Yi Futian first did not give her any face and described the Guqin recital in a vulgar way. Then he and Yu Xin were even more out of line. Where had they placed the Qin dynasty?
Isn't it too much for you two to do this? Qin Mengrua's voice was still very pleasant, but the pleasant voice vaguely contained some coldness. Yu Shang lifted his head and glanced at Qin Mengrua, after which he said in a cold tone, "Shut up." Yu Shang was extremely unhappy with Qin Mengrua as she was the person who stirred up the trouble. It was all right for her to meet her lover from the Donghua clan. However, she had to put on an air of being cultured and drag the cottage and Yi Futian into trouble. Even if she did so, it was still all right. However, the Donghua clan was a sore loser and launched 2 unexpected attacks, and now Qin Mengrua was blaming them.
Just now when Gu Ming launched the surprise attack, everyone could tell how much he wanted to kill Yi Futian. Luckily, Yi Futian was strong enough. What if he really had died from Gu Ming's sneak attack? This guy! Everyone looked at Yu Sheng. He was really bad-tempered and did not even give the Princess Qin Mengrua any face as he asked her to shut up directly. He did not have any compassion for this lady. Perhaps this word never even existed to his knowledge.
A strange look appeared in the eyes of Qin Mengrua. Nobody had dared to berate her in such a manner. Even her brother, who was about to become the crown prince, also petted her. Many people from the Qin dynasty appeared, and the people from the Donghua clan also walked forward. The coldness from them started to spread out towards Yu Shang. Is it that the Donghua clan cannot afford to lose? Lu Feiyang frowned. The Donghua clan stirred up trouble in the first place, and after being defeated, they could not take it and launched 2 unexpected attacks.
Should they not pay a price for this?
Did they want to simply fight?
My Donghua clan disciple is permanently disabled. Do you think we will just let it go? A person from the Donghua clan said in a cold voice. The Donghua clan was a force which was as famous as the college. If they just let the issue go, how would people all over the world view the Donghua clan?
They would think that the Donghua clan was afraid of the cottage. The cottage was only a part of the college. If the Donghua clan was even afraid of the cottage, how could it become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory? Therefore, they would naturally not give up easily. What do you want? Yi Futian walked forward and asked emotionlessly. Yu Shang was somewhat bad-tempered, but it was all because of him. Furthermore, Gu Ming not only wanted to kill him but actually launched a sneak attack in an attempt to kill him. Did they expect Yi Futian and Yu Shang to let Gu Ming return to the Donghua clan in one piece?
Since the cottage disciples are so strong, we will have to challenge you. A frenzied breath was released from the Donghua clan disciples. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the entire region went completely wild. A few Donghua clan disciples stepped forward. An odd expression appeared on the faces of the people from the different top forces. At first, it was a simple Guqin recital, but now the event seemed to be getting out of hand. If the Donghua clan disciples really started to attack Yi Futian and Yu Shang, then since there were only 2 people from the cottage here, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Take him down. The people from the Donghua clan stared at Yu Shang coldly. Since he had disabled a Donghua clan disciple, how could they let this go easily? Yu Sheng, the woodcutter of the cottage, would naturally need to provide justification. Wood elemental spells swept towards Yu Sheng. They blotted out the sky and enveloped his body in an instant. Yu Sheng raised his head and looked at the vines which were gushing towards him in the sky. Then, devil-like wings bloomed out again and spiritual qi turned into a huge golden axe. Stomping on the ground, his body ascended into the air directly and the battle axe struck out. His actions were extremely quick and the light from his axe flooded the sky, cutting the vines into pieces continuously. Dong! A loud sound was heard and a large ancient clock appeared in the sky. When Yu Shang chopped all the vines apart, the enormous ancient clock fell from the sky. It was the realization of Dharma of a cultivator. The astonishing gravity spreading from it pressured Yu Shang's body, and the power released from it was enough to make Yu Shang collapse. Feeling the might of the ancient clock, Noble will burst out from Yu Sheng's body and fused into the battle axe in his hand. Then he hacked towards the ancient clock in the air. Following a loud bang, a crack appeared on the ancient clock as it was blown backward. Almost at the same moment, a golden rope swept towards that area like a thin snake and started to wind around Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng struck out his battle axe continuously onto the rope, but the rope did not seem to have experienced any force. When the battle axe hit, the rope would bounce back directly as if it was very soft. Yu Sheng started to spin gently in the sky, and the battle axe turned into many afterimages as if he was a real woodcutter. When the rope was hit, it snapped immediately and did not have the chance to be bounced off at all. However, the rope seemed to be infinitely long and gushed towards Yu Sheng, constantly blotting out the entire sky. The spells flew towards him endlessly as if he would never be able to smash them all. The ancient clock vibrated again and pressed down on Yu Sheng. Not only that, other spells were attacking Yu Sheng as well. The people from the Donghua clan stood proudly in the air and surrounded Yu Sheng, wanting to take him down. Below them, Guming was also brought back by some people from the Donghua clan. Such a strong guy. Everyone gazed at Yu Sheng, who was in the sky. Yu Sheng's wild combat abilities were clear to them, as he could deal with a few cultivators from the Donghua clan whose levels were higher than him. If he was to fight someone of his level, nobody from the Donghua clan would be able to face him. Indeed, someone who could display four nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall had to be extraordinary. Yifutian looked extremely unhappy. The Donghua clan actually jointly attacked Yu Sheng. They wanted to deal with Yu Sheng by using the permanently disabled Guming as an excuse. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu each took a step forward. Qin Mengrua looked at them and said emotionlessly, "This issue is between the Donghua clan and the cottage. Does the Lu kingdom also want to participate?" It was not just Qin Mengrua. The top-tier Dharma Plane cultivators from the Donghua clan who were not participating in the fight also glanced at Lu Feiyang and his team. Yifutian stared at Qin Mengrua and his look turned increasingly cold. Previously, he was unhappy with her only because she dragged him into the trouble. But at the moment, he was not merely unhappy. "Go and find the fifth brother," Yifutian said to Lu Feiyang. If the Donghua clan wanted to use this as an excuse and deal with them, he and Yu Sheng naturally could not resolve the conflict. At the side, there were still many top-tier Dharma Plane cultivators holding the line. Furthermore, there was also the best musician among the young generation besides them. "Okay." Lu Feiyang nodded, after which his body flashed and he left the place. He knew well what kind of people cottage disciples were like. Since the Donghua clan wanted to do this, the entire matter was already not as simple as the juniors merely fighting and learning from each other. The people from the Sword Saint Mountain looked at each other. They had some relationships with the cottage, but all the people present at the place were juniors and nobody dared to get involved in the matter easily. Even the college did not step up. The people from the college in this place were led by Su Muge and Tang Yi. However, both of them had always disliked the cottage and were unhappy with Yifutian as well. Therefore, the college, which was supposed to take actions, also stood at the side. As for the other forces, they naturally would not care. The conflict involved three major forces: the Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the cottage. Under such a circumstance, who would dare to get involved in this disturbance easily? Seeing that they could not win after a long time, another 7th-level Dharma Plane cultivator from the Donghua clan walked out and started to attack Yu Sheng. Clearly, the Donghua clan was determined to take Yu Sheng down. Yifutian stomped on the ground and walked towards the sky. In an instant, a terrifying flame surged on his body. The violent flame wrapped around his body. At this moment, Yifutian seemed to have turned into a purgatory fire demon, which was wildly devouring the fire elemental spiritual chi in the surrounding. Meanwhile, a dazzling sun dharma appeared in the sky behind Yifutian. Before he even moved, many flame maple leaves appeared and danced in the wind. The spell Maple Dance contained a strong flame intent and swept towards the Donghua clan cultivators who were jointly attacking Yu Sheng. In an instant, countless maple leaves flew towards the people from the Donghua clan, trying to drown them in the leaves. The attacks launched at Yu Sheng were weakened. They looked at Yifutian and a cold expression. "Since you have attacked, we will fight both of you." Everyone looked at the sky. Yifutian's flame-like body stood proudly in the air alongside Yu Sheng. Just now, the Donghua clan kept forcing Yifutian to fight in order to see his combat abilities. Now they could finally see it. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo raised their heads and looked at Yi Futian. Everyone else also stared at the figure immersed in flame. This was the young man who created a miracle in the ancient barren world. Most of the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory were somewhat curious about his combat powers. Such a strong flame intent. Feeling the powers of fire contained in that flame-filled body, everyone muttered to themselves. Li Daoyun's look was cold. In the ancient barren world, one of his arms was burnt by Yi Futian with the help of the flame statue. Yi Futian's musical spells were very strong. However, was fire his most skilled ability? Perhaps. Attack! Someone from the Donghua clan said in a cold tone. Many spells bloomed directly and swept towards Yi Futian and Yushang. However, at that moment, an extremely shocking firelight was radiated from the sun dharma behind Yi Futian as if the light from the sun itself was shining down directly. Many spells were burnt away in the void right away. Even more terrifyingly, several ancient characters seemed to bloom in the dharma. Fire, flare, blaze. In the eyes of some low-level cultivators from the Donghua clan, flame intent seemed to appear, and the ancient characters turned into willpower, charging directly into them. They gave out a miserable scream and closed their eyes in pain as blood erupted from their eyes. In the meantime, some people started to burn. The terrifying ancient characters, with the help of the willpower, charged directly into their bodies. Some splashing sounds were heard. A few Donghua clan cultivators skilled in water elemental abilities cast water spells which enveloped everyone's body. Ice fell onto them to extinguish the fire, but a few people were still injured. Air. Everyone's heart trembled. The people who were injured even included one who was in the 6th level Dharma plane. He actually could not even bear the light from Yi Futian's Dharma? Bang! An even more violent flame breath was released. Magma seemed to have appeared in the sky and turned into a sea of fire. Golden divine flames started to burn on Yi Futian's body, which was showering in an endless amount of fire. The light from his Dharma was similarly like divine flames. His Dharma had been fused with the Book of Flames from the ancient Luolan relic in the ancient barren world. All the ice seals in the place were lit with the light from the divine flames. Then the power of the ice dissipated and turned into a sea of fire. Yi Futian's body flashed and turned into an afterimage. He was skilled at using the noble will of different elements, including wind intent. Since he was able to travel with the wind, he was extremely fast. A cultivator from the Donghua clan felt the threat and backed away quickly. Then the light of Dharma enveloped his body and the flames seemed to be engulfing him. Yi Futian slapped out with his palm and the other person raised his hands in an attempt to resist. Following a loud bang, the cultivator was blown backward and a horrifying firelight glittered on his body. As the flaming ancient characters appeared faintly, his body began to burn. Be careful. A cultivator who was skilled in water elemental powers instantly landed before him and used a water spell to seal his body with ice. Otherwise, he would be burnt to death instantly. The 6th level Dharma plane cultivator, who was 2 levels above Yi Futian, could not even withstand a blow from him. Dong. Accompanying a loud bang, the huge clock struck towards Yi Futian, and an incredibly heavy power pressured his body. Yusheng stepped forward, but other spells started to sweep towards him. There were other people who were attacking him. Yi Futian looked at the ancient clock which was flying over, and a moon appeared behind him. The sun and the moon alternated while coldness and hotness spread out simultaneously, turning into an appalling yin and yang vortex. The ancient clock which was dashing over was sometimes filled with ice and sometimes with flames. The 2 different wills flew on the surface of the ancient clock and ancient characters seemed to appear vaguely on it. The expression of the cultivator who had released the ancient clock Dharma changed as he felt an extremely horrifying aura. He controlled his will and wanted to take his Dharma back. The light from the sun and the moon poured down continuously and landed on the ancient clock Dharma. Gradually, the ancient clock froze and stopped. Clear cracking sounds could be heard as cracks started to appear on the clock. No! A 7th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan screamed. Just as his voice died away, cracking sounds started to spread out continuously. His Dharma crushed into pieces, and his life spirit which had been fused with the Dharma was also destroyed along with it.
The Donghua clan cultivator gave a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale as he fell down from the sky. So strong. Everyone around could only feel their hearts trembling. Yi Futian crossed over 3 levels and used his Dharma to permanently destroy the Dharma of a 7th-level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan. How overpowering! He had directly eliminated his opponent in an overwhelming way and was so decisive that the other people from the Donghua clan did not even have time to react. The grandson of the king of Qin, Qin Li, questioned Yi Futian's combat powers, and Qin Mengrua also incited him to fight. Now, Qin Mengrua and the people from the Donghua clan had seen it for themselves. This was Yi Futian's combat powers. The looks of the people from the Donghua clan were as bitter as it could possibly be. They had sent so many people jointly attack Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, but another person was actually permanently disabled by Yi Futian again. How embarrassing that was. Many cultivators stepped out. Finally, the higher-level Dharma plane cultivators from the Donghua clan stopped observing and decided to attack together. Seeing so, Yu Sheng directly reached out his hand and took the battle axe, his ritual implement, from his back. He had been carrying his noble ritual implement all along. Noble will gushed into the ritual implement. Giving an angry roar, Yu Sheng struck towards the incoming cultivators from the Donghua clan. His axe seemed to be cutting the void itself into 2, and the cultivators from the Donghua clan all dodged the attack. Then Yu Sheng moved. He charged forward like a devil and swung his battle axe continuously. Each strike was as strong as the attacks cast by top-tier Dharma plane cultivators. Noble will had been fused into the ritual implement, in addition to Yu Sheng's own strength. The power unleashed could thus be well imagined. Yi Futian did not look at Yu Sheng as he had brought his noble ritual implement, and he was very confident in Yu Sheng. The twin Dharma, the sun and the moon, continued to release terrifying powers and strike at the few Donghua clan cultivators who had previously fought. Everyone around gazed at the battlefield and was shocked in their hearts. The Donghua clan could not even defeat the 2 who were both in the 4th-level Dharma plane. The cottage was still the cottage. It would probably be very difficult for the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to crush the legend of the cottage. Qian Shanmu frowned gently, and a tinge of disappointment appeared on his face. Then he took out the bamboo flute and played it near his lips. The music of the flute spread out, and traces of invisible spiritual powers moved towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng directly. In that instant, Yi Futian only felt traces of sharp noises piercing into his ears, disrupting his spiritual energy directly. He could not even form the spells that he wanted to cast. He frowned tightly and glanced at Qian Shanmu, his look extremely cold. Qian Shanmu was one of the 2 best geniuses in the Donghua clan and was honored as the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren territory. He actually chose to attack at this moment. An even more violent aura bloomed from Yi Futian's body as his spiritual energy resisted Qian Shanmu's musical attack. Stomping his foot, he did not use any spells but instead slapped his palm out at a cultivator from the Donghua clan. The radiance of the ancient characters flashed on his palm, which seemed to be able to melt everything. His palm collided with the fist of the Donghua clan cultivator, after which the cultivator cried in pain as his arms started to burn. Seeing the scene, the pupils of everyone contracted slightly. Was this his response towards Qian Shanmu's intervention? The flute's music turned rapid. At this instant, Yi Futian felt like many green snakes had appeared and were biting him. His spirit felt a wave of numbness and pain which was extremely uncomfortable, while his head felt like it was going to explode. He used his strong spiritual will to resist the music, but the musical attack was everywhere and undefendable, continuing to enter his ears. Even the flames around Yi Futian were dissipating, and he stood stiffly in the air, as if he was suppressed by the musical attack. At the moment, an attack spell from a Donghua clan cultivator flew over. Following a loud bang, Yi Futian gave a muffled humph. Even though his physical body was strong, he still spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably as his body was blown backward. Yi Futian was enduring both physical and spiritual attacks. Yu Sheng gave an angry roar. He had similarly felt Qian Shanmu's musical attack. At the moment, an extremely terrifying light appeared around his body as if it was the light from a devil.
A set of barbed armor emerged from his body and slowly wrapped around him, covering his body and turning into real devil's armor. The pair of horrifying devil wings was attached to the armor as if they fit inside perfectly. This is...
Everyone looked at Yu Shang in astonishment. Even his eyes were glittering with gloomy golden light as if they were the monstrous eyes of the devil. An incredibly appalling current flew on his body.
At this moment, the noble battle-axe in his hand seemed to be totally activated and a shocking power spread from it. Ignoring Qian Shanmu's music, Yuxing struck out with his axe. Immediately, a sky-severing beam of light appeared in the space before him. In just an instant, blood bloomed out in the sky. Several cultivators screamed in pain as they backed away hurriedly. Some got their arms cut off, while others had their dharma destroyed. Everyone was shocked by the attack.
Even though Yu Shang had used the noble ritual implement, he was in the 4th level Dharma plane after all and actually managed to burst out such an incredible attack.
The way he struck his axe out was still like he was cutting a piece of wood, but the cultivators from the Donghua clan seemed to have become his wood and were easily cut apart. Was he mad because Yi Futian was injured? Qian Shanmu's look was finally no longer calm. Although he had participated in the fight, a few people from the Donghua clan were actually still injured. As a top genius in the Donghua clan, this was quite embarrassing for him. At the moment, many figures were whizzing over from afar.
The battle here had only gone on for a short period of time, but its effects were rather devastating. The people who arrived first were from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Today Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu were meeting at the place and they were all paying close attention to it. Therefore, they were the first to reach. However, after they arrived, they realized that this was not like a Guqin recital. More than half of the people from the Donghua clan were actually injured. A few were permanently disabled and some lost their arms.
Seeing such a scene, the anger of the cultivator from the Donghua clan who had just reached could be easily imagined. His look was extremely cold as he glanced at Yuxing, who was in the air holding the noble ritual implement. A terrifying light was still being emitted from the battle axe.
He actually dares to act so wildly here. Bang! A noble plain cultivator stepped out. In an instant, a terrifying might enveloped Yu Shang. Yu Shang lifted his head and stared at the figure. His look was still very cold. The noble was filled with rage at the moment. Raising his hand, he slapped out directly and the frightening palm print seemed to be crushing everything. Yu Shang roared in anger and lifted the battle axe in his hand, striking it out. However, how could he block a real noble?
The palm print crushed everything and eliminated the light from the axe. Falling down, it hit Yuxing. In just an instant, Yuxing was blown directly towards the ground and could not resist the attack at all.
Bang!
Following a loud bang, Yuxing's violent body was slapped down by the palm print and even the ground cracked directly. It was clear what a powerful attack he had just endured. Spit! He spat out some blood. Everyone noticed that even the armor on Yuxing's body had split apart.
The noble plain cultivator had attacked in anger. The power of his attack could thus be well imagined. When a noble plain cultivator fights a Dharma plain cultivator, there is no suspense at all. The fact that Yu Shang could take a hit without dying already showed that his defense was outstanding.
Yuxing! Yu Futian dashed out and appeared in front of Yuxing. At the moment, Yuxing was lying on the ground. He stood up with some difficulty and said in a low tone, "I'm all right." Just as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood uncontrollably and his body fell onto the ground. He took a hit from a noble. It was already fortunate that he did not die. Even Yi Futian's body was trembling gently as he used his shaking hands to support Yu Shang. Lifting his head, he stared at the noble who was in the air. His eyes were extremely icy. In the sky, the noble looked at Yi Futian's eyes and actually could not help but have a strange feeling. From those eyes, he saw a coldness that would disregard everything. He felt that if the young man was to grow up, the young man would definitely try to kill him at all costs. A cold killing intent spread out from him. He also seemed to have realized what he had done. He had almost killed someone from the cottage. However, he did not regret this. When he reached the place, he saw the people from the cottage showing off their powers, while many disciples from the Donghua clan were either crippled or permanently disabled. Even if they were cottage disciples, how could they dare to act so arrogantly? The Donghua clan was similarly one of the top 3 forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. On the other hand, the cottage was only part of the college,
and the people from it actually dared to be so savage.
Feeling the killing intent spreading out from the noble in the air, everyone from the various forces realized that this Guqin recital disturbance seemed to be getting out of hand. Several people from the Donghua clan were permanently disabled and several were severely injured. However, it was the Donghua clan which kept forcing the cottage to fight. Yuxing and Yifutian were merely counterattacking. Now, not only did the Donghua clan cultivators jointly attack the cottage disciples, but even a noble had attacked.
He suppressed Yushang with one palm and almost killed him with the slap. At the moment, he even displayed his intent to kill them. How could the cottage let this go easily? Qin Mingrua and Qian Shanmu both did not expect such a situation. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan only wanted to pressure the cottage, and it would be best if they could break the legend of the cottage. However, the powers of the cottage disciples were beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, the Donghua clan could not clean up the mess, resulting in such a situation. Bang! A violent aura pressured on the space. The noble indeed had the intention to kill them. However, at the moment, a few figures blinked and appeared in front of Yifutian. They were actually disciples from the Sword Saint Mountain Point. One of them looked up in the sky and said, "Senior, have you thought clearly before you attack?" The noble's eyes sparkled. He glanced at the person emotionlessly and said in an overbearing manner, "Are you threatening me?" "That I do not dare." The disciple bowed and said, "However, Yifutian is a newly admitted disciple of the cottage, and also the little junior of my master. Senior, if you really want to kill him, not to say the cottage, my master would probably also not let this go easily. Furthermore, I believe that you are still unclear about the cause of today's incident. Senior, you should find out about it first." The noble frowned. Although the disciple said that he did not dare, the words were actually already somewhat threatening. Of course, he himself was not qualified to threaten the noble, but that person on the Sword Saint Mountain was. His words were correct. If the noble really killed Yifutian, the eldest brother from the cottage on the Sword Saint Mountain would not let him off, not to mention the cottage. There were not many disciples in the cottage. Including Yifutian, there were also only 8 at the moment. This was very different from the other clans. Therefore, every disciple in the cottage was more important to the clan than the individual disciples in the Donghua clan. Only people like Qian Shanmu could be compared with a single cottage disciple. The sound of people whizzing over from afar could be heard. The battle here had attracted the seniors from various forces. When they saw the situation at the place, a weird expression appeared on their faces. Was there a conflict between the Donghua clan and the cottage? Another few people flew towards the place. The looks of everyone on the spot became more serious. The people from the college had arrived. The 5th disciple of the cottage, Luofan, had also come. The college senior, Situ Wu, went beside Su Muge and Tang Yi, while Luofan appeared beside Yifutian and Yusheng. Behind them, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had also come. They explained to Luofan what happened in the simplest way. Luofan and Situ Wu both saw the injured Yusheng. Yifutian had also suffered minor injuries which were not obvious, but Yusheng was severely injured, and his injuries could be noticed in just one look. "You have been watching here all the time?" Situ Wu glanced at the college disciples, including Su Muge and Tang Yi. All the people from the college looked rather awkward. Although the cottage was kind of isolated, it was part of the college after all. There was a conflict between the cottage and the Donghua clan, but the college disciples did not intervene. It was indeed disgraceful. "You did it." At the other side, Luofan saw Yifutian staring coldly at the noble in the sky and vaguely knew what had happened. Did a noble from the Donghua clan attack Yusheng? "Your cottage disciples are too unbridled," the noble in the sky said coldly. Luofan's look was very calm, but from the calmness he could faintly feel that a terrifying storm was brewing, as if it could erupt at any moment. "Look after them." Luofan turned back and said to Situ Wu. "Okay." Situ Wu nodded and Luofan stepped forward. Bang! An incredibly violent flame intent instantly swept across the vast space. In an instant, everyone present felt an increasing temperature, as if the entire world was turning extremely hot. They actually started to sweat. Everyone saw that on Luofan's body an illusory flaming radiance was flowing. It did not look like real flames, but it seemed even more terrifying than real flames.
The illusory flames soared into the sky, and even the space around it seemed to have merged with them. Fire elemental spiritual chi turned into the illusory flames which burned in the sky. Hot. At this moment, everyone could only feel extremely hot and somewhat manic, as if they were placed on a stove. At the moment, a noble stepped out. He was from the Qin dynasty, and he said, "Today, both parties have been injured. How about we stop for now and discuss?" "There is no room for discussion." A cold voice spread from Luofan's mouth. If the cottage disciples lost in a fair fight, they would accept it as they were less skilled than their opponents. If they lost in a scuffle, they naturally could not say anything, but the cottage had never lost before. However, at the moment it was the noble from the Donghua clan who was bullying the people from the cottage. What was there to discuss? Just as Luofan finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the noble. In just an instant, the countless illusory flaming currents in the sky exploded simultaneously. Immediately, a wave of catastrophic flames enveloped the space directly, centered at the noble in the sky. The endless power of fire seemed to have turned into a stove. The noble in the sky seemed to be burning. Everyone saw a strange scene. An illusory stove had engulfed the noble in the sky and was burning his body. This was a noble-level spell, and its powers were devastating. The expression of the noble changed drastically as he felt traces of flames seeping into his body directly. The terrifying illusory stove seemed to have formed from the purest flames in the world and wanted to burn him to ashes. A shocking aura was released from his body as he wanted to put out the fire, but the flame spell seemed to be inextinguishable and continued to burn. A sizzling sound spread out. The noble's body was almost moistureless and his skin turned dry and lifeless. He appeared to be in great pain. The scene caused the looks of many to change. The fifth disciple of the cottage, Luofan, is actually so strong? A splashing sound was heard as many water currents flew over, charging into the inferno and sweeping towards the noble's body. A few cultivators from the Donghua clan walked out. They all released their noble aura and stared coldly at Luofan below. Luofan held his fire stick. Then, the black fire stick immediately turned into a monstrous blood red. He ascended into the air. In an instant, an appalling flame storm appeared in the sky. An endless amount of fire elemental spiritual chi gushed towards the fire stick wildly, and turned into many flame dragons attaching onto the fire stick. The flame dragons danced and continuously condensed into an even more frightening flame. Eventually, they turned into many dragon whips. Seeing the flaming dragon whips which were soaring in the sky and continuously being formed, everyone around felt shocked. Every dragon whip seemed to contain the most ultimate fire. Luofan waved his hand. The fire stick moved and the dragon whips danced in the sky, sweeping towards the noble plain cultivators from the Donghua clan. The looks of the nobles were solemn. Then there was a sharp sword piercing through the air, some ice sealing the sky, and a violent golden palm print trying to destroy everything. However, when the dragon whips crossed, the frozen space was split apart, the sharp sword broke, and the palm print was cut into two at the center. In those crushed powers, there was still flame intent left behind. The flaming dragon whips danced in the air and enveloped the entire space. Slap! A clear sound spread. Someone was hit by the dragon whip and almost broke into two pieces instantly. The wound on his body was shocking, it was as if he was cut by a sharp sword. Flames burned in his body, causing the noble to give a painful, muffled humph. Slap! 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 Many clear slapping sounds spread as several nobles were hit. A horrified expression appeared on the face of the noble who had injured Yusheng. He could only feel countless dragon whips sweeping towards him and could not fight back at all. "You have crossed the line." A cold voice erupted at that moment. An extremely terrifying aura bloomed and a shocking trace of sword intent burst out behind the noble. Then, everyone saw the flaming dragon whips being cut apart and turning into countless flames which danced in the sky. An elderly figure held a sword and stood proudly in the air. He looked at Luofan and said, "Luofan, this is the Qin Imperial Palace." This person was a strong noble from the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the stronger nobles from the Donghua clan also walked over and stared coldly at Luofan. Everyone knew that even though Luofan was extremely strong, there was also not much that he could do. The Qin Imperial Palace, right? Luofan glanced at the many nobles in the sky and said, "Today,
This issue is really serious. Sunlight bathed the Qin palace, filling the sacred ancient palace with majesty. In the main hall, a figure walked to the throne step by step. He was an old but majestic man wearing the royal robe. His eyes were full of stateliness too. He went to the throne and looked to the crowd. People didn't dare to look into his eyes. He was the king of the Qin dynasty. As soon as the king sat in the throne, the armored soldiers and nobles all knelt on one knee before him. "Your Majesty." The people in the seats all stood up and slightly bowed to show their respect to the king. The king of the Qin dynasty was one of the most powerful men of the Eastern Barren territory. Therefore, even the other top forces needed to salute him. "Welcome you all," said the king. "Please take a seat." Everybody looked up and saw his smiling face. The king continued, "It is my honor to have you coming here from afar. Your Majesty." A strong cultivator of the Donghua clan smiled and bowed politely. "It is our honor to witness this grand ceremony. No need for polite small talk." The king laughed. "Declare my words." A strong cultivator beside walked out with the edict in his hands. He declared loudly, "As per the king of the Qin dynasty's orders, it shall be known to all that Qin Yu is now the crown prince of the Qin dynasty." His voice transformed into powerful sound waves that echoed throughout the whole palace. "As per the king of the Qin dynasty's orders, it shall be known to all that Qin Yu is now the crown prince of the Qin dynasty." The voice could even be heard outside the palace. The people under the steps all looked up. Their eyes brightened. Qin Yu was declared to be the crown prince. They knew this was a transition. In the future, the Qin dynasty would belong to Qin Yu. The most dazzling genius of the Eastern Barren territory, Qin Yu, was finally at the forefront of the Qin dynasty. He was going to dominate the future of the Eastern Barren territory. Those armored soldiers and nobles knelt again, together with countless people in the palace complex, faced towards the king. Crown Prince Qin Yu climbed the steps and accepted the edict. He stood beside the king and looked at the crowd, bathing in the attention and worship of the entire world. "Congratulations to your Majesty and your Highness," everyone said. Similar voices rang out throughout the palace. For a time, the words sounded everywhere as if the whole majestic Qin palace was shaking. Even people outside the palace were enthusiastic and felt their blood boiling. The sound lasted for a very long while. Standing in the front of everyone in the hall, the king smiled while Qin Yu looked very calm. On the other hand, the eyes of Qin Li, the king's grandson, flashed. He smiled proudly. From now on, his father would go down in history. The father and the son would fulfill their ambitions and bring the past glory back to the dynasty. The top forces all sent congratulations. It was a bustling scene in the palace. The people outside the palace were also excited about this news. Qin Yu gained a good reputation in this kingdom. His talent was known to all since he was young. People all placed great expectations on him. That was why they were so happy for him to become the crown prince. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard from the distance. Everyone looked up to the sky with shock and saw a black dragon rushing toward the palace. "It's a dragon!" People were shocked that someone had come on the dragon. The dragon was huge and had a horrible aura. Just looking into its eyes would make people's heart shaking. "Is it the Demon King? Who is coming? It should be one of the guests." Many people whispered, "The Comer should be here to send congratulations." But with a dragon as the mount, he must be a strong cultivator from one of the top forces. "Look, there are two people." Many people looked at the dragon's head and saw two figures standing there calmly. The leading person was in white, standing with his hands folded behind. His spotless clothes made him look like a scholar. Though scholarly, his eyes were proud and he stood out from the crowd. He looked toward the Qin palace emotionlessly, as if the sacred palace was just a normal building. The other person behind him was proud too, looking at the palace contemptuously. Seeing the two, people began to doubt whether they came for congratulations. They didn't show much respect. When the black dragon flew over their heads, its roars filled the sky. It stopped outside the palace and hovered in the sky. The soldiers guarding the palace were confused. Seeing the two newcomers entering the palace, a soldier asked, "Who are you?" No one responded. The two figures didn't even look at him.
Being overlooked made the soldier frown, not because of being ignored but because it showed that the newcomers were powerful enough to do so.
However, they were guards for the palace. If the newcomers ignored them, it meant that they did not come with friendly intentions. But why would they come to the ceremony for Qin Yu to be conferred as the crown prince, if not to give congratulations?
The soldiers couldn't figure out the reason. No one dared to make trouble on this occasion. Even those top forces of Eastern Barren territory didn't dare to do so. The figure in white stood on the dragon, facing the Qin palace, and said loudly, "I am Gu Donglu from the cottage, coming to visit your majesty." Hearing the voice, everyone trembled. They kept looking up to the figure in the sky silently.
Gu Donglu was the third disciple of the cottage, one of the talents from Eastern Barren territory. He was at the same level as Qin Yu, the new crown prince. If somebody else came in this way, he would be thought of as a rude visitor. But this man could absolutely be this way because he was Gu Donglu. Just like the edict, his voice filled the sky. It traveled into the palace and was heard by everyone, including the king and the strong cultivators. The people of top forces were all stunned. The cottage had come.
Gu Donglu had come. Just as they had predicted, the cottage wouldn't rest as they had supposed. They just didn't expect that Gu Donglu would come so soon. The people of Qin dynasty frowned, especially those who had been present, including the king's grandson and Qin Mamrua.
Why did the cottage come at this moment and cause such a sensation? Didn't they know that this was a big day for the crown prince?
Or did Gu Donglu know about the ceremony but not care at all?
The cultivators from Donghua clan were uncomfortable as well. They knew what Gu Donglu came for. The king, sitting at the throne, was shocked. He was told what happened yesterday, but he still didn't expect the cottage to come so aggressively. "Welcome." The king of Qin dynasty spoke loudly. His voice resounded through the palace. Even with a long distance between each other, the two could still have a conversation. Gu Donglu walked straight into the palace, but the black dragon and the other person waited outside. Soon, Gu Donglu arrived at the location of the ceremony. He walked through the crowd to the king. He didn't even look at people of Donghua clan around him. "Your Majesty." Gu Donglu stood before the throne and bowed. He was polite like a scholar, but his innate haughtiness was still undisguised to the king. "Why are you late?" The king smiled. "Our cottage was invited to the ceremony, so my two juniors came. However, my junior was attacked by someone." "Your Majesty, do you know about this?" People were all stunned. Gu Donglu was really direct and went straight to the point. "I heard about that. I apologize for being a bad host and allowing the young people from the Donghua clan and from the cottage to have conflicts." The king responded lightly. "Was the Qin dynasty involved?" Gu Donglu asked directly and sharply. This was his style. The king looked at Gu Donglu while Gu Donglu looked back at him. Beside the king, Qin Yu also looked at the one at the same level as him. "Gu Donglu, what are you implying?" "Nothing. However, my junior was mistreated in the Qin palace, so I must ask. If this has nothing to do with your Qin dynasty, then you won't mind if I take someone today, right?" Gu Donglu was still looking at the king. Hearing this, people of Donghua clan all looked uncomfortable. Gu Donglu directly said to the king that he came to take someone. Everyone knew who the one in question was. Gu Donglu truly did not respect the Donghua clan. All the top forces were speechless after hearing that he came for taking someone. Even the king's face changed a little. This was the day of the crown prince, but Gu Donglu came not for congratulating but taking someone. Was he joking? But Gu Donglu never joked. He just didn't respect the king at all. 240 questioning. There were few people who dared to ask the king of Qin to hand over somebody like Gu Donglu did. 2 battles made the cottage as well as its spirit known to all. Everyone knew how arrogant those people from the cottage were. They witnessed it again at this moment. But this time, Gu Donglu was confronted with the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. "Today, everybody here is my guest." The king looked at Gu Donglu. He didn't respond directly but replaced his gentle smile with a serious look. Since Gu Donglu was so bold, the king was not going to play kind. What the king just said was already a response. His attitude was very clear. Since everybody here was the king's guest, Gu Donglu was not allowed to take anybody away. Gu Donglu bowed to the king. Though he was proud, he behaved in a very proper manner. "It seems that even guests have differences," Gu Donglu said calmly. People soon knew what he meant. People from the cottage were also guests here but were mistreated by the nobles of the Qin dynasty. During the Guqin concert, people of the Donghua clan bullied people from the cottage and nobody stopped them. But at this moment, Gu Donglu was stopped. Apparently, there were differences between guests. The king frowned.
Gu Donglu continued saying, "Since it is so, I won't disturb the ceremony anymore." Goodbye. Gu Donglu turned around, looked at the stand and called, "Junior, let's go." "Okay." Yi Futian stood up and walked to Gu Donglu. Together they stepped away. The two's backs looked lonely but proud.
Gu Donglu was arrogant but acted appropriately. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't disrespect the king. However, would the cottage call it an end?
The king's grandson, Qin Li, sneered. The Qin dynasty was not the top power of Eastern Baron territory but was even stronger than the Fuyun sword clan. If the cottage could take anything they wanted, it would be a joke.
People from the Donghua clan looked indifferent but were actually very indignant. Gu Donglu was so outstanding. Compared with him, the Donghua clan seemed too ordinary. They couldn't bear this. He Jiang stared at Gu Dongliu's back coldly. He was the one who had hurt Yusheng badly. He was the one that Gu Donglu was looking for. Gu Donglu was wild. How did he dare to take someone at the ceremony right before the king? Of course he would fail. The ceremony is over. We shall leave as well. Situ Wu from the college stood up and said to the king at this moment. Then the people of the college departed. The king wanted to suppress the cottage, but actually the college was also his goal.
Situ Wu knew that no matter what, the cottage belonged to the college, though sometimes the cottage was so famous that it seemed an independent clan. Since Gu Donglu left, the college would naturally leave as well. "We shall also leave," people from the Sword Saint Mountain also said, bowing. The Sword Saint was a god for the people of the Sword Saint Mountain. He established this clan and turned it into a top power. It wasn't easy, but he succeeded. He was also the first disciple of the cottage. Therefore, the cottage was also a sacred place for them. Their god came from the cottage and became known to all. People from the Sword Saint Mountain knew few disciples from the cottage, but they knew Gu Donglu very well. Gu Donglu had been to the Sword Saint Mountain a few times and had good talks with the Sword Saint. The two were very close. Gu Donglu made his stance clear. The Sword Saint Mountain would naturally support him. The king frowned. Just then, the people from the Lu Kingdom also rose to depart and the king's eyes turned cold. The Lu Kingdom was also on his side? As the three top powers all left, the atmosphere became a little weird. But the king recovered quickly and commented, "Young people are really proud. I could see that from the cottage's disciples. Qin Yu is the next king of the Qin dynasty. Young people are the leaders of the future." People smiled and nodded. They had their own thoughts, but no one else left. It was unnecessary to offend the king on this occasion. After a while, someone came and bowed. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" The king glanced at the comer. Gu Donglu didn't leave, the man reported while bowing. The king's expression changed and the others were confused. "Where's he?" he asked. "He is standing outside the palace, looking in this direction." The king's grandson, Qin Li's smile disappeared. He looked uncomfortable. Qin Yu frowned and looked outside with sharp eyes. Was Gu Donglu challenging the Qin dynasty? Everyone's eyes flashed. This was what the cottage's disciples should be like, resorting to force after peaceful means. He had tried peaceful means and made his stance clear that he was not going to disturb the ceremony, so he waited outside of the Qin palace. He wasn't breaking any rule. At this time, a black dragon flew outside the palace with two people on its back. They were Yi Futian and Shuiyi. There were two disciples from the cottage, Gu Donglu and Shuiyi. Luo Fan didn't come this time. Because Yusheng was badly wounded, he needed to cook for Yusheng and help him recover. Before the black dragon was a figure in white standing in the air. It was Gu Donglu. Outside the palace, people downstairs were looking up to Gu Donglu with a strange look. Not long ago, when Gu Donglu stepped into the palace, people thought he was invited here to the ceremony. But soon he left and took a person with. This person was very handsome and young. He seemed to be just 18 years old. People seemed to have guessed who he was. He was Yi Futian, who became famous in the barren ancient world and then was enrolled into the cottage. Recently, he was in the spotlight. Everyone was talking about him, especially after Qin Li made that comment about him. But they didn't know what had happened in the palace last night. Only those top powers knew. Even so, they still guessed something from the present scene. Instead of attending this ceremony, the cottage's people were coming here for other reasons. Following behind the cottage, the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Lu Kingdom all walked out. The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain bowed to Gu Donglu and said, "We have informed the mountain, but before getting the response, we can do nothing right now." "I understand. Just watch," Gu Donglu said. The people of Sword Saint Mountain nodded and stood to the side. The college and Lu Kingdom also stood to the side. The Lu Kingdom's prince and princess were close to Yu Futian, but they couldn't intervene either. Their departure was already enough to make their attitude clear. After another while, a line of strong cultivators came out from the Qin palace led by, not the king, but Qin Yu. Qin Yu was now the Qin dynasty's crown prince and was equal to Gu Donglu. He was the most appropriate one to deal with this. It would be better for the king to stay in the palace. People of the Donghua clan and other clans stood behind Qin Yu, looking at the figure in white. They seemed to see the Sword Saint standing above the Fuyun Sword clan so many years ago. "Gu Donglu, what are you doing?" Qin Yu asked coldly, raising his head and looking at the other. Gu Donglu arched an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" The two pairs of eyes were both sharp as if they were colliding with each other. "The king is inside, so I walked out. Now, why are you here? Or is it because the Qin dynasty has indeed something to do with this issue?" Gu Donglu questioned coldly. This question was hard to answer. Qin Yu couldn't say that the Qin dynasty was involved in this and admit that two top powers joined hands to fight against a young disciple from the cottage, could he? It was worth mentioning that the cottage was also the king's guest. If he did admit it, it would affect the Qin dynasty's image. However, if he said they didn't take part in this thing, he was turning back to the Donghua clan. "We are outside of the palace," Qin Yu responded without answering his question. "It's funny. Our cottage's disciple was bullied by the Donghua clan's noble, but nobody stood out to stop it. My fifth brother told me that your people even stopped him from fighting back." Gu Donglio's tone grew sharper. He continued his accusation. "Now, I am just waiting outside the palace and you are going to protect the Donghua clan? Your Highness, please explain." Hearing Gu Donglio's words, people outside were shocked. Had this really happened inside the palace? Did the Donghua clan's noble attack the cottage's disciple? Gu Donglu from the cottage was coming to fight back, but the Qin dynasty intended to protect the Donghua clan. All forces looked at Gu Donglu. They found that this disciple of the cottage was not only gifted but also eloquent. There was no fault in Gu Donglio's words. This was indeed the Qin dynasty's wrong. The Qin dynasty didn't stop the Donghua clan from attacking the cottage's disciple. And this time, the cottage's people were waiting outside to fight back. There was no excuse for the Qin dynasty to get involved. Gu Donglu looked at Qin Yu coldly and continued, "If your Highness insists to help the Donghua clan and refuses to explain, then could I understand that as you helping the Donghua clan to bully my cottage's disciple?"